All right, let's give it a test. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show.
It sounds good.
You know what I'm giving that? 82% of the way there.
Generous.
82% of the way back. I think by tomorrow, tonight is sparring night. And last time I went to the gym, it fucked everything up in here. So we'll see. But I think by tomorrow, it could be all the way back. Welcome. Good morning. Great to have you. Excited for another episode of the Steel Toe Morning Show. So much to talk about today. It's one of those days where I have to resign myself to the fact that a lot of this stuff I wanted to get to today will have to be gotten to tomorrow.
We'll get there, though.
I got Demi Lovato. I love Demi Lovato. Unironically.
I know you do.
I loved her when she was a hot, sexy heroin addict.
As you do.
I loved her back then. I thought she was great. But then she turned into a boy to get off of heroin.
Right.
It's
do
okay.
What you have to.
Like, I'm totally fine with gender changes as long as you're trying to get off of heroin. And she became a fat, pudgy little boy. Like, she became the chubby kid from the Goonies.
Right. What did sobriety cost you? Everything.
It's like when Balian asks Saladin at the end of Kingdom of Heaven, he says, "What is Jerusalem worth?" And Saladin turns over one shoulder and he says, "Nothing." And then he turns over the other shoulder and says, "Everything." And that's kind of sobriety for Demi Lovato. It was worth nothing because she lost all of her looks. She wasn't hot anymore. Her head got wider. I don't even understand how that's possible. Her skeleton changed.
But she got to sing to aliens.
She sang to aliens.
That's important.
She got to experience sugar-free frozen yogurt. She got to yell at frozen yogurt places for having... Wait, no.
The sugar cookies.
No. She didn't do sugar-free frozen yogurt. She found a frozen yogurt place that sold sugar-free frozen yogurt, and she yelled at them and put them on blast online for fat shaming. Even though they had it there for diabetics who wanted to have frozen yogurt. So what I'm trying to say is she went down a rough road.
She had fun, though.
Right, and then she changed her pronouns.
Yep.
And I think this is a wonderful, like, undercover, what do they call this? Like, method acting, getting in character thing, where Demi Lovato became a they, them, and then she switched back to she, her, because she came out. It's like she went into a frozen, what do they call it, an ice bath?
Sure.
She went into an ice bath and then shot up out of it and went, "Oh, fuck, that's cold." She went into the they, them world and she went, "Holy shit, that's exhausting."
Yeah, I could have told her.
I'm a girl again. And so I got to be honest, I kind of like that.
Oh, God.
I like that she went and did it, came out and went, "Oh, I don't mind when people are wrong. As long as they go, "Oh, I was wrong. Holy shit, you guys had a point." Like, I don't like to tap dance on their grave and "I told you so" and this and that. I don't mind a good "I told you so" every once in a while. But when someone comes around and goes, "Holy shit, you guys had a point," that's fucking insane. I like to welcome those people in.
Especially when it's Demi Lovato.
Look, damaged goods, not what she used to be.
What if she gets hot again?
She's still got that wide 5-gallon bucket head going on. She's still got that big pudge face and the short hair. I still can't go with it.
I think that's an age thing. It's usually a man thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if she was
they,
on,
them.
Right. I don't know if she was on, like, hormones or something at that time. I don't know. Well, maybe.
People just doing hormones randomly?
Well, no, when they, like, move over to, the other
But I don't think she was moving over to the other.
Well, either way.
I think she just wanted to be a they, them.
When people get older, and it's usually a man thing, men's faces widen. Yeah. I don't know what that is, but you all do it.
Oh, you're a woman. You don't understand. That's because as we get older, our brains get bigger.
Ugh,
and our heads get wider to house the amount of intelligence and knowledge we have. That's why women, as they get older, keep their teeny tiny little dinosaur heads.
I walked right into it.
Yeah, they don't widen out and get bigger because the skull doesn't need to grow, because their brain doesn't swell, because they don't add any new information.
fine.
But you're right, April. I'm glad you brought that to our attention. I'm glad I didn't have to say it. I'm glad you did. Men's heads get bigger as they get older because we get so smart.
Okay, what's the excuse for your noses and your earlobes?
Jews are actually aliens from outer space who built the world.
Do you hear better?
And their blood is in all of our genes.
Will you hear us better one day soon with those big lobes?
It's all part of the brain thing.
I
It's
bet.
science. What am I going to do? Explain it to you? It's like explaining it to a peacock. They're not going to understand. Sure, they're pretty to look at, but what are you going to do? Talk to them about physics?
Even they lose all their tail feathers a few times.
And that's women. There you go. Women are peacocks. Men are
Oh, no, I'm talking about the men.
beings from outer space that brought intelligence to this little planet that we're on. Welcome to the show. I don't like it when April sets me up for good science talk and then she keeps asking me questions until I fall apart. I don't like it. I got to learn how to do like those flat earthers do and just make up bullshit.
You have to.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. Anthony was talking about Owen Benjamin yesterday.
Okay.
About how
I missed it.
Owen's an otherwise intelligent guy, so he doesn't understand why Owen is all in with this flat earth thing. And he was talking about how rockets don't work in the vacuum of space. There's no oxygen in space, so rockets can't work, so space travel is bullshit. And Anthony was going, Owen's a smart guy. He's an intelligent guy. How can he be this stupid? He goes, this is a very easy explanation. He goes, yes, of course rockets don't work in the vacuum of space. That's why on the spacecraft, they bring their own liquid oxygen.
Yeah, I did hear him saying this 2 days ago. He must have been covering it 2 days in a row.
Maybe.
He was saying he's hoping and praying that Owen Benjamin's doing a bit, because if it's not, he has to remove like all respect from anything he says, and he doesn't want to do that.
Yeah,
You know.
I like I actually find Owen very funny. But yeah, I want to believe he's trolling.
It has to be. There is something infuriating about the flat earther theory.
Citizen M says Selena Gomez is greater than Demi Lovato. If you would have said this in 2018, I would have told you to get fucked. But in 2023, I have to yield to Citizen M. The man's got a point.
Yeah, but she has a faulty kidney. You know.
That's true. She is a broken bitch.
She's got a weird face too, but I think that one's always been round. Have you seen her?
She's always looked 12.
She's got like the most circliest face I've ever seen.
I saw a video recently where she went to a soccer game and just started screaming out that she's single to all the players.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Bitch wants some dick.
Are you trolling me, or are you actually?
No, she really. Oh, you didn't see that?
No.
No, she went to a soccer match and she just started yelling that she was single.
You said it with such a little smirk on your lips. I couldn't tell.
She's trying to get what she wants.
Okay.
Good old JR with $4.99 says, what is the P.O. box and what is Aaron's shirt size? Asking for a friend. There it is, because I still haven't put a graphic up because I'm a lazy bastard. Steel Toe Media Incorporated, P.O. Box 7893, St. Cloud, Minnesota 56302.
It's curled from your humidifier.
I know, my humidifier curled it. So there you go, good old JR. And Aaron is an XL. He's between a large and an extra large, but when he puts the larges on,
Get him an XL.
he feels self-conscious.
He's a boy's extra husky.
Yes. Richard with $20 says, working my 6 weeks of nights, dropping some love to my favorite e-beggars before bed. Oh, thank you. Your favorite e-beggars. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. So not only did we make up for Tuesday, not only did we have a goal-free Wednesday, and you guys were amazing with it, but we're only 255 away from today. There's all the links starting off today. Thank you very much. Balls and wieners with maybe my favorite greeting of all time. What's up with it, Vanilla Face? There you go.
That is a good question.
Yes, thank you. It's the question. Fauci's Pangolin says, I like April's head. There you go. You're getting defenses. Because I talked about
You
women's
talked about my
heads.
small brain. Well, thank you.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Gray Duckling saying, I learned so much from this program.
Yeah.
It really should be. I should almost put the hashtag science hashtag in our description.
Educational.
It's that close. It's that close. Balls and Wiener says, horses have the smallest brains of all mammals, second only to a woman. See,
What?
no, the way you set that joke up next time is horses have the second smallest brain of all mammals, second only to a woman. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, does April think you hear through the lobe?
No, you guys. I'm not retarded.
What?
It was a joke about men not listening, okay? I don't like that I have to explain things here.
You guys have to forgive her. She just watched the new Amy Schumer special on Netflix. So
No, I didn't.
She has a skewed view.
I actually canceled
what funny is.
my Netflix subscription because I knew it was coming.
Oh, well, you got to avoid it any way you can. Crunchy Cynicism says, so that's why you're having all the hair problems. Engorged skull from old age. You poor thing. That's why our hair moves, too. Our head just gets so big, but we don't gain more follicles.
Oh, that's true.
So
it would shrink.
There's more real estate to cover because we're getting so fucking smart. The more hair you lose, the smarter you've become.
I think you should get a haircut today.
Just came out of nowhere. That means you felt that shit from your heart.
I don't like it.
You meant that from your heart if you just came out of nowhere and went, I think you should get a haircut today. Your hair is fucking stupid. That's what that means.
You either are splitting it and pulling it backwards like Dracula, or it's a spider.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor. Again, I play favorites sometimes when I find a new favorite person in the chat. I'll sometimes read all their stuff.
Well, the name is good.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor. I like it when he commits to the role. Okay. He says, Owen came into our Hillsborough location once. He purchased a core water and called out our assistant manager a racial slur. What a dick. I'm going to say allegedly, but I trust Annoyed Wawa supervisor.
Okay.
Stephen Taylor says Hillary Duff is better than them all. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's totally accurate. Hillary Duff is gorgeous.
I agree. Yeah, she is.
Lemmy says, any women who get him a shirt from the chat, he won't wear it. Be forewarned. You know what, at some point in the show today, will you go get me the shirt Lemmy got me?
Yes, I will let the dog poop, and I will get you your shirt.
And then, so after Reed's sometime today, I will put on my Lemmy shirt.
Can
I tell you the real reason I don't wear it on the show? I wore it on the show one time, and it doesn't show up well on the camera. Like the actual...
I do that.
The lettering and stuff doesn't show up as well on camera.
If there's shirts that... I'll do that sometimes. If there's shirts that don't translate well on camera, I won't wear them again.
Yeah, I'm not saying that...
on camera.
I'm not telling Lemmy that it's gone existed. It's not gone existed.
I've used her puss towel. She got me that freshly shorn puss towel.
That's true. Yeah,
I have used that. I hang it in my bathroom sometimes. I hope Aaron chuckles.
I went to get kids towels the other day because they were running through sprinklers and stuff, and I had to skip over that one because I couldn't hand the kids a shorn puss towel.
Thank Christ.
Hologram Denier says, heard Chad's doxing the potatoes slowly. What a tart. Yeah, I guess Cardiff tweeted out something like a multiple choice. Like, guess who this message came from? And he said Kevin Brennan, Anthony Cumia, Carl from Who Are These Podcasts, or Chad Zumach. And it was, like, I guess Cardiff, and this guy emailed me too, so I guess, in solidarity, I should have him on, but I don't want to rip off Cardiff. I don't want to rip off the potato. He had the guy on who filmed Chad Zumach at his last gig.
Okay.
Bombing, walking the room, not doing well, yelling at people, calling them cunts. He had that guy on his stream. And then Chad wrote him a message, and Cardiff cut it out that said, delete that by 3 p.m. or I'm going to reveal all of your information, workplace, family, all of that shit. And then I guess Chad tweeted out some random place in Ontario, Canada.
Okay.
And says, I know someone who works there. Yeah, it's just more, I think, drunken, retarded behavior.
I do have to ask why so many people get their channels removed or striked or whatever the fuck. But then there's people like Chad who actually put people's information out, and he doesn't get any trouble for it.
He has had the copyright stuff, but yeah, because it happens. It happens off of YouTube. His Twitter has been suspended.
Well, it's not even that, but on Twitter, you shouldn't be able to just be posting people's shit out there.
No, you shouldn't. But he has been.
But he doesn't get in trouble.
He has been suspended from Twitter. Absolutely. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, my apologies. I only completed 3 semesters at the Connecticut School of Broadcasting. I forgot the allegedly. It's okay. It's okay. Lemmy says, so it's my fault. That's not what it's a beautiful shirt. I love it.
We will get it on him today.
I will wear the shirt on the program today.
We almost had our friend Matt Poster wearing it for a sleepover Memorial Day weekend, and it was too small for him.
We almost had it on the couch. Somebody says Aaron goes from Hulkamania t-shirt to a polo shirt. I had to mix it up. I kept looking through my closet today. I'm like, God, fucking either steel toe t-shirts or wrestling t-shirts. Let's mix it up a little for today's show.
I keep offering to like keep a lookout for more nice shirts for him, but he says no.
I don't need any more shirts. I just need to mix up the ones I have a little better.
Okay.
I thought about going hoodie today because it's always so goddamn cold down here.
Do you know what I had to do? I had to like turn up the limit to where it like starts air conditioning the house. Like I had to way turn it up so it quit fucking running.
Damn.
Yeah, and it's still cool in the house.
Griddle Gorilla says, Yuppie Aaron has appeal. I am. Yes, I'm trying to be more marketable.
Okay.
As steel toe grows. Fauci's Pangolin says, tit polo is back. Whatever you need. I'm here for whatever you need.
I'm wearing a dress today.
My monk with a good point. You can legally dox people. I mean, it's not illegal to dox someone.
You forgot the end, though, sadly. I think...
Well, it's public information.
No, I'll say this much. Like, okay, that's stuff you have to go, like, really look up and stuff, though, unless somebody's just broadcasting it out there.
Yeah,
if you can get in trouble for doxing on shit like YouTube and stuff, it shouldn't be legal. That's not a good thing.
Well, that's not true. I mean, you should be allowed to do things legally that you're not allowed to do on social media sites.
You're right. I'm just bitter having been a victim of it.
What I'm saying is if you're going to do this, like that's part of the deal. Like, is it shitty to do? And are people like stupid and dumb if they do that? Yeah, it's pathetic. It's sad, but it's also part of what you do here. So if it's going to be a problem that you can't overcome, you do need to tap out. Two things can be true at the same time. You need to tap out if that gets to be too much, or also at the same time, the person who did that is the scum of the earth. They're the lowest level of people.
We've gone on record before having been doxxed and swatted and all that, so having our address out there, and we have said that is not part of broadcasting. It shouldn't be part of broadcasting to have your information doxed.
But everybody's address is out there. I mean, everybody has their address out. Again,
okay, I'm just not making excuses for it.
Like, there's no time. There's no time to get worked up about it or anything like that.
Sure.
You do this. That's part of the deal. That's what you sacrifice is a lot of private stuff. I think Cardiff will be just fine. I think Chad's just a little, Chad's a little Chad. That's all. He is what Chad is. There you go, guys. 2:55. Away from knocking it out today. Yes, we do need to mention this. Rest in peace to Mersh and Nightwave Radio on YouTube. It's over. Unless it gets reversed on appeal, but I haven't heard that it's been reversed on appeal yet. So it looks like Mersh may be done.
I don't think YouTube wants the ROTC boys on there.
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of the ROTC channel.
Yep.
An hour ago, it got cut out. Usually within an hour, if you appeal, the channel comes back. Like, I believe Dick Masterson lost his channel, and then he got it back, and then I think he lost it again. So I think once you're on the radar, it becomes a matter of time. And Mersh had a few strikes all in the same, time period. That was it.
At least he has the bad luck boys.
Yeah, gone existed. And I think they were coming after him on the Bad Luck Boys front, too, because they demonetized that one.
Why?
Just recently. I don't know.
That's actually a really wholesome channel from what I've seen.
It's too bad for Mersh. That's unfortunate that happened to Nightwave. Unfortunately, not surprising. And look, Mersh does a relatively spicy show, but it's not a show. Again, it's not the stuff that YouTube allows versus what they bang up Nightwave and ROTC for. It just seems personal. Mm-hmm. That's all. It just seems personal. I don't have any proof that it is. I can't show you that there's someone at YouTube with a hard-on for Revenge of the Sis or Mersh or anybody else. It just has that feeling.
I think it's that right-wing lean that people catch on to and they don't like it.
Yeah, maybe. Could be. But it's too bad. I was watching Mersh's show last night. When I went to bed, Nightwave still existed. When I woke up, gone existed. Bird Collector says, April, take that goddamn yellow Hulk kids shirt to Goodwill. I like my Hulkamania shirt. It reminds me of when I was a boy.
Does it make you feel better to know that when he was wearing that yesterday, he also had on bright yellow and purple pants? So you were all just purple and yellow?
That was definitely my work from home outfit. That's for sure.
Silky, though.
So
nice.
If you want to find Nightwave Radio, go to Rumble. That's where he's at. Find him there. Scarface says trolls mass flagged the Bad Luck Boys channel. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I don't like it. I think that is really shitty.
That's terrible.
I always figure, like, if you wouldn't want something done to your channel, don't do it to somebody else's. It'll come back around.
Right. You know what really sucks about Nightwave Radio being gone? One of our highest guys subscribed to our channel is gone now, too. It took us one further back from 10K. Son of a bitch.
Wow.
Guys, go ahead and subscribe to the channel also. 45 away from 10K. We are inside of 50. We are creeping ever closer to that 10,000 number. The promised land of our YouTube channel. 10K is that close. Subscribe and get us the rest of the way. They took the Bad Luck Boys monetization for uploading the same content twice. It was an accident on Mersha's part. It will get monetized again soon. Okay, that's good. Maybe he can do Nightwave on there?
I don't know.
Because
then that takes away from what you're doing with the Bad Luck Boys.
Maybe. Scarface says Pod Awful sends all 30 of his followers to take it down. Yeah, I mean, I think where Jesse goes from cute little internet troll guy to a guy who shouldn't be really looked up to or admired or like, is that he has no problem with gay ops. And if you have no problem with gay ops, like, to me, that puts you in a subhuman category.
Yeah, you are in a different category altogether.
Yeah. Veldrain says, just take some token trans friends. They can't cancel you if you have token trans friends. That is a bang-up idea, sir.
We used to have one.
I mean, not a friend, but someone on the internet who liked us.
A show friend.
Yeah.
A friend of the show.
I mean, I always kept my distance. You never know with them.
I wonder how that's going.
Really transy.
I was
cocked or decocked?
The last I checked in, I believe decocked.
Decocked. Wow, that's you talk about leaning in. 255 away from this morning's goal. There it is, guys. Thank you very much for the goal-free Wednesday. It went very, very well. Caught up to everything for the week and even went over for today. So thank you very much.
Thank you
for your support of this program. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships. Also gifted memberships, which Red Fox Mad just gifted one to April's Giant Dump. So thank you very much. Okay, let's start with our girl Demi Lovato. Demi Lovato was, in my mind, one of the hottest women walking the face of the earth circa 2017, 2018. Let me see. Demi Lovato 2017. Let's take a look. Is this when she was still hot Demi Lovato?
Obviously.
Yeah, that was still hot Demi Lovato. Hashtag my Demi Lovato. Right here. That's my Demi Lovato. But the problem was there, and this is the conundrum we face with a Demi Lovato, is that while she was looking like this, when she was at all these red carpets and appearances, there was a hot spoon with some heroin ready to go backstage. And her life was a bit, shall we say, topsy-turvy.
Not good.
So she may have looked like this, and you would have went right there. Just
wow.
Right there, that's it.
Jeez.
But she was also a giant fucking mess. So you can have the nicest looking car in the world. If it won't turn over when you turn the key and it won't run and it won't get you where you're going, it's a frustrating hunk of shit.
What good is it?
That you can't stand. I'm sure if you were in a relationship with Demi Lovato, the first couple of weeks were fucking fantastic.
Yeah, until you're hooked on heroin.
Until you're either hooked on heroin or you can't go anywhere because fucking Little Miss Junkie over here has to be high all the goddamn time.
You're Jesse Pinkmaning it?
Sure. So, like, on the outside, she's Demi Lovato, and you're like, wow. On the inside, she's Chad Zumach, and you're like, this relationship, gone existed. Well, she got help for the heroin, unfortunately. She got better. She healed up. She got off the drugs. And I got to tell you, for some people, saving your life.
Not worth it. Wow, do I need a drug addiction?
I didn't. You finished that.
Would I be
for
hotter?
Me. I wasn't allowed to say that.
Okay.
But you said that. I don't have to agree or disagree with it, but it's out in the ether.
I put it out there.
So, Hobo Chili Recipe says, yeah, the help was in the form of a buffet. Look, she got over it is
And
what I'm trying to say.
scissors.
So that's Demi Lovato 2017. Let's simply look at Demi Lovato
Oh, we should just stay there.
2021. It got to this. Doesn't that, I mean, does that not break your heart?
Look at that one.
Does that, I mean, look at that. I mean, that's a butch lesbian if I ever saw one.
That's fine, but the bowl cut, that one, that
man.
is truly tragic.
Oh, no. Why did you do this? No. Oh, come on. Why David Bowie?
Killing boners everywhere.
Oh, why are we doing this, Demi? So then.
That's a throwback, obviously.
This is the old picture. And then I think it's starting to get better. Like, this is still not good.
No, it's a red flag, literally.
Yeah.
Look at her.
At least she's wearing it now instead of shooting it. Yeah, and then 2022 did not get any better.
Worse.
I have to look and see if that's not Sam Smith. It's so bad. Yeah, I just... Why did she wait until she was off heroin to look like a heroin addict? That's what I don't understand.
I don't think heroin addicts.
Oh, come on!
I don't think heroin addicts are fat, right? I have no idea, actually. What does heroin do?
I just kind of meant the hair more than anything else. So now 2023, is she bouncing back?
Who is that?
I don't know. It's Jordan Lutz. Jordan Lutz. So she's getting better, question mark, but not, but is she?
Thank God we can say she now.
Yes, you can
By
say
the
she.
way.
So the reason I bring this up is because when she got really piggy recovery, she said, well, you know what, guys? I am now a they, them. I am non-binary. I love it. I live in California. I see everybody being non-binary, and I go, well, I can't miss out on this. I got to be non-binary. So Demi Lovato decides that she's not a man, she's not a woman, she's somewhere in between. She starts singing to aliens. She's one of these people who, like, you know when you first take up a hobby and you act like you're the first person who's ever discovered that hobby?
Yeah.
And you won't shut the fuck up about it. You have to tell everybody about your new thing. It's like a born-again Christian, or, you know, when I was in high school and I discovered 9/11 conspiracies.
Oh, God.
Oh, you had to talk to people about 9/11 conspiracies. Really? And you can see them getting exhausted, but you don't care for some reason. Same thing with Demi Lovato when she became a they, them. She wanted to tell us all what it was. She wanted to lecture all of us on her pronouns. And it's like, bitch, you're brand new to this. Like, you're still learning. How are you going to tell us?
You know who else does that? Fucking CrossFit people.
CrossFit people are guilty of this as well. And I'm pretty sure most of them are they, them. Yeah, Hulkamasha Baby says, like you with golf. Exactly. When I got into golf last year, golf. I want to go to the driving range today. I want
to the driving range.
I want to hit a bucket of balls today. No, you have to come with and go to the driving range too. Because if you're not there to keep an eye on me, I'll go golf 18 holes at Boulder Ridge today.
I've never yelled at you for that.
I'm not saying you'll yell at me. I'm saying I find it to be irresponsible behavior.
To each their own.
If I hit a bucket of balls or I played 18 holes, who would know? Right? Who would know?
Because obviously you're like just doing work for them, right, to pay it off, and I would never see that come through the bank account.
Right, exactly. I would do it on a trade.
Sucking some D's.
So Demi Lovato is now a she, her again. She's a woman again. Because she realized that nobody's going to steady fuck me if I'm crazy and they, them. I'm not going to get a Jordan Loot. And if I can't have a Jordan Loot, then what the hell's the point of doing all this?
If you go on a date with somebody, let's say you met them online, like on Tinder or something, and you're going to dinner, and you find out they're they, them, you're gone, right? You have to go.
Look, I'm a gentleman. I'm a polite guy.
Really?
I would finish the meal. I would finish the date. Give them a nice hearty handshake, kick their ass into an Uber, and get the fuck out of Dodge.
Yeah, you can't make that last any longer than dinner, at least. No. Like, that's anyone that goes by a they, them is just going to be a problem.
Well, here is a rare moment of self-awareness for Demi Lovato. She gave an interview with, I believe, GQ Hype in Spain, where all the stars go. And they asked her about the non-binary thing. Why are you, hey, you were they, them, and now you're just she, her again? And she said, well, I'm not mentally ill anymore. No, she said that becoming they, them, and what it entailed was, quote, too exhausting. And to which I respond, thank God one of them finally admits it.
Yeah, that's true.
At least we finally have a non-binary person who goes, I had to go back to the she, her thing. This is fucking exhausting. And I want to say, exhausting for you. Now imagine being us.
Your boner was dead.
Yeah. You know all the bullshit you had to keep saying out of your face? And you go, oh, it's exhausting bullshit. We had to hear the exhausting bullshit. It's way more exhausting for us. You chose to have that diarrhea purge come out of your mouth. We didn't have a choice in whether or not we heard you say it or not.
How many people that seriously looked up to her, because people do that with celebrities, I guess, were just heartbroken by everything she did.
And also, you got to consider the trans community. They're bitchy about everything, so now they're going to yell at her.
Oh, they'll crucify her now.
Yeah, because they yelled at her when she became they, them, because she's a faker, and you can't. I love that Demi Lovato is kind of a hero to those of us who are a little more traditional with this stuff. She's like our accidental superhero, because remember when she flipped they, them, we were like, oh, so you just flip your pronouns whenever you feel like it. She's like, yeah, I'm just, sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. So I'm they, them. So then trans people yelled at her and went, hey, wait a minute. Trans, you can't just turn trans on and off. That's not okay. And we were all like, well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of our argument. You sort of can. You can jump through a hoop.
Yes.
One day you're they, them. And then she switches back to she, her. Well, now they got to yell at her again because she's proving our point all over.
Do we think that suddenly in the last couple years, probably literally 2 years, that we just suddenly have biologically all these trans people?
Right.
Or is it a trend?
Or could it be a trend?
Could it be a trend?
I have a feeling that people who are in middle school now, when they're like 25 and 30, they'll get together when they're drinking and go, hey, you guys remember that one year where we all decided we would be trans? That's fucking crazy, right?
That is just like people back in the day. They're like, oh, you remember our goth phase? Do you remember our emo stuff?
I hope that the trans thing is their generation's a Tamagotchi.
But you know what?
Where we all had a little keychain pet that we kept in our pocket.
Yeah.
And we fed it and we cleaned up its shit.
Lost your mind if you forgot it.
Right. And you killed it and you felt like a murderer. Yeah. I'm hoping trans is the Tamagotchi of the 2020s.
Yeah, but you know what the difference is? When you were a goth or emo or something, the worst physical thing you did to yourself was get a piercing or color your hair black.
That's true. You
are not doing hormones or lopping off body parts.
Well, I'm hoping that these kids are smart enough to know this is a social trend, and they're going, look, I ain't going to lean the fuck in. I'm just going to cut my hair short,
Well, you can wish in one hand and shit in the other, Aaron.
I mean, yeah, I'm a middle school girl, but all I'm doing is, getting myself a pixie cut and throwing a football with the boys. I'm not really going to lean into this shit. I might talk.
Hope not.
Yeah.
You might
a woman doesn't talk.
You might talk.
A lady never talks. That's, I believe, is the new saying.
No one tucks and tells.
Yes. So Demi Lovato switched back to identifying as she, her, in addition to they, them. She's both now. Oh, so okay.
She didn't get there.
Can we cut out the middleman? Get this bitch a spoon. Get her a spoon and a needle. She was so much more fun.
She looks like she's on the way with her boyfriend. Did you see him?
He does look very heroin-y.
Yeah.
Although, sometimes you can be recovering from drugs and you tap the fuck up. It's the thing that you replace the heroin with.
The greasy black spiked hair is not telling me that. And the pasty white skin.
Well, she is now she, her, in addition to they, them, because she, quote, got tired of explaining the meaning behind the latter pronouns. Hey, great, Demi, tell you what. Any way you could go and convince the other people in that community to suffer the same level of exhaustion you did with the pronoun, I'm for it.
Well, why can't she just go by she, her then, though? Why does she have to still include the they, them? Just so she doesn't get screamed at by that community?
No, make new friends and keep the old. One is silver and the other gold. That's her attitude. I constantly had to educate people and explain why I identified with those pronouns. It was absolutely exhausting, she said. And then, look, again, I'll respond the same way I did before. If it was exhausting for you, imagine how it was for us. Because you wanted to explain the difference. We didn't want to hear it. And you made us hear it.
I did want to see the alien singing video, though. We had to get there.
She sang very well to that alien. That was beautiful singing. I just got tired, but for that very reason, I know that it is important to continue spreading the word. Oh, well then, God bless there, Demi.
Bravo.
Lovato, who is currently dating musician Jutes. Oh, he's not Jordan Jutes. He's just Jutes.
No.
Yeah.
Stop.
That's his name.
I want to know what band he's
Oh,
in.
no, his name is Jordan Lutz, and he goes by Jutes.
Stop this madness. It's Jordan.
I don't know who Jutes is. Am I supposed? Oh, wait. And guys,
Wow.
I'm wrong. The S is a $sign.
That guy is worse than Machine Gun Kelly. You know why? Because at least Machine Gun Kelly's famous and like blowing up right now.
He's
At
actually.
least he's doing something.
So do I pronounce that Jute dollar?
I hope so.
Or is that Jutes? I'm not really sure, but man.
What band's he in?
I tell you what, though, that $sign at the end, that's catchy, man. That's like branding. That's cool. Because that's like money, bro.
Yeah, he either could have picked a Z or a $sign, and he picked correctly.
He's a musician, Jutes.
That's
all
it?
we know.
So he's not in a band. He's just that guy.
He's just Jutes. Well, at least he's totally not fucking Demi Lovato for the notoriety. That's nice. She also said she wishes more gender-neutral spaces for everyone, as she found herself torn over basic amenities such as sex-assigned bathrooms and paperwork. Go to the pussy bathroom.
I'm sorry, she's still exhausting.
Oh,
she's the worst.
She really is. She's still bad. Okay.
And when you look at pictures like that of her, she's a problem. She's that girl you look at who is only missing a septum piercing. She's a problem.
Yeah, that septum piercing looks like it would fit just perfect.
Yeah.
I face this every day, for example, in public toilets, having access to the women's bathroom, even though I don't completely identify with it, she said. Oh,
God,
man.
you know, I just do the same thing sometimes. Sometimes I feel like I should be stand-up peeing and that I'm really doing it wrong.
Well, I mean, I give you a 10 for degree of difficulty if you do that.
I should be rocket spraying shit on the bathroom wall, you know, but in the ladies' bathroom, you can't do that.
You know we don't do that, right?
No, I've only heard like 2 specific stories of that, and it's really gross.
Or it also happens when filling out forms, such as government documents or any other, where you have to specify your gender. You only have 2 options, male and female. And I feel like none of that makes sense to me. She's only 30.
Dude, she's not going to make it. I promise you, like, people like her don't make it in this world.
LB Dirtbag says, I bet Jute's $sign is his Netflix password. You know it is. You know it is.
I bet you they go by they, them, too. That's not a dude. That's just a...
Fauci's Pangolin says syphilis fucks up the brain. Yeah, I mean, it can get to you. That's for sure. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says we had to tell Amelia to remove her septum piercing last week. Dealing with the complaints from the morning crew was getting exhausting. Well, thank you for the update on what's going on, because I always say as Wawa goes, so goes the nation. So I'm glad that annoyed Wawa supervisor can keep us, on the up and up.
You know what Demi's kind of lying about, by the way? The whole, on forums, they only give you 2 options of who you are. They don't do that anymore.
Oh, no, they let you do all of them.
It's all of them. They include absolutely everything. And if they don't, break down the others that you can choose from, they'll just say other or non-binary.
Wait, yeah, I mean...
You have your options.
Where do you live? Montana? I think that's the only state where they still... I don't even think they put woman on the forms in Montana yet. I think it's just man, horse. And then everyone else doesn't really need a license for anything, because you're not supposed to be driving if you're not one of those 2 things. So, Demi Lovato, I guess a she, her, but also still a they, them, proving once again that when it comes to non-binary people, none of it has to do with mental illness, and they don't just make all this shit up as they go along.
And for all you single, normal people out there, she's taken. She's got a jutes.
Why do you have to make people feel like our job is, as people are going to their shitty workplace, we make them feel better, laugh, think about shit, inform them of things. We're a multifaceted Swiss Army knife kind of a show. Mm-hmm. We do a little bit, like next we're going to do a Wuhan thing. We're trying to...
Got you all in check.
Exactly. Coming into the lab, leaking the diseases, yo.
Wuhan.
Spreading the pandemic with all of my sneezes, yo.
Come on, you can't hear
Wearing
that
new
word.
khakis and I got them creases, yo. Wuhan.
That's
you know what? I'm mixing 2 songs, aren't I? I'm mixing up 2 songs. I'm mixing up. I got you all in check with put your hands where my eyes can see.
Now you got to stick with that first one.
Yeah. Sorry. I can't be mixing up. I got to keep my Busta Rhymes gimmick pure, if you will.
And for the record, people that I hurt, apparently, according to Aaron, I would rather be single for forever, I think, than have those problems.
But they don't have a juice.
I don't need a juice.
You know how many people are sitting there single right now in our audience going, after you said that, they're going, I don't have a juice. I'd like a juice, but I don't have one. Thanks, you blonde-titted bitch.
Why are my tits blonde?
Did the disease come out the lab? We're all getting curious.
Wuhan.
I got a runny nose. It's making me delirious.
How have you never thought of that before?
Oh.
That's all I hear in my head.
It's not your fault, Aaron. Early 90s Busta was all very similar. That's true.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of more. Because like Busta Rhymes was so brilliant, he would take one rhyme and it would be the entire verse. And I'm having a hard time thinking of one phrase that would work for a pandemic rap, if you will.
Now you guys are all going to have that beat stuck in your head.
Oh, God, it's such a... Dude, if you're going to get a song stuck in your head, that's a great song.
It was pretty good.
Put Your Hands Where My Eyes Can See is a great song to have in your head.
Oh, I'm
but
still
you know
going
what? You're
with
not,
the other one.
You're not going to remember the name, so all day you're just going to be going...
I'm doing the Got You All in Check.
Oh, you're doing Got You All... See?
I like Got You All in Check is an earworm for me, and then Mama Said Knock You Out. I get that in my head all the time.
LL Cool J, but I
know that.
Well, Hulkamash Baby says, marry Demi, get her back on the spoon, then watch her OD, then you get the fortune.
Wow.
Hulkamash Baby, I get it, but that's sinister as fuck, bro.
Hulkamash and Stevie J are supposed to be messaging me, by the way.
Hooters Girl says, yeah, April, I don't have a jutes. # not good enough. See, you're making all these women feel like shit.
I'm very sorry.
Because they don't have a jutes.
I would not want a jutes either. It's okay.
You want to be juteless.
You can get a dog.
Kyle says, Busta and Booker T are the same person. Change my mind. We need to get Busta Rhymes on record saying, can you dig it, sucka?
They do not look alike, though.
If we ever can get Busta Rhymes on this show, I'm going to say, could you repeat after me? Hulk Hogan, we coming for you. And just see if it sounds the same.
And then he's going to say, what, Aaron, do you think all of us black people sound alike?
And I will say, yes, prove me wrong. I'm giving you an opportunity, Busta. Let's cut through the bullshit.
I can't shake him.
255 away from today's goal. If you want to help us knock it out, there's all the ways to do it. Thank you very much. So, moving on from heroin addicts and black people, which I do specify a difference, let's go to Wuhan and see what's going on. We've been getting Wuhan updates this week.
Let's check in.
We've been finding out that our government, who was giving money to the people working in the Wuhan lab on these infectious diseases, may or may not have known that they were actually giving money to a Chinese bioweapons lab. Remember in the early days of the pandemic when COVID first came out and people started going, hey, this leaked from a bioweapons lab in Wuhan. And Dr. Fauci and everyone else was like, wow, you guys sure are racist towards Chinese people.
Terrible.
And we went, wait, what? No, it's not about them being Chineses. It's a bioweapons lab. And they were like, it is not a bioweapons lab. That is, what do they used to call that? Misinformation. And we will take away your Facebook and your Twitter and your YouTube and all that shit if you keep spreading that medical misinformation that this disease leaked from a bioweapons lab in Wuhan, China, that we funded with government money. Well, guess what a couple new reports found out this week?
What?
That we were funding COVID-19 research in a bioweapons lab in Wuhan, China.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like a for sure now.
Yeah. So it was misinformation 3 years ago, but 3 years later it became remarkably inaccurate way to describe exactly what happened.
Chineses with sneezes.
The Chinese. Oh, you know what we should have called Wuhan back in the day? You know how Trump got on China virus and Wuhan flu and shit like that? Kung flu. You know what we missed? We should have called COVID the Chinese sneeze.
How great is that?
Or the Chai sneeze or something.
I want credit.
Oh, no. How did we miss? Oh, man. He's not at work today. What's up? He's got the Chinese sneeze. And that would have been COVID, and we all would have known.
I think that is so great.
Motherfucker.
I want that term coined with my name behind it.
The Chinese sneeze, and we never went there. Oh. Yeah. 3 years ago, it's amazing how little they're fighting back now that it's all over. Like, in the early days of the pandemic, all of us just went, hey, can we stop all this shit and just be done with it and have it be over? And now we've all flipped to like the rest of us who wanted it to be over are like, hey, can we talk about how bad this whole thing got fucked up and how bad you lied to us? And now all the people that wanted to keep all that shit going are like, hey, can we be done and just move on? Like,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does anybody, like families of people that died from this funded disease, do they ever get really angry that their loved one died from a funded, not naturally occurring disease?
They don't walk around angry all day. What they do is they live perfectly normal lives, and then once every 2 or 3 months, they break all the dishes in their house, and they don't know why.
Well, you have to assume, like, what if, like, let's say your husband or your mom or your dad died from this disease?
What disease?
The Chinese sneeze.
The Chinese sneeze.
And you keep seeing these articles come out, like, where we are clearly funding this shit. And your person died. And it's like, what do you can't get anything from it.
Not only funding it, because we knew that pretty soon into the thing. They were just trying to gaslight the shit out of us. But now what we're finding out from these reports is that it's confirmed these were bioweapons research that they were doing.
Right. So they were planning on harming us all with these someday,
maybe. If not bioweapons research, it was bioweapons adjacent.
Close enough.
Yeah.
They were in sniffing distance of each other, if you can smell.
Yes. And then they did get in sniffing distance. People smelled them and walked out of the lab with the disease.
And then they blamed it on the fucking pangolins.
Dude, I would
sue. Poor fucking
I would
pangolins.
lawyer. If I was a pangolin right now, I'd be lawyering the fuck up.
The poor little pangolins in the wet markets, which are, by the way, disgusting.
These gross little fucking anteater wannabes are just minding their own business.
They're just fucking off.
And yeah. How about people who shop at Chinese wet markets? They were made to look like crazy fucking bat-eating ogres.
We exposed the wet markets for no good reason.
They made us think that wet markets were just places where poor Chinese people went and picked up raw bats and just went, and they ate them like French fries. And they're like, oh, that's where that disease came from. Yeah.
They ate the raw bats like French fries.
That's what we were led to believe. That's where this disease came from. All those filthy, dirty, poor Chinese people eating bats in a wet market without washing them first. And that was supposed to be less racist than going, the American government worked with the Chinese government to create this virus and it leaked out of the lab. Hey, that's racist. It's actually all these poor Chinese people eating raw bat.
I would get such a mental boner if PETA came out in like support of pangolins and bats and like had a lawsuit.
Well, they're very much against
a defamation lawsuit.
They're against wet markets in general. So they might sue just
a defamation and slander lawsuit against the pangolins.
We now have the main pangolin defendant in this class action lawsuit to comment. Oh, he's so cute. Who said that he spread an infectious disease, you pieces of shit? Hobo chili recipe with, you don't like my pangolin impression?
I think you should do it more.
I need to know what sound a pangolin makes after that. We need to figure this shit out.
Let's watch a pangolin YouTube.
What does a pangolin sound like?
Oh,
let's check it out. Pangolin sandbathing. Listen to the sound of those scales. Oh, those are fucking gross.
It's like a bug.
Pangolins are disgusting.
Ew.
They're like the rock guy in the Fantastic Four.
Good one.
Thanks. The rock guy. Oh.
He looks like a big bug.
Oh, man. You know what? I will say this. Whether they spread a lethal disease or not, I want all of these done away with. These are disgusting
Fill a
creatures.
bag of shit.
Oh, yuck.
Look at his little face.
Yeah, fuck a pangolin right in the ass. What's he doing? Sucking his own dick?
I think so.
He blowing himself? Oh, now I'm just jealous of pangolins.
Yeah, you're not that bendy.
No.
What is that?
It's a tracker device. Some fucking Chinese guy put it.
That looked really invasive.
It looked remarkably so, yes.
He's probably rolling around trying to itch that thing.
Yeah, he's probably trying to itch his tracking device off of him.
Well, he was spreading COVID, so they had to fucking keep an eye on it.
Hobo Chili with $4.99 says, you and Busta Rhymes can talk about what it's like being fat. To break the ice, talk about cake and how you enjoy it a little too much. Thanks, Hobo Chili. I appreciate that. That puts us to 250
Thanks.
away from today's goal.
Do you feel attacked?
Personally, yes.
Okay.
The Chinese scientists conducting dangerous gain-of-function experiments on coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology were the first humans infected by COVID-19. Well, this obviously exposes the lie and tells us all one great big thing.
Yeah, but who cares?
All of those Wuhan Institute of Virology workers were eating lunch at wet markets. What are the odds?
Here in America, we just go to the local deli for sushi. That's our raw food.
What are the odds that all of these scientists who worked at the lab were all eating lunch at the same dirty wet market, and they all ended up with this COVID-19 virus that totally developed in animals and jumped into humans when they all worked at a COVID fucking coronavirus research development lab? That is so ironic.
See, now, it would make sense to me because when you work at a place with people where you can go out to lunch, a lot of times you'll go out to lunch together. You'll go to the same place and you'll eat that pangolin.
Right. And it totally makes sense that that's the pangolin that spread the disease and not the disease that we ended up having lab that they worked at all day.
How do you eat a pangolin, by the way? They don't look like they have much meat
You're
on
going to have
them.
to cut them open and, skin them. It looks like work.
A lot
It
of
really
work.
does.
They have armor.
This revelation, coupled with the Sunday Times explosive report suggesting researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology were involved in military bioweapons research at the time of the leak, serves to further quash the zoonotic origin theory peddled by Anthony Fauci, Francis Collins, Peter Daszak, and others with links to the lab, as well as by so-called Western scientists eager to adopt Beijing's wet market origins narrative. You know how you know the wet market was a lie right off the bat? Because it's the reason the Chinese government gave you.
They went for it first, yeah.
The communists told us it was the pangolins. Anytime the communists tell you something, like I'm an old school better dead than red guy. I hate communism with a passion. So I don't buy into this whole deal that, well, the Chinese are a newer, friendlier brand of communism. No. They're fucking commies. They're lying, murderous commies. That's what they are. That's what they'll always be. But notice the people who told you that there's no possible way it could have been the lab. Anthony Fauci, head of the NIH Infectious Diseases, Francis Collins, head of the NIH, and Peter Daszak, the EcoHealth Alliance guy who was taking the NIH money and conducting the research in China. None of these guys should have been allowed to tell us where this came from.
No. Like any other scientist who ever dared step to that and come on and say, no, it's not adding up. That person was quieted so fast.
Yeah.
Every time.
Tanner Johnson says, John the Jew Stewart. I didn't know that was his middle name.
I didn't know either.
And in this corner, standing 5'7" and weighing 143 pounds, John the Jew Stewart. See, I didn't know that was his ring name. Thank you, Tanner Johnson.
Did wrestling ever have a Jewish-themed wrestler?
Oh, wow, that is a great question. Triple H, but just in the nose. Tanner Johnson says John the Jew Stewart admitted it was the lab as well. He didn't admit, he brought it right to Colbert's face and said, look, you stupid shilling motherfucker, this is what happened. To the point where he made Colbert remarkably uncomfortable.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, you know what? People are coming up. Darren Orson says they did have a Jewish wrestler, the $1 Million Man. My monk, Goldberg, does that count?
No, I'm saying
Bill Goldberg's Jewish.
Oh, no, I'm not saying they were Jewish. I'm saying a Jew-themed wrestler.
Oh, you're asking if a publicly traded company like World Wrestling Entertainment brought on a yarmulke-wearing, hand-rubbing, how are you all doing, wrestling character? No.
With the little tendrils?
Ask me if they'll do it in the next million fucking years.
Will they do it in the next million fucking years?
No.
Damn it.
I can promise
I might watch it then.
There won't be any kind of Nagila Hava fucking Jew wrestler.
You act like that's so far-fetched when they had other themes that seriously
Okay,
were a problem.
Okay, one guy they had as Jake the Snake, and he brought a snake to the ring. That's a little different.
How about the Tatanka guy?
He's
or
the
chocolate love or whatever the fuck.
First of all, it
on.
was sexual chocolate Mark
Sexual
Henry.
chocolate.
Put some fucking respect on Mark
He's
Henry's
a black
name.
man, and you're calling him sexual chocolate.
That was his whole thing.
But you're laughing at me for the Jew theme.
Sexual chocolate doesn't run the world.
I'm just saying.
As much as it should.
I feel like we're excluding a big faction of people.
As much as sexual chocolate should run the world.
I think so.
It doesn't.
With that Duke.
They also, they had a terrorist character, Muhammad
See what
Hassan.
I mean? Like, and you're laughing at me.
And by the way, the terrorist character, Muhammad Hassan, was an Italian guy. So.
You had the Iron Sheik who's out here, like, saying the gay F in interviews.
Okay, but he wasn't doing that in his WWE promos.
He wanted to.
Right, well, wanting to and different. Yeah, Tatanka, no, annoyed Wawa supervisor. Tatanka was not an Italian guy. He was a shoot. Tatanka was a Native American.
Well, either way, like, it's offensive in the realm of, like, the people that get offended because now we have to change, like, football team names and shit like that. Hockey names, anything.
Yeah, but those are respected sports. Wrestling's always been seen socially as like carnival, like freak shows.
So then why not have a Jew? You're missing the fucking forest for the trees here.
So you're on both sides of the argument. On one hand, you're like, why don't they complain about these wrestling characters? And you're like,
I don't care about the
You're kind of walking us into your point. You're dog walking us into this. You're going, why don't they complain about the wrestling character stereotypes? And like, well, because they see them as carnival barkers. Then bring me a Jew.
I feel like you left out an entire group of people.
Most offensive wrestler gimmicks. All right, let's check it out. Let's see what we've got, April.
Oh my God, what was that first one?
That was, you don't know Goldust?
No.
Oh shit, old school Goldust.
I'm not a wrestling person.
Before they made him a goofy stutterer.
That was a guy?
Yeah. Oh, he was like a gay.
I thought that was a woman.
Weirdo. Number 15, the $1 Million Man. How was Ted DiBiase offensive? The story was that McMahon wanted a character in his likeness. McMahon chose Ted DiBiase to become the $1 Million Man in 1987. What made him so controversial was that he felt that anyone and anything was for sale. Yeah, that wasn't that bad.
So, like, people.
Funniest thing he did was he brought a little black kid, up on stage and said, if you can dribble this ball 15 times, I'll give you $1,000. $1,000, that goes a long way for you. You can buy a lot of things with that. And the kid starts dribbling it, and he gets to 13, and Ted DiBiase kicks it away from him. And he goes, oh, too bad, son. You don't get the money. Now, I've heard the behind the scenes from that story. They did give the kid the money and a bunch of merchandise and stuff like that. He got taken care of, but fuck, that would be terrible. Oh, the Mexicools. Super Crazy, Juventud Guerrera, and Psychosis. Yeah.
And you can't have a Jewish man. Are you fucking kidding me?
There aren't any Latinos in the front office at WWE to complain.
Don't care.
You don't like the Mexicools?
No.
Okay. Meat. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Meat. Is he the guy who fucked his mom?
And again, you can't have a Jew?
Oh, no, that was Harry Beaver Cleavage. I forgot about Harry Beaver Cleavage.
If that was a real name, you can't have kids at these things. I'm sorry. You can't consider yourself family friendly and have that. This is fucked up.
Meat was a sex slave for the Pretty Mean Sisters faction. Get it, April? The Pretty Mean Sisters stands for PMS.
Okay.
Which consisted of Terry Runnels, Jacqueline, and Ryan Shamrock. This was another example. Oh, Val Venus fucked Ryan Shamrock in an angle. This was another example of a character that could only exist in the unique time period of the Attitude Era. Number 12, The Final Solution. Wait, what?
Okay, so again, you'll have the final solution, but not a Jew.
But that's right up your alley. You wanted...
No, this is the opposite of that.
The Final Solution.
You people have something wrong with you.
Robert Jeep Swenson joined WCW in 1996. He was known by most pro wrestling fans for his stint in WCW in the late 80s. He's also known for his portrayal of Bane in Batman and Robin. Swenson was brought to WCW to play a monster heel named The Final Solution as part of the alliance to end Hulkamania. Well, there you go.
That seems kosher.
How about The Final Solution? That's pretty close.
How about no?
The West Hollywood Blondes. Lenny Lane and Lodi.
So that's some gay shit.
Oh, they were ambiguously gay. Oh, okay. They wore pink ring gear with glitter and brought blow pops with them to the ring. The tag team was starting to get over with fans when they were pulled from television. Glad made a complaint to WCW and threatened to organize protests.
I don't care if people do this. It's fine. But, like, I don't think wrestling was ever kid-friendly. Do you?
Yeah, oh yeah.
No. You can't have this type of shit out there.
Yeah, but that shit goes over that shit goes over their heads, number one. And in 1999,
subconsciously, they're soaking that in.
In 1999, it was not for children. They had all the warnings on it and everything. In 1999,
well, see, you've never told me that part.
Yeah, in the late 90s to early 2000s, that was not for kids.
I hope not.
Sergeant Slaughter was controversial. Oh, he became an Iraqi sympathizer during the Gulf War, and people sent him death threats and shit like that. Oh, the Godfather, the pimp. He played a pimp. He brought hoes to the ring with him. He just called them hoes. He goes, "It's time to get aboard the hoe train." And he would bring hoes with him. A bunch of girls would have their tits out and come to the ring.
I think you're all gay.
And they would follow the Godfather.
That's that.
Val Venus, the porn star. We've talked about him many times. Prince of Darkness, Kevin Sullivan. This was the 80s.
Okay,
he played like a devil,
I've seen that in a
demonic
porn
character.
that I've watched. Okay.
By the way, that was his. Here's some fun wrestling trivia for you. This is Kevin Sullivan's ex-wife, Nancy Sullivan. She went on to marry another wrestler after she divorced Kevin.
Can we stay away from them after one divorce?
Well, Kevin Sullivan wasn't her bad husband. Her second husband was her bad husband.
Well, then why'd you leave the first one?
Because she found another wrestler that she thought was hotter and a better fit for her, and that might be a better man to help her raise a family.
Oh, was that Benoit?
She married Chris Benoit.
Wow. Wow.
Do you need a spoiler alert on how that marriage ended?
I'm like choking on how bad this is.
Yeah, it ended in the weight room.
I've heard.
Yes.
Yeah. At least they were going out being fit.
Wait, there was a character named Wife Beater? What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, it's kid friendly, guys. Bring your families.
Yeah, but he didn't wrestle in any of the big places. That shouldn't count.
That's why they're listing him?
It shouldn't count. Oh, yeah, there was Joey Ryan who played this character where, yeah, he was like a sleazy porn star. Yeah, he was awful. Yeah, Beaver Cleavage. Beaver Cleavage was a character that briefly caused some commotion in 1999 during WWE's Attitude Era. The character was based on a perverse version of the old Leave It to Beaver television show. Beaver Cleavage was Chaz Warrington, who is best known as Headbanger Mosh, one half of the Headbangers tag team. Beaver Cleavage was a repulsive character whose valet was his mother, Mrs. Cleavage. They would actually make sexual innuendos toward each other. Oh. The jokes often centered on mother's milk.
Ew.
The jokes were especially crude considering they were supposed to be mother and son. The gimmick was killed soon after it started, when Warrington broke character during a worked shoot and assumed the ring name of Chaz. There you go. Number 3 was Goldust. Yeah, he was super gay. Like super gay. Colonel De Beers. What? A racist character portrayed by Edward Wiskoski, mainly in the American Wrestling Association. Hey, you know where the AWA was based out of?
Where?
Minneapolis, Minnesota. We had a racist guy.
Yay.
De Beers was a racist character. The heel character was billed from South Africa and was based on the apartheid movement in South Africa. De Beers had a very infamous feud with Jimmy Superfly Snuka. He refused to wrestle Snuka on a number of occasions. The reason for refusing was because Snuka wasn't white. De Beers later briefly feuded with Iceman King Parsons in the UWF. De Beers is not only one of the most controversial, but one of the most despicable characters in pro wrestling history. And number 1, Muhammad Hassan, who was an Italian guy named Mark Capani, and he played a Muslim terrorist.
I'm so happy that I could bring up this topic for you.
There you go. Yeah. So April wanted to know about Jewish wrestlers, and there wasn't.
Apparently, we exclude that group.
Diesel Cat Hulk Hogan. That was not his name. Oh, Kamala. No, I don't believe Kamala was a Jewish wrestler.
Sexual Chocolate didn't even make it in there.
No, that wasn't an offensive gimmick. He was a black guy he's a big
saying,
black guy who fucked.
You're publicly calling a poor black man sexual
First of
chocolate
all,
as a person.
He's not a poor black man. That's Hall of Famer Mark Henry. Put some fucking respect on his name.
Oh, I'm fucking sorry.
Virgil, Jew wrestler and his rival Hitler, and they had a Hell in the Oven match. Yeah, see, there you go. All kinds of gimmicks he could have done. I heard Coco Beware was a black Israelite. That would have been a fucking great gimmick. He comes out. So Coco Beware was a guy who came out in like glittery jumpsuits, and he would have a parrot named Frankie on his shoulder. How great would it be, though, if he was a black Israelite and he came out, he had this colorful parrot and these outfits, and he was like, and listen to me, you white pieces of trash devils. You're all going to burn in hell as the black man reclaims the earth. You piece of shit. You're like, whoa.
I'm feeling regretful.
Tell him, Frankie. Rock. White devils.
I'm so sorry to everybody that I brought this up.
Randy Savage was Jewish. Was he really?
That's not my point. I'm not saying a Jewish man is a wrestler. I'm saying the theme.
Yeah, not gonna wrestle during the Sabbath. Yeah, I'll wrestle you Monday through Friday. Yeah, but once that sun drops down on an observant Jew, yeah. You want to wrestle me Sunday at SummerSlam? Yeah, you gotta make sure it obeys the Sabbath. Yeah. You don't want me. Yeah, how many times do I have to tell you, Vince, we got to change the schedule? Yeah, I don't roll on Sabbath. Oh, yeah. You want to pay me $500,000 for a match with Hogan? Yeah, I hear he's getting at least $1.5 million. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that means the Macho Man's going to get $1.52 million. Yeah, and then I want another 2 points on my merchandising compensation. Oh, yeah.
No, keep going.
That's all I got.
Countdown to your voice going away again.
That's all I got. Matt Melt with $4.99 says they had one that offered his wife and kids. Great bit. I don't remember him. I'm using socialist media says Mexicools drove a lawnmower to the ring. Yeah, they did. They rode lawnmowers to the ring. That's right. The Mexicools were really offensive.
And did they trim hedges too?
Yeah, they came out with leaf blowers. And that's how they won.
Trimmers.
That's how they would win. They would distract the referee. They'd throw the other guy a leaf blower, and he'd blow it in his opponent's face. He'd fall down. They'd pin him.
Careful.
Eddie Guerrero was definitely a self-hating Latino. Oh, no, he just lied, cheated, and stealed.
Ugh.
That's all.
Wrestling seems
fun.
So fun.
Veldrain with $5 says the talent scout from Chris Chavez drunk and passed out on a casino floor thought it should be part of the WWE. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says it's okay to make Santino look like some dopey Dago crusty juggler with a personally starched sock as his finishing move, but no Jewy character. Yeah, April, you have a point. They have been unfair to other races before.
Right.
But not to... I think the most offensive one is the Italian guy plays the Muslim. That is kind of fucked up.
I don't even care. I couldn't be bothered. I every time we bring up wrestling stuff, I'm more okay that I wasn't a wrestling fan.
Oh man, yeah. How about they could have made Dusty Rhodes the Hasidic dream? The Hasidic dream. Well, you see, baby, as I eat my unleavened bread in the backstage area, and I enjoy some potato pancakes before I take out Ric Flair, I'm coming for you, Daddy. That's right, Ric Flair, the Hasidic dream, Dusty Rhodes. And he had like payas down he had the tendrils down here. The Hasidic dream, Dusty Rhodes is going to take all your money and your diamonds and your gold, Daddy. And I'm going to head to the pay window and I'm going to open myself up a pawn shop. That's right, Daddy. I'm going to open up a pawn shop and I'm going to take advantage of the people on hard times. And I'm going to offer them 10% the value of their jewelry, Daddy. And I'm going to sell it for a markup of 57%. And I'm going to make a hell of a profit, if you will.
Well, and you would know about hard times, right?
That's right. I was an Auschwitz survivor, and I mentioned it at least 47 times in a conversation. That's hard times. Yeah.
Technically, if you are a concentration camp survivor, there's nothing else to talk about, right?
That's right. The Hasidic dream, Dusty Rhodes, was the son of a landlord. And the grandson of a banker daddy.
Oh.
That's right. I got so mad at my loss the other day that I called the president and made him bomb Palestine, Daddy. So there you go. That's what it would have looked like. At least you're getting a look at what it would have been like if you would have had a Jewish character. Do you feel better?
No. No, I don't.
Do we make any of those shorts, or would that get us in trouble? Dusty, Macho. Could always do some shorts. April wanted to see what a Jewish wrestling character would look like. We gave her a few.
I didn't know what I was getting in for.
All right, everybody hit the thumbs up button. Let's hit the like. Let's get those like numbers up around 150 or so. What do you say? Everybody take a second. None of you are too good to hit thumbs up, especially after that segment. And make sure you're subscribing to the channel because we're only about 45 away from 10K. We're inching closer every day.
We can do it. We've been angling for that 10,000 for so long, it seems.
Dexter Morgan says, these are some of the best impressions I have ever heard. The disgust on April's face is priceless.
Thank you.
But here's the problem. You set this all in motion.
No, I asked a very innocent question.
We were talking about gain-of-function research in the bioweapons lab in China that COVID came from, and you turned it into Jews in wrestling. And then I had to oblige you.
I don't remember how I got there.
It's usually how it goes with this program, isn't it? Citizen M says, when is Salvo coming on? When I stop being lazy and confirm a time with him, that's when. Here's what happens. The show starts going really well. I like the direction the show is going. I feel like we've had really funny episodes back to back to back to back to back. We're inching closer to 200,000 views per month again. Everything's roses and going great, even despite YouTube trying to take us out of the algorithm and whatnot. As much, and then I start thinking, do I want to, I start seeing Salvo as and this isn't personal, but I start seeing Salvo as okay, that's going to break our rhythm. We're not the interview Salvo or interview Ray DeVito show. I just get these wild hairs up my ass one day. I'm like, I kind of want to do this. And then I start doing the show, and I'm like, I think I'd rather do my show today.
So it's not that you haven't confirmed a time, you're just not sure about it.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems to be...
I have a question then. Why not go back to...
Just independent interviews?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, you're right. That would be the way to go. HM says, Nightwave is gone. Aaron is being responsible because he is... Aaron is being silent because he is responsible because he found the text between April and Mersh. Yeah,
Guilty as charged.
And HM, I thought we talked in the DMs about not fucking bringing it up. Huh?
Yeah, we were just getting past that.
We had just finally been okay, and now you got to bring that shit to my doorstep? What an irresponsible piece of shit. I trusted you.
Mostly he was upset that we didn't include him.
That was my biggest problem. So then I fucked Royce to get back at the both of them.
And that's the better lay,
Yes.
I've heard.
And that was some nice, tight Cuban booty. Let me tell you.
No cats at Royce's house either.
HM says, I don't do DMs, Aaron. Thank you for yes-anding that whole bit. Thank you. I appreciate that, HM. Wait a minute. Is HM Corey Adam? Hold on a minute. I think I might have found it out.
Whiskey Pete, actually.
Yeah. Old school. Michael B says, Aaron, do you want to go back to terrestrial radio? Let me tell you something. Syndication and beating the AI and saving the world. That's why I want to go back to it. That AI story yesterday made me want to do terrestrial. Now, if I went back to terrestrial radio, it would have to be this and terrestrial radio. It has to be both.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be one or the other. But if I went back, I'd be going back to get my title back. I want to get my championship back, syndication, and then I want to beat the AI because that AI DJ yesterday scared the shit out of me. And I was so disgusted that the radio business, that these fucking DJs, these fucking lumps of shit who are left behind in this business are actually promoting the AI DJs that are going to take their jobs.
Their replacement.
Oh my God.
Because as soon as that AI gets just a little taste of whatever you do for a living, what is it that you do? And you're gone, right? Because they can fill in the blanks.
It's, the fact that they're sitting there going, it's AI Ashley in the midday. Isn't this great? I'm being turned into an AI. Bitch, they're firing you.
AI is scary. I think it is bad for us, big time.
You better go buy all your health insurance now because whatever you got through the company ain't going to last very long.
No.
God, do I hate those people. Well, at any rate, I'm going to beat them. Gone existed.
Whoa.
Balls deep is right. Gone existed. Plus the shit talking to April, they are a sad show. Who are you talking about? Tin Man Taylor.
Yeah, who are you talking about?
I don't know. Anybody who talks shit to April has clear problems with their mother. I think that's where it comes from.
The funny part is like, I don't know what show he's talking about.
Yeah,
but
I know.
like,
I must have come in the middle of something there.
I don't hear it.
SC Motorsports says, no, really. A nutless monkey could do your job. Chad Schenecker says, I need a new Radio is Dead, We Killed It shirt. How do I get one? Those were the old, what do you call it? Those were the old Teespring shirts.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think I think those are, we got rid of those for the 3 new ones.
Those 2 are gone existed.
Gone existed.
That was something you got to take care of, I guess.
So going from the radio world to the streaming world, I don't mean to say, let me just pick my little scab that I have here.
I didn't say anything.
You looked and it made me self-conscious.
Insecure as a bitch.
I'm like a rabbit.
He's worse than I am.
I jump like this.
I wake up in the morning, I'm like, am I loved? Do I need to be here?
Of course.
Am I fat today? And Aaron I can't look at his scab picking endeavors without him freaking out.
I'm nervous. So anyway, 240 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, there it is. Allow me to get to our next thing here. We go from radio to Twitch streaming. So 2 platforms that we've been kicked off of. Radio, Twitch. This is why I am so grateful we do an actual show. Mm-hmm. And we don't if all internet drama died tomorrow, we'd do a 4.5-hour show the way we do now. We'd be fine. There are a lot of people who, if they couldn't show their tits in a pool, or if they couldn't just make their entire show about talking about someone else they're jealous of, they wouldn't have a channel at all. Or they get themselves in a lot of trouble because they attract a crazy audience. We have a lovely audience that goes to work, listens to our show, busts our balls every once in a while, then goes about their business.
It's a real steel toe-esque audience.
It's the best audience there is out there.
Love you guys.
You get some of these people and they start to, think that they live in the house and they start to think that they're all, a family and stuff like that. And they get a little too familiar and the lines get blurred. People get hurt. Crazy shit happens. It takes up more of your life than you'd like to think it does. Well, enter Twitch streamer Just Foxy. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often to these female Twitch streamers because they don't do anything. They're not particularly funny.
Right.
They're not particularly entertaining. They don't talk about anything. They don't have like a take on what's going on in the world or entertainment or gossip or pop culture or anything like that. They literally exist to be hot in front of a camera and read chats.
Entertaining to your wiener.
They're like a hot Kevin Brennan with great tits. They just live to read a chat. And that's all she wrote. So this Just Foxy, when you are one of these streamers, you draw a lot of psychos.
Yeah.
Psychos who think that you're in a relationship, that you're secretly talking to them, that you guys have a special connection that the other listeners just wouldn't understand. And sometimes those crazy motherfuckers buy a plane ticket or a bus ticket and they, some of that machinery in their head lets loose, if you will. The moment a Twitch streamer's car was set ablaze by a viewer who traveled 700 miles and torched it outside her home has been shared on social media. Kylie Carter, known on the streaming platform as Just Foxy, first shared images of her car during and after the blaze on Twitter. Opening up in a YouTube video, Carter shared more details about the incident, which she said occurred whilst she was on vacation. Now, how big of a slap in the face is this to Twitch? That this woman had a big announcement to make about her stalker and her car.
Yeah.
And she did it on YouTube. Ooh.
I mean,
so much for brand loyalty, huh? Carter said, quote, I was asleep. It was around 2 a.m, and my mom called me. She was crying, and I knew something really bad had happened. Let's check this out. Again, this is kind of the price you pay. I'm sorry, but titty streamers need to learn. This is kind of the price you pay for the low effort, high reward kind of broadcasting that you do.
I'm guessing this is kind of an extreme event, though. Like my take on it is usually like, I assume OnlyFans models get this too because people can request things from you on there.
Yeah.
I'm guessing a lot of it is just really bitchy messages like, oh, why aren't you giving me attention? And where's the attention going?
Right.
And all of that.
But the kind of channel you have dictates whether or not you attract those kind of people.
Yeah.
And you're going to attract, if you got your titties out and you're just going, you guys are so funny. I dropped my pen. Oh, like if you do that kind of channel and that's your whole content, that's all you do, you're going to get a lot of guys who have a screw loose and love titties.
I am surprised people like Amaranth don't get this stuff happening to them. I'm glad they don't.
Right. It's nice that they don't. Or
at least we're not hearing about it.
But again, you gotta, some of these titty streamers gotta feel sometimes like, oh my God, I'm stealing money. How is this so easy? Well, this is kind of the counter, the check to that. Is that, yeah, it is really easy. You were born super hot. You've kept yourself in good shape. You got a great body. Mm-hmm. You put it on the internet. People throw money at you just for you to smile at them.
It's porn that you're in charge of.
Right. It's a great gig if you can get it, sure. Yeah. But then when you get the people who think that they're your boyfriend and they come to your house because you smiled at another guy in the Twitch chat and he sets your car on fire, that's kind of when you wonder how can it be this easy? It's because this is kind of the extreme risk you run doing that. Let's check it out. Oh, no, she doesn't have a Tesla, does she? Because that's going to burn.
That's not a Tesla.
It burns forever if it's an electric car.
That's not a Tesla.
Is that an old-timey gas can? Oh, no, it's... the fuck is
it? It looks like a crock, like one of those really big old Crocs.
Okay, help me out here. What the fuck is this guy doing?
He's going medieval on that car.
That is an elaborate way to set someone's car on fire.
Okay, well, what did she hurt the guy.
She did.
He's hurting.
She read his bit donation in a downward inflection, and he clearly said, happy birthday, not happy birthday.
And he was used to getting, so-and-so says happy birthday, you sexy thing.
You didn't wink at me when I gifted subs.
Oh, you didn't bend over for me that time.
Oh, here we go. Oh, and there it goes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, now that to me looks like an electric vehicle fire.
I don't think that's...
That doesn't look like an internal combustion
100% not a Tesla. If it's electric, it's something else.
That looks like an EV fire. That looks like you're going to have to get a helicopter to drop some sand in your driveway.
Let the bitch burn.
This is her. You know what? I'm sure she gives really good advice on a Middle East exit strategy and how to find peace between Israel and Palestine and,
See, this to me somehow is worse than just the usual titty streamer like Amaranth that's just like clearly she knows her tits are out. She's trying to look like a young schoolgirl / furry. Okay, that's going to attract some different people.
Oh, yeah, the ones that dress really young and try
to look like a schoolgirl.
You try to look like, just foxy. Let's get some different images.
She's got an Instagram up, but that's spicy.
You think she's got a spicy Instagram? Yeah, there she is. Everybody wears fishnets when they stream. Aren't you wearing fishnets right now?
Look, I have no pants on at all.
Oh, yeah, you're wearing a dress. What am I talking about? Oh, my God, she's a ninja.
Okay, clearly, yes, we get the point. You're pretty. She's a very pretty girl. Push those tits up to your chin.
You don't think that's how her tits usually look? Like if she just took that off?
I promise you nobody's tits are up that high.
Oh, okay.
She's a very pretty girl, but yes, when you try to look like a teenage girl and you wear shit like furry fucking ears and shit, like, yeah, you're going to attract some weirdos.
You don't think she's talking about what the Nuggets are going to do to build a dynasty after the NBA Finals on her stream?
I don't even think they're talking about the shooting that happened after the Nuggets game.
Oh.
And what we should do about that and drug deals gone wrong.
For Christ's sake.
It's not good. I beg of you, go to her Instagram link. It was just on the previous page.
All right, let's take a look.
There it is, first
Just
one.
Foxy, 127,000 followers on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, look at her. Are you kidding me?
I'm just saying, like, when your whole thing...
Okay.
When this is your whole thing, when this is all you do, you're going to attract a certain audience. She's 25.
But I get it. You're hot. You are hot. You're a pretty girl. That doesn't mean...
But if that's all you are, you're going to attract some crazy people.
Especially when you dress like that.
There's not a lot of depth there.
I think it's pretty cut and dry sometimes when you are just a titty streamer. Like, I'll give Amaranth this. Like, she's pretty much just a slutty fucking titty streamer. But she's not going for the weird furry anime cosplay angle that I know of. And that stuff, there's some weird people in those groups.
Michael B says, Syria, do tell. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to go to this girl and I want to be like, hey, the Yemeni civil war, go. Just see what she comes up with.
And look, I'm not
most Twitch thoughts have OnlyFans, says Tanner Johnson.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm not just like shaming her or anything. Like, if this is working for people, that's fine, because I think it does say a lot more about the person who torched her car than her. Like, you can do whatever type of streaming you want. That doesn't warrant somebody coming and torching your car.
No, of course not.
It doesn't matter. I don't care what you've messaged that person. I don't care if you flirted with somebody. They don't come torch your car.
I'm saying if every level of success owes a cosmic debt,
sure.
Like if there's a yin to every yang, if you will.
Yeah.
If you're going to be able to get by on just pushing your tits up and turning on a Twitch stream, the universe has to pay that back. Like that, you take on a debt. And that debt is you're going to attract some crazy people who only watch that shit. And sometimes those people take the smallest slight, buy a bus ticket, and travel 700 miles to set your car on fire.
And she's not changing her ways now, right? She's not going to change.
Somebody said in our chat they're going to donate enough money to her, she'll get 3 new cars out of this.
No, it's a positive for her.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says we constantly have kids like this trying to shoot TikToks in our store. I had to get a cricket bat. See, thank you. Now I know what goes on at Wawa's and how they're trying to reverse course on this problem. T. Jefferson says Amaranth totally cosplays. Oh yeah, she does all of it.
I don't watch her a lot, but like the last time I checked in on her, just because, you know, the numbers, it's like I gotta see what's got 30,000 viewers right now.
Yeah.
And she's just wearing the tiniest micro thong bikini with like bent. She has to have back problems because she's literally bent over with her back arched, standing up with a mirror behind her the whole time. And it's just like, you have to hurt.
Her butthole is almost showing. Like she's got to have her thongs like strategically taped.
She has body tape on for sure.
So that her butthole doesn't slip out.
That stuff does
when
wonders.
She's bending over in a mirror.
And she just has it plugged with like a cap on the outside of the part.
She's got a butthole cap. Oh, man.
Yeah.
If you want to do your Father's Day shopping today while I go hit a bucket of balls, I mean, that's okay with me.
You're looking at me like feverishly. I know you're going golfing. It's okay.
What? How dare you?
I would love to join you, but I know it's not in the...
fucking dare you?
It's not on the cards. I wasn't invited.
I did. I invited you to do the driving range thing, and you said, why don't you just go golfing?
No, I didn't. You led me there.
Oh, okay.
You walked me to that sentence.
Did I dog walk you into the golf thing? I'm just going to go hit a bucket of balls.
That is sickness.
You know what? You're right. If you're right, I've got a problem.
Hey, did Tin Man Taylor ever say what a show was talking shit with me?
He didn't. Chris said, didn't Amaranth get kicked out of her gym once already? Yeah, years ago. There's that thing of her. She had a stream going, and she was, and she would stick her ass out, and she would stick her tits out while she was. Do we have that Amaranth getting kicked out of the? Yeah, she got kicked out of the gym because they were like, all right, ma'am, we let a lot of e-thoughts in here to fucking work out, but you're being egregious.
I don't even, there's been times where we'll go to our gym at night. Or I'll go alone at night, because I didn't have any other time. I don't even film when I'm alone. Okay? Like for myself to look at. I don't even do that. I'm like ashamed of whatever I must look like.
This is almost 5 years ago. Amaranth gets kicked out of the gym.
No, I don't have my camera set up today.
I don't have my camera stuff today, yet she's...
I can't be at the gym, bro?
Oh, yeah, this is the one where she brought like a fucking Captain America shield with her to the gym as she worked out.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
This is no camera, sir. You just don't know streaming. So this poor guy, he just starts trying to explain, like, well, we've gotten some complaints. And she just keeps interrupting him by going,
I don't have my camera.
People are just getting a little uncomfortable.
I don't want this guy's commentary, though.
No, this is shitty.
I just want the video. Amaranth was kicked out of a gym during a live stream. Yeah, do they have the... Here we go. Is this... No, that's an advertisement. Here we go. There, this is what I want. Perfect. This... Yeah, I mean, look, come on.
Look at what she's wearing.
Come on. She brought a Captain America shield. She's doing a basic stretch, and her tits are focused right in the middle of the camera. Come on.
And I'm sorry, what you're wearing, too. Like, that's not appropriate gym attire for most places.
11, 12, Texas.
Look at how hot I am.
Look at her just look. She's looking off to see if people are looking at her. Come on.
Meanwhile, there's people like you can see that normal woman in the mirror like actually trying to work
Right.
out, and then there's this.
There's a woman getting a good lesbo sweat in.
Yeah.
Like you're supposed to do. And here's Amaranth dry as a bone. Oh, let me make sure I stretch properly.
Oh, somebody come spot me. Oh.
Oh my good. Oh, look. Oh, are my taped in tits doing okay at
That's
the
the
gym?
problem. Like people are, yes, you're fucking hot. We get it. Like it's so exhausting for me. Like every time I see a girl dressed like this at the gym, I'm like, we all get it. You're very pretty. Like, do you need a gold sticker? You want a star?
Huh? That's why I'm not filming anymore.
You're not filming?
No, I don't have my camera set up today.
You're fucking.
It's in the mirror. You can see it. It's right behind her arm.
You are filming. So she's lying to this poor guy, gaslighting the shit out of him.
He's looking at it set up. It's right there. See it?
Oh yeah, look. That's a little. It's on a little stand.
It's on an arm. It's on a fucking arm. Her phone's just set up on an arm.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're not filming, who doesn't just keep their phone on an arm?
He's standing right next to it. Ooh, bullshit, you're not filming.
Wow.
Come on.
Because like people just keep complaining to me about it, and I have to always get a minute.
Who's complaining?
Like I just got bring up one.
I don't have my camera set up. Like, you may say I can't be at the gym?
You're filming all of these people working out. These people don't want to be filmed working out. You think the way this woman dressed at the gym, she wants to be filmed and sent out on the internet? No.
I would fucking expect, like, if I had my phone set up upstairs in the gym and there's guys around me weightlifting and shit, I would fully expect one of them to come chew me out.
And how about while she's arguing with this guy, she still has the wherewithal, the presence of mind to keep her tits center screen.
Guys, look at them.
Fuck, she is obnoxious.
Who's complaining about
I'm not saying you
this?
can't be in the gym, but like they just can't film.
Yeah, I don't have my.
I mean, like you got this.
No, I'm not filming though. I'm just like Skyping with my trainers.
Well, I'm not sure, but the general manager might be here soon.
Okay.
I just talked to you, so you can tell her that. But
Okay.
if you're not filming,
Yeah.
Fast forward. So 4 minutes later,
Am I just not allowed to film just because I have?
4 minutes later, she's still just stretching. There's just stretches. That's it.
This is the type of person that thinks her hotness can get her out of everything.
Right. Exactly.
It's a free
So you
pass.
want me to be against the wall?
Because nobody else should be.
Caitlin.
So I love this woman because this guy's trying to be diplomatic, and this woman, she knows her because she's probably started shit like this at the gym before. She goes, Caitlin, time to shut it off. Like she's talking to her like the teenager she's behaving like.
Look at this behavior, though, from the two different people trying to talk to her. Of course,
Yeah.
the man is going to go to the hot woman and try to be diplomatic, and then the woman doesn't give a shit, so no, fuck you.
Caitlin. It's like a parent talking to their kid who's clearly trying to bullshit their way out of some trouble they're in.
Yeah.
Caitlin, shut it off. Like she's almost like, I'm not arguing with you anymore.
I can't imagine. Like, I don't even know what the word is for Amaranth here. She's not. What is the word for that?
E-thought.
It's a
Perfect.
behavioral word.
I'm Skyping my trainer. Meanwhile, the oh yeah, and someone just joined the Famaranth goes off on her phone. Yeah, you're Skyping your trainer, of course.
What is wrong with myself? I don't understand. I think I'm being phone harassed though, because it's like I don't even have my camera here. No, I don't have my.
She's holding up her stream. She's like, Amaranth, you're clearly filming. I'm watching your stream right now.
I was about to say they can double check this just by pulling it up.
Right.
Really quickly. Or
I'm
watch
being
this after
phone
too.
harassed.
Like, check it
Fuck,
out.
she's
If
awful.
I'm being addressed by our gym owner, I'm not just gonna lay on the ground with my tits out, by the way. I'm gonna probably stand up and talk to the guy.
Yeah.
There's like nobody should feel uncomfortable. We don't need So, well then why did you originally say it was fine? What I said was if you don't have members in the shop, but clearly for that to do that.
Right. What they're saying is you have people in the shot who are trying to work out.
Yeah.
And they're not comfortable being filmed and you haven't asked them.
Here's my opinion. You want to do this shit, get a home gym.
Oh, and by the way, why is she doing this in front of a mirror? Why is she
Obviously,
streaming in front of a
so
mirror?
her ass is in
Yes,
there.
so you can get the ass shot.
Well, that's
in there.
obvious, yeah.
Because you don't bring a Captain America shield to the gym with you?
Wouldn't be caught dead with it.
Oh, because I bring one all the time. It helps with boxing and everything to have a Captain America shield with you.
I just don't understand how you're that out of touch with reality.
She's the worst. She really is.
I don't
the
know.
worst.
I think some people's hotness just honestly goes to their head, and I don't think it happens that often. Maybe it does. I don't know. Like, you can be a hot person and not be a bag of shit. Do you know that?
I mean, it's possible, but not likely. You're probably going to be a bag of shit. Most likely, genetically, you're just going to have to be a bag of shit.
Aaron picked me because I'm homely.
Red Fox Mad says, pastor saves church members' pubic hair and bathes them. Okay, I'm probably not going to check that one out right now. We're going to get to some FBI shit, but I will definitely open it and save it for later.
I mean, the FBI could get involved on that one.
In the pubic hair thing? Yeah. Your friend Paul pointing out, maybe Twitch is her trainer. That's true. Probably. This was 5 years ago. People are like, oh, she could buy that gym, so on and so forth.
Who cares?
This
Get
was
your
5
own
years
then.
ago, yeah.
Can't you have your own gym if you want to do that shit? That's it.
Kraken Slappin' says she goes straight to being the victim. Yeah.
I'm being phone shamed. Oh my God.
And by the way, this is not women's fault. I've said this before on the show. This is men's fault. This is. The reason Amaranth and people like that are the way they are, it's because of men. It's not because of women.
Men are teaching her
Yes.
how to treat her? You teach people how to treat you.
Yeah, men teach her because they, Darren Orson says it, if you're hot and never get told no, you're probably insufferable. That's what it is. Like, every guy has let her get away with shit that in their own morality, they're not okay with.
And so
they would not let that shit fly if a 260-pound chick told them that.
And she's got, like, it is interesting to me that, like, all these people do have, like, significant others and stuff that must just be with them for, what do you think, money?
Well, she and her husband did that whole gimmick like a year ago.
She's married.
Remember her husband and her did that gimmick a year ago where they pretended to be like in an
Have a
abusive
domestic
relationship
and
and have
stuff,
a domestic, and she was crying. And then all of a sudden everything's fine. She's good. They're all together. Everyone's cool.
And let's not
But
forget.
but remember, he threatened to murder their dogs and everything else.
Let's not really. She said that.
No, I know. She's full of shit.
And let's not forget to, stream all of our disagreements.
Yeah.
Isn't that the most fun is when you and I have a nice fucking Donnybrook and we stream the whole thing?
We always film our fights. You can check it out on the Bad Luck Boys on YouTube. But the Amaranth thing, this would have been easily avoidable. She never would have ended up this way if in high school, college, she would have had boyfriends. And when shit like this gym thing happened, the boyfriend, she went, you wouldn't believe what happened to me at the gym today. It was this. And he looked at it and he goes, honey, you were being fucking insufferable and you were being really rude to these people. What the fuck is wrong? You don't do that at the gym. You see all these people? They didn't ask to be filmed. And you filmed them, and that's why they kicked you out. But because she's hot and they want to fuck her, they go, oh, that is terrible. They were harassing you. It's clearly because you're so beautiful.
Yeah, she's definitely somebody who's had boyfriends since she was 14. And every single time she had something that inconvenienced her, they all said, oh, that is so unfair. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so in many ways, I don't blame the woman. I blame the guys. The guys could put an end to this because look at dudes. Guys change shit about themselves if they're not getting laid. Guys change shit about themselves if women aren't paying attention to them.
Some of them.
Some of them set your car on fire after traveling 700 miles, but I get it. A woman will do the same thing, but women don't have the same social pressure to change for men the way that men do to change for women. Women complain about the pressure more, but men receive more of it. We internalize it. There are a lot more women that end up like Amaranth than men who end up like Amaranth.
Yeah.
Because men, when they're confronted with a situation like this, they're like, oh my God, I'll never get pussy again. What am I going to do? I've told the story in middle school. I changed my entire wardrobe. I made my parents go buy me new clothes because my buddy told me if I kept wearing wrestling shirts, no girl would go out with me.
And look at you.
And now look at
You
me. I
got
wore
snatched.
a Hulkamania shirt yesterday.
You got snatched up and now you can go back to wearing your wrestling clothes.
I got pussy and wrestling shirts. Best of both worlds. Guys, you think I'm just sitting here blowing my own bagpipes on this show? I'm living the advice. Listen to me. I got to wear my wrestling shirts and fuck a hot broad. I can lead you. I'll feed you, baby birds. Sorry, hot broad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, you told me a little bit ago that, well, no, you said that most hot broads are fucking crazy. So I said, yeah, he married me because I was homely and humble.
Right. And then I fixed her. I bought myself an old 67 Chevelle that was rusted out and had no wheels. And I refurbished it from scratch. Remember you had no titties and you were brunette when I met you? And then I gussied you all up?
I would never be a brunette. How dare you?
Garrett Johnson says men enable by giving women, especially hot women, whatever they want and letting them do whatever they want. Why would you expect Amaranth to change if she's never met any resistance? None of us are ever going to change if things are going well.
Right. The only resistance she's met with is women. Like that woman who tried to not kick her out of that gym.
Yeah.
And then, like, in her brain, she's going to be like, oh, well, the guys are fine with it. You're just a bitch. Like, that's where people get to be known as a bitch.
You know what the cure for entitled pretty girls is? Bitchy fat chicks.
No, you just got to watch Mean Girls. You make the entitled girl fat with Kelteen bars.
Yeah, hit them with a bus, I think is what you end up doing.
Wow.
No, but bitchy fat chicks are the answer to pretty girls. Whenever a guy's having a problem with his girlfriend, and he wants to tell her something, but he's afraid there will be a consequence, just bring a bitchy fat chick in and she'll scream at her. And it'll go very well for you. Thank you very much to Bobby with $5, says thanks for the entertainment. Well, thank you, Bobby.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Trooper56, for becoming a member for the 13th month, man. Thank you so much. 2:30 away from today's goal.
Thanks, guys.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I don't know. Want to get it under 200 by the end of the hour? It's only 20 minutes. If you feel like chipping in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, and gifted memberships all count. Thank you guys very much for your support. Sorry, that wasn't me grabbing my heart. I was burping.
Do you need medical support?
Only for my titties. So I wanted to play this clip for you. FBI Deputy Director Paul Abate was being questioned by Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, I believe, about those the tapes that Senator Chuck Grassley told us about. Okay. The Senate is kind of like a soap opera. We have to kind of update you on what's going on.
And they all have very easy acting careers. Politics
can be very entertaining to talk about as long as you don't take it seriously and you know what it is. If you know it's a TV show, an episodic TV show, it actually can be very fun to talk about. If you talk about it like Fox and MSNBC does, like, oh, do you think they can get enough Republicans to vote on the legislation to get it passed through the... Who gives a shit? Give me the soap opera. So here's the soap opera. Chuck Grassley earlier this week said, hey, you know that Burisma scandal with the Chinese, the Ukrainians, and the Romanian nationals all given millions of dollars to the Biden family over the years through this Burisma company? Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, when Joe Biden out of nowhere became president, we immediately started a war between Ukraine and Russia. And Ukraine got hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons and cash, as you would think maybe a payback for the Ukrainian kickbacks.
It's not adding up.
Maybe not. Hey, you know how we went from being as tough as we've ever been on China over 4 years to then being the most lax and allowing China to do whatever they want all over the world? Wouldn't you know this? People with ties to the Chinese Communist Party gave the Biden family millions of dollars in business deals, but it's only because they liked the Burisma company so much.
No, I think Biden was just trying to rectify the harm that the evil President Trump had done to China, the wrongdoings.
That could be it.
Righting the wrong.
Well, Chuck Grassley, and I'm guessing that Ro Jogan has already seen this clip. An FBI deputy director was being interviewed by Marsha Blackburn about Chuck Grassley. Senator Grassley of Iowa said, hey, I've got 19 voice recordings of this Ukrainian national bribing Hunter and Joe Biden and them accepting the bribe. Like, it's all laid out. This Ukrainian guy kept these voice recordings as an insurance policy where if shit ever hit the fan, he could trade this with the Ukrainian or American government to keep himself out of trouble.
Right.
And I'll tell you this, man, if you got proof of you bribing the president and his son, I will give you total immunity if you turn those tapes over.
Oh, hell yeah.
And you can live under the protection of us for the rest of your life if you're exposing the rot and corruption and bribery in our government, which, by the way, our FBI knew about. They don't need this guy's recordings.
I would wager they know about most things. They know about all of it. It's just what's worth talking about. Hey,
they probably helped broker the deal.
I know.
For God's sake.
By the way, Mr. Grassley, is he still kicking? Is he still okay?
He's still, as of right now.
Okay.
We checked on Chuck Grassley. We're checking on him every 3 hours.
Thank God.
At 4:00 this morning, he was okay, but he's due another checkup, I think.
Blessed.
Yeah. So Wasabista nails it. He says it's rare to find a business visionary like Hunter Biden who is so knowledgeable about Ukraine and the natural gas business. Yeah. He knows. He's got it. Well, this is Marsha Blackburn talking to FBI Deputy Director Paul Abate and asking him, hey, how come we didn't know about these 19 voice recordings? How come Chuck Grassley had to find these on his own?
Right.
As the FBI director, we asked for a bunch of documents on Burisma. You sent us a bunch of documents on Burisma. Why weren't these voice recordings included?
Wait. Before you hit play. How does a Chuck Grassley just find these recordings?
I believe it was a Freedom of Information Act request.
I always just wonder, how does a 90-year-old just suddenly stumble upon these big damning recordings?
That's why they call him Big Dick Grassley. All right, let's check it out.
Mr. Abate, I want to come to you because
Mr. Delabate, Baba
Tennesseans are
Booey.
incredibly concerned about the politicization of the FBI. And they have watched the FBI target parents, people of faith, people with conservative values. And I am often asked, what group is going to be next? And how did we get to
the FBI has worked harder at infiltrating school board meetings than they have terrorist organizations in the last 5 years.
It's sick. Well, you know what? I almost just said a sentence there that I felt afraid to say. Isn't that crazy?
Go ahead.
They're probably in with these groups. They know the terrorist group. They know everything that's going on. They know the next steps. They know the next everythings.
Well,
so what's the point?
The FBI has spent more time forming their own neo-Nazi organizations to go protest and make it look like there's a lot of neo-Nazis out there than they have actually protecting America from threats.
Right, plot twist, it's them.
The FBI has spent more time planning a kidnapping of the Michigan governor and then trying to lay it at the feet of right-wing extremists, the plot that they hatched, than they have trying to stop actual foreign attacks on America. It's wonderful. Wait until you hear what this motherfucker did.
To this point, because they have watched the FBI under your leadership draw their guns on a pro-life advocate.
True.
That was stunning to them. That was done in front of his wife and children. They have labeled parents interested in education as domestic terrorists.
That is true as well.
And all parents should be interested and are interested in their children's education. They watched the raid on a former president and a political opponent on his home.
No. Now, in fairness, he did have classified documents in a safe at his house. And April, you tell me right now, because I don't know. If you have the knowledge, you tell me.
Okay.
That's got to be pretty rare. How many other presidents have taken classified documents home with them?
Oh, all of them, Aaron.
Oh, really? Oh.
All of them.
So we've arrested all of the previous former... Oh.
No. Just the one.
So we arrested and indicted Trump, right?
Yes.
And he had classified documents in a safe at his house?
Yes.
Okay, but the current president, it's not like he has classified documents laying around at his house.
How about in a car trunk? In a garage that's left open frequently?
But the trunk was locked, right?
No.
Oh.
Wide open.
Okay.
Who does that?
But they arrested that guy, right?
Oh. Just son, don't do that one again.
Yeah. Oh, Joe, don't you leave those
Silly
classified
Joe.
documents in your Camaro, you freak.
And these have confirmed their worth.
And you know what the worst part about finding classified documents in Joe Biden's trunk of Joe Biden's car in his garage is?
They smell like aqua velva.
All the dead kids you had to move out of the way to get to the classified documents. That's the worst part. When you go into Joe Biden's trunk and there's all these baby corpses and you have to move them physically, move them out of the way, and they're dead weight. So it's not like they're helping you. So you got to move all their little wobbly arms and legs out of the way just so you can pick up these boxes.
Now, is this an allegation or?
This is fan fiction, clearly. But you got to move all these little baby parts and everything in bags marked Planned Parenthood, and you got to move those out of the way because everybody knows that dead children make great paperweights, and that weighed down the classified documents.
My fan fiction is that all those baby corpses are actually the children of Hunter Biden that he didn't want.
Oh, now that could be it too. But I heard that they went into that Camaro and they had to go, what the fuck? Get Jacob Wetterling out of this trunk. We need to get to these classified documents. There we go. What the fuck?
No.
Oh. Anyway, I'm sorry, but yes, the FBI went after Donald Trump for having classified documents in a safe because that's what they do to every president.
Doesn't this just kind of feel like a witch hunt?
Hold on, I'm pausing too much. We haven't even gotten to the actual thing yet. This is about the Burisma scandal.
Worst fears that there are indeed two tiers of justice, and that there is a political cabal within the FBI that sees it that way. Because when Hillary Clinton mishandled information and she wiped her email server with a tool called BleachBit and then beat the mobile devices with a hammer and destroyed those SIM cards.
Wait a minute. Allow me to defend. This is how bad Joe Biden is. I want to defend Hillary Clinton. At least when Hillary Clinton covers her corruption, it's dastardly James Bond villain shit. That's what I like about the Clintons. The Clintons go, you BleachBit, you run that fucking BleachBit program and you wipe those from existence. You fucking take those cell phones and you beat the shit out of them with a hammer. Like they're doing Walter White pulling up to the county jail with a giant magnet in a truck. Joe Biden's like Mr. Magoo, just keeping shit in his trunk.
I like picturing Hillary Clinton like wild with rage, like in her eyes just hammering the shit out of her fucking equipment.
That's what I like about the Clintons is the Clintons are old school dastardly bastards, whereas Joe Biden is a hapless dumb fuck who just I forgot I left those documents in my car.
And golly shucks. And he walks away from everything.
Say what you want about Hillary Clinton. She has documented every single dirty fucking evil thing she's done, knows exactly where it is, and knows exactly when to part company with it.
What if she only turned into that person after Bill got his dick sucked?
Bill's a simp and he created Hillary Clinton.
Bill
That's exactly what it is. Bill's the simp that created Hillary. And her evil is refreshing.
Right.
Because Joe Biden's is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, there is something more annoying about like a stupid evil.
Right.
Like he's not even understanding what he's doing.
If Bill and Hillary get away with doing evil shit, at least you feel like you were tricked and beaten by a supervillain. You're like, well, obviously, that's Dr. Claw. He's going to be, I'm Inspector Gadget. I'm not going to be able to foil this shit.
You don't beat him.
But if you get, if Joe Biden gets away with shit, it feels like Corky the retard beat you, and you're like, I can beat this guy if it was a fair fight. The Clintons, if it was a fair fight, you'd be like, I'd never see the bullet coming. You know?
He's fucking Lenny from Of Mice and Men.
Yes.
Like he's Lennying everything.
You feel like Lenny from Of Mice and Men just beat you at chess.
Ugh, kinda.
I miss the Clintons. Joe Biden is so bad that I miss the Clintons' corruption.
Will you just quit it?
Nope. I miss the good corruption.
Nope. On a bright note, Ms. Blackburn here is kind of a smoke show for her age. She looks good.
When she first got in there, she was really hot.
Oh, she's still hot in my opinion for however old she is.
But Joe Biden, you find the documents in the trunk of his Camaro, right? You know where you find the Clintons' documents? You won't, because they jammed them right up Jeffrey Epstein's asshole. They filled him to the brim full of classified documents and then buried his ass.
He was like a sage-stuffed turkey.
Right.
Fucking lit him on.
They just took their fist and rammed it up Jeffrey Epstein's ass before they killed him.
That's what was in that black book, and they won't talk about it.
Because it's filled with shit. Because they had to pull it out of Epstein's ass after the Clintons shoved it up there.
Oh, just diarrhea stains on every page. Can't stomach looking through it.
Your book is rather do. All right, continue. I'm sorry, Marsha Blackburn talking to the FBI director. We get talking about government corruption, and I just have to tell you guys what I'm a fan of.
Aaron misses the Clintons.
I miss evil. I'm sad that we have stupidity.
Oh, you don't think Mr. Trump is evil? Because some sure seem to.
They're all evil. He's got evil shit about him for sure. But I miss his evil and the Clintons' evil and Bush's evil. And you know what?
His evil is so out front, though. It's his mouth. What else is there?
Bush's evil was my favorite evil. Because you know what Bush's evil was?
Bushy?
Money. It wasn't like sell our secrets to the Ukrainians and the Russians. His was, hey, I got some friends in the oil business that want to rebuild Iraq. Let's bomb the fuck out of those brown people and take over their country, and then you guys can rebuild it.
Yeah, I'm okay not liking that evil.
Yeah, that's old school dastardly evil, but it doesn't have like a worldwide like blowback consequence. Well, I guess it does. 9/11 and whatnot. But you get the idea. I'm saying that his corruption was, hey, this American company gives me a shitload of money. I'll go bomb a country. Whereas Joe Biden is like, you funnel a bunch of money, millions of dollars into my family's pocket. I'll sell off the future of this fucking country and everything we're about to you guys, and I'll let you take over the world. Like, it's just like Joe Biden didn't negotiate his price. Like, they gave him a bunch of money, and they're like, and Joe, we want you to hand over control of the world to us, the Chinese. And he goes, you got it. And it's like,
Okay.
no, Joe, let's haggle a little bit.
Well, the evil of Trump then is that he didn't want China to be in control of the United States. That's his evil. You want to compare the two?
He's got other evil, but it's not
What?
as stupid. I miss smart evil. I don't.
He's a businessman?
Yeah, that's a different kind of evil.
Yeah, I bet.
That's a less harmful evil.
I rest my case.
You all basically said there's nothing to see here. There is nothing to question. And when President Biden mishandled classified documents, there was no raid on his home or on his offices. But you see how President Trump has been handled with this. So it looks like the old playbook of distract and deflect. And the American people have a right to be concerned about this. Now, I want to talk about Senator Grassley's information from yesterday, because when the FBI produced the document that you referred to.
Do you know how I know nothing's going to change? Because this woman is way too calm.
Yeah.
Like, how great would the Senate be if you had a guy, and when he made his speech to the FBI director, he started with, you snakeskin son of a bitch. And there was someone hitting a gavel and like, sir, stop. He's like, no, hold on. Let me talk to this motherfucker a second. Listen to me, you piece of shit. You know you're a rat bastard selling this country down the fuck. Like, we need a Senate full of Alex Joneses
Like-
just screaming at people.
Like Mrs. Blackburn here is still being very political.
Right.
Even though there's some serious shit that you could be angry about.
Yeah.
Like, you're very angry about it, but you're still being very political.
Exactly, but if we had like Farrakhan and Alex Jones screaming at this motherfucker, I mean, sure, they'd look crazy, but that guy would be scared.
Would he, though?
Marsha
because he knows
Blackburn-
he's going to be protected.
Marsha Blackburn is sitting there going, all right, now look, decorum states that I talk to you like I'm a wealthy plantation owner from the old 1800s.
Referred to earlier, relating to the Biden bribery allegations, and you gave that to House Oversight. You all redacted any reference to the fact that the foreign national who allegedly bribed Joe and Hunter Biden had those 17 audio voice recordings. So,
Did you understand what she just said? They turned over the documents regarding the Burisma scandal to the House.
Yeah.
But the part about the guy having 17 voice recordings of the Bidens was blacked out of the documents they turned over.
Right.
They redacted them. They put the black bar across the part that's not like a national security thing. That's not something that needs to be blacked out for the House of Representatives. That's just you not want. That is that base level. You're scared of getting caught, but you're already caught, so you just lie one more time to see if it works. Because that's such a lazy thing to do, right?
So first of all, why did you redact that part of the information?
Senator, first, as I said before, your assertion, or anyone who makes the assertion that the FBI is politicized, I reject it wholeheartedly.
You might as well be puking.
Of
Bullshit.
all the cards the FBI could play, he decided to play righteous indignation. You know what? Bravo, sir. You've got balls. You know, ma'am, I am shocked that you would accuse us of being corrupt and politicized.
How doesn't everybody in that room, whether you have an R or a D behind your name, just fucking sigh and roll their eyes?
I wish,
Why?
see, in the world I want to live in, everyone busts out laughing when he says that. That's the shame I want to see.
Wholeheartedly, it's wrong, and it is not true. The work we do
Okay,
the
Mr.
people I
Abate,
see in
then
the
let me
FBI.
ask you this. You said in your response to Senator Cruz that you and the FBI do your job to the best of your ability. So why don't you tell me what your job is?
Ma'am, I only said that because I really fucking suck at my job. All right? And the best of my abilities is, it's pretty bad.
Anytime somebody has to go to, like, look, I've done everything to the best of my abilities, that means they failed. Right?
That means they fucked up.
For the most part.
Nobody ever does a really good job on something and goes, I did my job to the best of my abilities. Usually when you're saying that, it's because you fucked up and you're in trouble.
In the words of the great Yoda, do or do not. There is no try, sir.
it to defend and shield Joe Biden?
Redacted bribery efforts you did.
I can see your voice is back today.
Voted Democrat you have.
Is your job to protect this country and the Constitution of the United States? Which is it?
And he goes, oops. Is that what my job description is?
Oopsie daisy.
The job of the FBI is to protect the country, keep people safe, and uphold the Constitution of our great country.
So
Period.
why
That's
are
what
you-
we
1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out.
work to do every day objectively. There are not two standards of justice. There is only one. It's applied equally to
Practically
each and
and
every
by
person.
perception, there are two standards, very clear standards of justice in this country. We see it every single day. The American people see this every single day. They look at you and they see a politicized entity that is weaponizing an agency of the federal government against the American people.
That is,
It would be funny if he finally just broke down and went, yeah, I get, no, I see your point. You're right. But like, okay, to my point of like how this is all broken and it'll never get better. Let's say that guy did just say that right now.
Mm-hmm.
What would happen?
Oh, he's going away and you'll never hear about it again?
No, I'm saying like, but what would, like, not him personally. I'm saying what would change if that guy just went, yeah, you're right. That's totally what we do.
Nothing. There's going to be somebody that comes out from the FBI that says, no, that guy was, sick. He's out of his mind, blah, blah, blah.
Or what happens with the FBI is what happened with everyone else during COVID is that the government goes, holy shit, you mean we don't have to hide anymore and we can just tell you exactly what we're doing and you guys won't do shit about it? Oh, that's such a relief. We don't have to lie anymore.
You're right. It would flip to no. Yeah, you're right. There are two standards of justice. And basically, if you land on the conservative side of things, you will be.
You're a Nazi.
There's a miscarriage of justice on that end.
it's not the FBI that I see, Senator.
That is not the FBI you see. There are a lot of good people that work for the FBI, but you have a political cabal there. So why did you decide to conceal the information in that revelation to the House Oversight Committee? Why did you redact all of that pertaining to the phone calls?
We have exceptional people within the
You're not
FBI,
answering the
very
question.
best.
Why did you redact that
And they
information?
work relentlessly every day to keep this
You
country
chose
safe
not
and
to
to protect
reveal
people.
that the
Period.
calls were there, and Senator Grassley found it out anyway. Is that accurate?
With regard to the
You chose to redact it, yes or no?
we often redact documents to protect
So you
sources
chose
and
to
methods.
redact the fact that there are 17 voice recordings, 2 of those with the now president. You chose to redact that and not to give that to House Oversight.
Well, yes, ma'am. I would have been fired by the president. That'd be funny if he was like,
Or
well, yeah,
worse.
the president's my fucking boss. He would fire me if I told everyone what a corrupt piece of shit he is.
Okay, but what was it worth? Did you get the shit out there? All right.
Yeah, they're like, well, we redacted it so we could protect our source. Your fucking source called our senator to tell him he had them.
Nice.
I have
Is
no
that
idea
accurate?
if there are voice recordings or not. What I will tell you with
Oh my
respect to
God.
the
You have
document,
no-
the document was redacted to protect the source, as everyone knows.
Well, then
and this is
let-
a question of life
My
and death.
time has-
Potential-
Yeah, but the source already told us. What?
It's been given up.
Yes.
This is insane.
Yeah.
Expired. But I think it would be helpful if when you came before us, if you were willing to answer the questions, it would help to remove the perception that the American people have, because this is what they see. They see you do it every day. And
Yeah, I mean, basically she's being really professional, but what she's trying to say is the old Mike Tyson line, you're a real rat piece of shit.
Yes, but I hate that falls on deaf ears. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. $5 from KF Sage says, we need Jordan Peterson's opinion on current events. Uh-oh. He always gives us the good Jordan Peterson clips.
Thank you.
Yeah. Laughing Lion says he answers like Chat GTP talking about race. kind of the same thing. Look, we're just trying to protect people. That's all we're trying to do.
The nerve, though. Like, I don't know if these recordings actually exist. I don't know if them.
225 away from today's goal. Jesus. 225 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, there's the links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Also, hit the thumbs up. I know we were at like 220 something at the top of the last hour or in the middle of the last hour. Go ahead and hit like. Throw a thumbs up at us. We really appreciate that. It helps the algorithm, helps get the show out to more people. We do appreciate you doing that. It does mean a lot. Hit the thumbs up. Hit subscribe. We're only 45 subscribers away from 10,000. We're really hoping to get there by the end of the week. Definitely by the first day of summer, which is, I think, Tuesday. So please, if you want to check it out, hit subscribe, hit like. If you want to contribute, please do. Jordan, don't go to an inferior show when you've got a better one you're listening to, and certainly don't announce it. That's just so hack. All right, let's go to Jordan Peterson talking about current events. I want to, Sage sent this, so I'm playing this blind.
Can we turn up the AC again? I am super hot. Hey, let me lay out for everybody who's watching and listening. Scrappy 2 has been found dead in Miami. I love kids. They're beautiful. And I've diddled 50 million. You guys...
Oh, no. No. Why are we doing this to the Dr. Jordan Peterson?
Allegations.
Oh,
that was brutal.
Jordan.
Jarring.
Be sure you watch the words you're using in all your speeches so nobody can do this to you.
How many would you have to diddle per day to get to 50 million, by the way?
You should ask an owl in a tree like in the Tootsie Pop commercial. Maybe he'll be able to.
Wow.
You guys can hear me? Let's fucking go. We're back. Thoughts on the Jews? Well, somebody's got to have the damn money. One of the
No, actually, you took that from one of my programs.
things that you want to do when someone asks you a question is that you want to take a look at the question. Well, that's kind of a stupid question because you're stupid, and people who are stupid tend to ask stupid questions.
My question is, what is this listening posture?
God, boring. You should kill yourself, which is what Hitler did. I will.
This is brutal.
The internet really likes fucking with old Jordan Peterson, don't they?
Ripping his anus wide open.
And he's so, the thing about what makes it so funny is that he's such a sincere guy. He's so serious. He never jokes. So to, cut him up into, everyone in this room should K themselves. That's what Hitler did. It's, he speaks so heavy and he speaks on such weighty issues to tear it down to, goofy silliness is just, it's always funny to me.
Do you think his head explodes if he ever sees these?
He does not do criticism well.
No,
He doesn't handle it very well. He responds to the smallest guy ripping on him.
I feel like this would be a bad day in the Peterson household.
I will kill most of us in this room, myself as well. George Orwell wrote a line that I've never forgotten, and I just forgot it. Anyways, there's no such thing as blindness, and I mean that technically. Our eyes have ears. No, our eyes have evolved so that we can see what we're looking at.
All right, I don't like this shit.
Try building a rat. The thing about rats is they're complete bloody pushovers. The big rat, he goes, "Rah," but not really, right? He goes, "Rah," which I imagine is somewhat, humiliating for the little rat, but he's the little rat, so he goes, "Rah." You can take your dog and whack him like that.
I'm a high school.
People have complimented me on my penis, which is not small. That was a joke. Ha ha. Very funny. Not.
Oh, that was very funny. Thank you, Sage. Always nice to have my Jordan Peterson cut-ups.
That was fun.
Oh, God. It's silliness. It's just absolute silliness. It goes nowhere. Dr. Steve says, got to get into work. Great show. Thank you, Dr. Steve. Always nice to hear from the doc. Nice to know that the doctor's out there.
Thank you.
Two people who, one will write in the chat and one I'll hear reference our shit on other people's shows that he heard. Dr. Steve. He'll check in every once in a while. And then Alex Stein. I'll see Alex Stein on somebody else's show and he'll be like,
nice.
Oh, I was watching Steel Toe and they were talking about this. And I'll be like, oh, fucking Alex is watching the actual show. Because the thing he'll reference wasn't a clip we put out. Alex is just turning on the old Steel Toe and going,
quietly watching.
See what they're talking about. He's like, I think Marsha Blackburn's really hot. She might be hotter than AOC. I want to fuck her.
I'd say that.
My Alex Stein is turning into Kevin Brennan a little bit.
Well, they are mixing.
AOC doesn't sell tickets. See, they're becoming both. They're twins.
They're doing the show together too much.
Yes, they're doing too much work together. To kind of wrap up this Burisma thing, Network News spent 291 minutes covering Trump's indictment this week.
Mm-hmm.
And 0 minutes and 0 seconds on the Biden Burisma bribery scandal. So ABC, NBC, Fox, CBS, 291 minutes on Trump getting indicted, 0 minutes and 0 seconds on proof that our president was bribed by foreign nationals to do their bidding.
So, when somebody like me with my personality hears that and I think about it too long, I go insane. I'm upset. I'm angry. I'm like, how do people not see this and see the clear injustice being done? But it doesn't matter. No. It doesn't matter if you're worked up or not. Like, it's just how it is now.
See No Evil says Jordan Peterson is the very definition of pseudo-intellectual. Yeah, I don't see Jordan. I think Jordan Peterson talks a certain way, so people think he's really smart. I look at Jordan Peterson and I see a guy like hanging on by a thread. I'm like, this guy is way too high strung.
What happens if that thread snaps?
Oh, boy. Then I will kill everyone in this room.
And my penis is not small.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson is one of those guys who people love him, clean your room, bucko, and all that stuff. All right, I get it. But I just look at him because I look at people when I listen to them at the same time. Mm. And when I look at Jordan Peterson, his eyes and face speak louder to me than his words do. And I look at him and I go, dude, fucking relax. Like, I just see Jordan Peterson and he's the physical embodiment of tension. He's just
uptight, but somehow monotone.
The world is going to end soon, and the world is fucked. And if we don't fix the world and the lobsters, then we're not going to clean our rooms. It's like, dude, have a drink.
The lobsters.
Just fucking chill out a little bit. Go watch some golf,
The Golf Channel's remarkably relaxing, I found out.
Kelly Berger says, Biden is boring in everything, even in scandals. Yeah, like his scandals are even boring. Oh, he took some money from some Chinese and Ukrainian people to do their bidding.
Okay, Hunter's...
It's pretty A to B.
Hunter's not boring, though. That guy's like the opposite of boring.
But, Hunter should have been president, not Joe. He would have been way more entertaining. See No Evil says a benzo addiction will do that to you. That's true. He had a rough go with, he claims it was apple cider vinegar, but... Some of us think it was drugs.
I've used apple cider vinegar for...
He said he drank apple cider vinegar and he lost his fucking mind.
No, I used to do that too for like stomach issues.
Yeah.
You're fine.
The Happy Plague Doctor says Jordan Peterson being called a pseudo-intellectual by anyone in this crowd is pretty rich. Hey, we're not intellectual here.
No.
I can call him a pseudo-intellectual because I'm a retard. So, therefore... Totally fine.
You actually can't be hired here unless you're retarded.
Yeah. If you're intelligent in any way, shape, or form, and if we say, hey, man, how do you feel about just making shit up as you go for a goof because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? And you go, it's against my ethics. I go, get the fuck out of here.
Aaron and I actually only married each other because we figured that nobody else deserved our retardedness.
No, we just figured, you know what? As far as stupid goes,
Stupid is as stupid
let's just
does.
keep stupid around, and then that way we can make fun of the smart people. And it doesn't hurt them because they're smarter than us. And it doesn't hurt us because we're stupid and we're too stupid to realize that they're smart. So it's perfect.
Oh, no.
Schnoop123 Jimbo says Jordan Peterson is too smart for us. Yeah. I bet you if you rubbed that guy's shoulders, it would feel like knocking on granite.
Yeah, but that's me too. Can you be the total opposite and just be so retarded that your shoulders are so tense all the time? I'm like stressed that I'm that retarded.
I'm chilled from my retardation.
See, I'm not.
My retardation chills me like shrimp.
I'm a block of rock.
SH says, I don't know how he handled the benzo thing. He's still not said he was addicted to them. Just admit it. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, dude, he had like a wife who had cancer. His daughter was fucking Andrew Tate. Like, you get to pop some pills if that's happening.
I forget about that.
Andrew Tate kind of came into prominence because he was tied to Michaela Peterson.
No fucking way.
Yeah. Weren't they the ones who were pitching like the meat farts diet or whatever? Like you should only eat meat?
Don't talk to me about a meat fart diet. That sounds gross.
Like I said, I make shit up as I go.
There's not a diet called a meat fart diet.
No, it's a meat diet, but I assume the farts are dreadful. $225 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, if you'd like to chip in, please do. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so I'm still continuing to be very skeptical of this Nazi rally that was held at Disney the other day.
Okay, why?
So they claimed that, like, the media showed these videos and pictures of all these people holding Nazi flags at Disney, and they were big Ron DeSantis supporters. And look at these guys supporting DeSantis and waving Nazi flags. And I'm like, this is clear. Like,
were they glowing?
We've been watching this too much now. These are federal agents. These are law enforcement people that are trying to shit on DeSantis and make him look bad by showing him with Nazi supporters.
You skip by these people with your churn and you say, hello, federal agents.
They're all wearing masks. They're all wearing the balaclavas. And when they get arrested, they've still got the fucking masks on. So I decided to dig deeper into this and go, okay, I need to prove that these are feds. I can't just say it. That's lazy. Well, wouldn't you know, guys, the organization that actually put this whole thing together, they're a brand new hate group that was just recently established called the Order of the Black Sun.
Yep.
You can't say that this was like neo-Nazi hillbillies when you give it a fucking FBI type name. That is an FBI operation name. Operation Order of the Black Sun.
Won't you come?
Won't you come? Won't you come?
God, this feels so douchey.
Oh.
Right. You can't. Isn't that stupid? Like, you can literally look up, like, oh, this group just organized and just, like, got certified, whatever the fuck, signed up for something.
Look, they just started. Isn't that amazing? This group that showed up with Nazi flags. So that means that a group of people just got together recently and went, you know, I know we're grown men, and I know we've never done this before, but you know what we ought to start doing? Go into Disney with Nazi flags. We'll call ourselves the Order of the Black Sun.
I don't believe it.
Could you stop thinking like feds for a minute and think like the rest of us?
That is the thing. It's like, wow, I just went to a weird place. It's kind of like trans women who like portray what they think women act like. That's what the feds are doing too. They're like trying to portray what they think a white supremacist group would be like.
Right, but the problem is they're like the Jew hunter says about German soldiers. He's like, they can only think like FBI agents.
Right.
So that's their problem. CK Benzona's right. They just borrowed them from Ukraine. They grabbed a few Azov guys and said, hey, you can go over to Disney. And
they're American funded.
Garrett Johnson says, but Aaron, that's a conspiracy theory. You're a conspiracy theorist. You need to watch more CNN, Fox, MSNBC, CBS, ABC. Well, right. So I'm not even saying what something is. I'm just reading what they're telling me it is, and I'm extrapolating and going, well, that clearly sounds like a Fed operation.
You need to get rid of that tinfoil hat you're wearing.
I suppose. I mean, I see a bunch of I see 5 guys wearing masks and waving Nazi flags outside of Disney, and I'm supposed to believe that just 5 hillbillies from Florida decided to all dress in the same thing and wave swastika flags one day outside of Disney out of fucking nowhere? You can't go online and find an organization for this. You can't go online and find like an event that people posted about. They all just kind of showed up with their Nazi flags.
Hear me out on something.
Yeah.
Where in the United States do we print Nazi flags?
Yeah, where are they getting their Nazi flags?
I would really, like, if you were really doing your job and wanted to figure out where these groups are coming from, if you really truly claim they're not feds, where did they get them printed? Who's doing it?
Well, Hobo Chili Recipe points out, listen, I wasn't there, so it's not legit. Hobo Chili Recipe would have known.
He's the guy.
He's the guy.
With the information.
D. Gulag says it was just a steel toe fan gathering.
Okay.
Yeah, they were being ironic. So
I disavow.
So the ADL finds out about OBS, the Order of the Black Sun. Wouldn't you know, it's a white supremacist network that formed just months ago. Just
out of the blue.
Out of thin air.
Well, that's fine.
Poof.
OBS always crashes, so they won't last long.
The demonstration outside the children's theme park was its first ever rally. And again, it's so perfect. So like the FBI has been embarrassed how many times? Like in these protests and stuff when these guys get arrested and we find out they're feds, or they all dress like feds, or like the Justice for J6 thing where only FBI federal agents showed up and none of the other, because the other people smelled Fed operation from a mile away.
Guys, yeah, it's like a cologne. They all wear it.
So the problem is they leave a paper trail and people can find it and they can go, oh, these are clearly feds. So they go, I have an idea. Let's form the group just a month or two before we do the actual thing. And that way nobody can trace its lineage. It looks brand new and there's no track record to look at.
Right.
And that'll look way less suspicious. Mr. Approachable says, exactly. We know they're feds because it was real. Most of the people in this chat would have seen it in the agenda section of the meeting. See? There you go.
Anyone who's having like swastika printed anything in this country should be a clear red flag, unless you're a Fed that had that done somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
most people
nobody puts that order in.
Most people protesting something like for Ron DeSantis would see the guy with the Nazi flag and they'd immediately go, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Get out of here.
Yeah.
You are fucking this whole thing up. Like, nobody's going out there protesting for DeSantis and then sees some guy come waddling up to join their protest with a Nazi flag and goes, oh, yeah, welcome in.
No. That's a get off my side moment.
Yeah. You grab that flag. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you know they're already calling us Nazis? We're not going to have the goddamn flag here. Are you crazy?
Hide that shit. We only have chest tattoos.
Yeah. Spy Pigeon says, 07, everyone. I'm late. Had a job interview today. Hey, congratulations. Aww. I hope it went well, and I hope you get the gig.
Nice.
Let's go to Pennsylvania. I hate this lady.
Whoa.
This lady
That's
is my
off-brand for you.
Like, as far as my misogyny goes, this puts me into malfunction.
Are you tweaking?
I hate this woman so, and you guys will too. All of you will hate. This is going to be one of those lovely stories where by the end of this, we all hate the same person.
Okay.
This is going to be one of those movies where there's a clearly defined villain. There's no shades of gray, nothing like that.
No
it's
questions.
just, you know who the bad guy is right off the bat.
Okay.
A veteran ended his life, shall we say. Aww. And the reason he ended his life is because he decided to marry, or he decided to date a dirty, rotten, reeks of horse shit and piss and demon spawn and devil blood and piece of shit fucking whore. The shit she did. They're trying to say with this story that what she did was wrong and immoral, but it wasn't illegal, and they're trying to get her off on the charges.
Lucky girl.
If you don't know about this story, we're gonna play it for the first time here. This one's out of Pittsburgh. There's a special place in hell for this woman. If there's not a law that she broke, make one and charge her retroactively.
Okay.
Check this out.
Tonight, a local woman is facing felony charges in connection with her ex-boyfriend's suicide.
The Westmoreland County District Attorney says the woman repeatedly sent him heinous and graphic messages.
As Chris Hoffman reports, her lawyer says there's more to the story.
So do you remember that high school girl who kept bullying her boyfriend?
Yeah, I do.
And telling him that he should
and said that he should end it and things like that, which is clearly not the thing to do.
I believe she ended up going to jail.
God willing.
I think she went to jail.
According to state police troopers who were part of this investigation, they say some of the bullying and messages were the worst they've ever seen in a case like this.
This is the next level or the most extreme.
Okay, look. In a serious story about bullying, don't put this guy on the screen. This is difficult for me.
I'm so thankful you're on board with this with me.
It's really hard for me to look at Senator Rourke's son from Sin City after the operations and not bully him a little bit.
Why are his eyes so close together?
Why does his head look like that? How does that work? How did you get that way? Why are you this?
Why are you so round?
It's everything about you. There are no edges.
Why does it look like Humpty Dumpty's on your shoulders?
I can't. There's no corner. If you said, hey, man, go to the corner of this guy's head and turn around, I'd just go and I wouldn't be able to find a corner. Your fucking head is a cul-de-sac.
He disproves, like, wholeheartedly every flat earther idea out there because he's a perfect sphere.
Yeah, I mean...
He has his own gravity pull.
I couldn't sail off the edge of this guy's head. I would just keep going around and down and all of it.
Bring it around town.
Oh, man. This is supposed to be an anti-bullying story. Don't put this guy on there.
I want to crack his head and fry him for breakfast.
Oh, don't you? I mean, don't you just want to see what's in there?
Aren't you just kind of hungry now?
It looks like one of those toy eggs that kids have that they crack open and there's a bunch of smaller toys inside of it.
Oh, the Hatchimals.
Yeah.
He's a Hatchimal.
I want somebody to do an unboxing video with this guy's skull.
On the reel with the kids' toys thing, he kind of looks like a Cabbage Patch doll. Without hair.
Why did they smush his eyes, nose, and mouth into such a little area when there's so much space?
They took that Snapchat filter that like does this to your face. It snatches your face right in the middle.
Bro, let this guy's eyes breathe a little bit. There's plenty of room.
Dude, if he tries to look at the end of his nose, he's never going uncross-eyed.
Yeah. This guy's head is a population geographical breakdown of the state of Minnesota. All of the people are right in this little area here, and then all the land is up here and over here and over. Like, this is Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Yeah, I'm following.
This is just everything else.
If you were to pull up an ostrich egg and put it next to him, I couldn't tell the difference.
Oh, man. Almost looks like this looks like a filter.
The amount of bullying that I've seen, read about, heard about anywhere where someone is constantly telling someone to end their life.
According to the criminal complaint, the messages started in June of 2020 and lasted for more than a year. 35-year-old Mandy Roosh of Greensburg is accused of telling her ex-boyfriend to take his own life on several...
Now, the only problem with this story this is the only hurdle guys have to clear with this story.
What?
Would you?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, okay. But no, personality can't count.
I'm not going personality. There's something you can always tell about somebody's eyes if they're fucking crazy or not.
Eyes.
She's got the big, look at this. Look at this. Are you going out with this?
Dark eyes, lifeless eyes, like a doll's eyes.
She also does her eyebrows, which I think is sus.
You know what's really tragic about this story? If you would take her eyes and swap them out with that police officer's eyes, both of them would have better heads.
Even now.
Yeah. She should have gotten his eyes and he should have gotten her eyes.
Okay, you asked me. Now, would you?
That's a mug shot, so she probably cleans up pretty well. I think I would.
God, you know what else I don't like? Just like physical wise, like not even making assumptions.
Her bad skin?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's really oily, but then look at this. She's got this, like this droop, and then she's got this.
No, wait a minute. Now, April, in
This
fairness,
bothers me.
April, she's exhausted. She's been trying to get a veteran to K himself for a long time.
Fuck her eyes. I'll leave her eyes out of it. This. That line somehow ages you for me. I don't like it.
You know what? I'm not going to spoil the movie for you. You're young. You're vibrant. You look fantastic. I'm not going to spoil the movie.
You have gone on record on this show before saying I will probably die in my 50s. And I'm out of here when I'm 30 anyway, so what do you care, Mr.
I just didn't want you to make fun of this woman and create
I'm not making fun.
Cosmic problem for yourself. Oh my God.
Look at that karma coming to roost in your throat.
The Lord is force choking me for being a misogynist.
Are you turned on?
A little bit. I came, actually.
Occasions. The messages threatened the ex he would never see their daughter, owed Roosh money, and some messages contain explicit images, videos, or themes.
You're talking about probably
Oh, you didn't? Okay, so they're not going to say it in this story. She sent him videos of her fucking another dude.
Okay.
She was telling him to end it. She was saying, you'll never see your kid again. And then when he still didn't do it, she sent him videos and images of her fucking a guy.
I don't care. I don't think I care what like somebody would have done to me, what like a man did to me. I'm never sending a picture of me having sex with another
Oh, you're not saying that you wouldn't have sex with another man. You're just saying you would never send the pictures
That's not what
of
I
it.
said.
I get that. I get it. Because you don't want to get caught.
Are you serious? Are you for real right now?
Of course not. When am I ever?
Three of the biggest triggers you could have when it comes to trying to make someone feel awful.
Troopers were called out to the man's apartment in June of 20...
Yeah, show her taking some dick. That'll really ruin your weekend.
See, to me, though, I don't know who's fucking that. Like, I didn't think she was that hot.
You haven't seen her tits yet.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
2021, after friends became concerned about his well-being. By the time they had gotten there, he had taken his life. Roosh's attorney, Phil DeLacente, says suicide is terrible, but says this situation is a lover's spat.
Other not-so-nice things exchanged both ways. said to one another, and it resulted 2 years later, over 2 years later, of her being charged.
The Westmoreland County.
Well, that's because it's a hard thing to investigate. Like, you have to figure out what you can charge her with and exactly what crime she committed, because, again, it is a crime of suggestion, and I do get that. And if you want to make a slippery slope argument that if, hey, you text something to someone and they end up doing it, should everybody who does that be held accountable and have to, like, go to jail for it?
Zumach might be in prison right now because he encouraged a lady to do that once.
Right. So I don't.
That's in writing.
But, I mean, you can't really shit on that guy because he's her lawyer. Like, he has to do the best job he can to defend this piece of shit. Even he's saying, this is never a good spot you're in when your lawyer does this public interview. Look, is she an unscrupulous piece of shit, horrible, evil bitch? Of course she is.
But
you don't go to jail for that.
Did he fuck?
No. Anytime your lawyer starts out with, yeah, my client's a total piece of shit, but they're not guilty of the crime.
She looks scary.
Yeah, she looks like she might be a handful.
She looks like a handful.
No.
DA says Roos's ex may still be alive today if those messages hadn't encouraged him to take his own life. De La Sente argues the state is using a new statute that has barely been used. He says anytime a child is involved in a broken relationship, emotions are high.
We just have very emotional words conveyed to another.
The DA says the level of bullying and harassment rose to a criminal level. They looked at several similar cases before pursuing charges.
They felt that this was more severe than most of the cases that they had reviewed, where the person was found guilty.
My God, if we're going to start prosecuting people for sending harsh texts to one another versus it being verbally communicated, then we're in a different path in our legal system.
I'm sure there was never any verbal altercations going on.
This guy, I can appreciate that this man is doing his absolute best. I understand that this guy is really trying to do the best he can for his client, but Jesus Christ, man.
How do you sleep at night? I never understand that.
On a big pile of money?
I hope so.
If you're a defense attorney?
I really hope that's the only answer.
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Familiar Human does say, who listens to women anyway?
My problem with like broken relationships, even if kids are involved, is always like, you're broken up. You won. Like, that's the thing. You don't have to send him videos.
You're fucking.
And texts and stuff.
Yeah.
You're having sex with somebody else. You've won.
Warren Gordon says, most obvious red flag, her name is Mandy with an IE instead of a Y. That's a good point.
Well,
There's something about the way your parents spell your name that somehow seeps into your brain.
So is it then the parents' fault?
Bring everybody in for a lineup. Bring them all in. We got to get to the bottom
Like
of
naming
this.
somebody Candy. And you spell it
Yeah,
like that.
then you're pretty much sentencing
Or
her.
Crystal.
Zen Rhino says, if I get charged every time I told someone to KYS, I'd be a lifer. Yeah, I mean, I get it. She's a horrible... Like, this was not like one message where she did this. This was months-long harassment of her telling him this every single day.
After they were split.
Yeah, and then threatening that he'll never see the kid, and then the porn she was sending him and shit like that. There's got to be, again, I'm not a legal scholar, so I can't say what she should be charged with and what she should go to jail for. I just know that this is such a fucked up thing that she did that there should be some kind of consequence.
Doesn't seem like a very fit parent in my eyes.
No.
Maybe that's the punishment.
Hopefully the dude she's fucking has a little more sense, because you got one dead parent and one really shitty one.
You know what? There's a really healthy foster home for that child somewhere.
Maybe that's it. Boys and girls, we are 225 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, chip into the show. We've only got 2 more goals. We got today and tomorrow. That's it. And we can knock those out. If you'd like to contribute to our listener-supported show, that is how we make our money and keep this thing going. 225 is the number today. If we hit it, we add 30 minutes onto the end of the show in about 1 hour and 25 minutes, about an hour and a half. We'll rattle the cans and see if we can get enough drops in the bucket to keep this program going. 225 is the goal right now. How about a little rally?
Let's knock her out.
We'll get a rally going, and we'll get this thing within striking distance in no time. 225 away. If you feel like contributing, there you go. PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, the like. Super Chats, memberships, and gifted memberships are all great.
Super Chats.
Stephen Weisfeld says Chad did the same thing to a person who had mental issues. Yeah, but they didn't do anything about it. So,
But what if they did?
You kind of luck out if they end up being a little stronger than maybe you wanted them to be.
Right. Good for that, victimized person or whatever you want to call him, I guess.
That
but
lady.
There's literal documentation out there of Chad telling somebody to do that. And I wanted to ask you because I was thinking to myself really hard after Zen's comment about how if he got in trouble every time he said that. Like, have you ever said that to somebody and meant it?
Like directly to their face or
in a text?
No, I don't think I have.
either.
I've said it about people I don't know. Like I've said it like talking about news stories
Yes.
or anything like that.
Like kid touchers or something. Absolutely.
Yeah, I've said that. Or like just, celebrities I didn't like.
Oh.
But look, you do a talk show for long enough, you say some wild shit.
I hear you. I'm sure I'm getting there, but...
Eric K says he also threatened to dox a potato. Well, yeah, that's very recent. That's in the last 24 hours. Chad has threatened to dox a potato. Like, you want to talk about people who just shouldn't be on the internet and should be taking care of themselves? If you're online being serious and yelling and screaming and hollering about how you're going to dox a guy who is a cartoon potato on the internet, you can't tell people you're winning. You can't tell people that you're doing really well. And you can't be telling people that, you're this crazy guy who shouldn't be fucked with. You're clearly unstable if you're telling people, I'm going to tell you everything there is to know about this potato guy.
What are you going to do? Find his family hill of potatoes and dig it up?
Yeah, what are you going to do? Go in there with a shovel and dig up the whole field? I don't know.
Turn them into fries.
I don't know if I'm being punked here, Stephen Taylor, because people like to fuck with me on Vikings news.
Okay.
He's saying rumors that Trey Lance may be headed to Minnesota. Let's take a look. Don't see it. Don't see it. Don't see it. Yeah, Trey Lance is going to be starting for the 49ers.
Do you have to put Vikings behind it? Yeah.
I'll put Vikings in there, but May 9th, trade proposal, Nets Vikings quarterback Trey Lance from the 49ers. That's back on May 9th.
It's back.
Yak. Sorry.
I think it's cute because usually I'm the one with the disgusting Midwest accent.
Trey Lance is not going to end up in Minnesota this year. I think the rosters are pretty much set. Although I did hear that Dalvin Cook could be coming back. That if he doesn't get enough money going somewhere else, he may sign here for less money.
Okay, isn't there a weird part of that then where you have like a what the fuck? The quarterback of the Jets now, the fucking guy, Aaron Rodgers. Don't you have like an Aaron Rodgers then mentality of like, oh, this team clearly doesn't want me here?
No, because it was a business thing. It was the Vikings saying, we're not going to pay you this much fucking money to be a running back.
Okay, so
here.
that was it.
And they cut it. This happens a lot, actually. A guy will get cut from his team. He'll go test the free agent market. He'll find out nobody's paying that much for a running back. And he'll be like, well, I still like you guys and I want to play here.
Well, that's good then.
I'll give you guys, like we were going to pay him like $12, $13 million this year. So if we cut him loose and then we re-sign him for like $6, not bad. Granny Loves Anal says, no, they are saying Purdy is going to start and they're going to deal Lance. All right, well, maybe Steven had a point there. I don't know. Don Lemonzade says Cook has max 2 seasons left. Yeah, he's going to be 28 this year.
He gets injured a lot too.
And running backs get old very, very fast. So
wasn't
see.
last year his healthiest season he's had?
Yep, healthiest season he's had. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we get him back. This is a dastardly evil bitch, this next story. Not as dastardly and evil as the last woman. We're kind of scaling down.
Another one.
Our dastardly evil bitches for today.
All right.
There's a woman in this Daily Mail article. She was a former Olive Garden server. And, you know, the great thing about the internet is that for talk shows like this, you're never short of things to talk about because everybody has an Instagram or they've got a TikTok or a Facebook or a Twitter where they can make themselves news if the thing they post goes viral enough.
Okay.
So if this woman, like who just quit her job at an Olive Garden, has a good Olive Garden story, this is something we never would have heard about 30 years ago. But if it goes viral on the internet, all of a sudden we all get to talk about this woman's crazy fucking Olive Garden story.
Sure.
So I kind of, as a guy who, you know, creates content, talks about stuff, I like this.
You'll eat this shit up like breadsticks.
But those of us who have been servers in restaurants. Now, I've been a server. April, I believe, was a scullery maid. Is that what you were when you were in the restaurant business?
What the fuck?
What were you?
I was a prep cook / helped the servers / catering.
Okay, scullery maid.
Scullery maid?
Essentially.
Well, how old are you?
It's an old medieval term.
Yeah, get out of here.
Kitchen wench. Right?
Well, that was true, too.
Okay, kitchen wench. So I was a server. I was one of the high-end people.
Why don't you put your nose up higher?
At a family restaurant that served a lot of hash browns. That's how high class we were. But anyway, this woman worked at an Olive Garden for 2 years.
Yes.
And she basically, in this post, admitted that she robbed the place blind in order to get better tips. You know how you watch Bar Rescue and you find out that, you know, this whole time that your bartenders have been pouring you really stiff drinks and you've been tipping them really well, that's basically theft from the bar? I didn't realize that until I watched Bar Rescue. We're like, oh, yeah, that's right. They're taking the owner's booze, pouring too much of it, charging them for another amount, and then you're going to tip them better, so they're basically stealing right from the business.
I kind of learned that in the kitchen, because if you made the portions bigger than they were supposed to be, you're technically giving away too much money that he spent on that food.
Right.
So
with this story, tell me this isn't like just fucking blatant theft that this 21-year-old is bragging about. A former Olive Garden employee has revealed how she doubled her tips after giving out free desserts to customers that she, quote, hit it off with.
Yep.
Now, her name is Thais Rodriguez. It's not Mrs. Olive Garden.
No.
She's not the owner of the Olive Garden, so it's not her shit that she's giving away.
I've seen this before. The desserts are a very big thing where it's like, man, my table's really just been killing it out there. I've, got a great rapport with them. Can you just whip me up a quick sundae or a pop over with some whipped cream?
But that, every time you do that, you're stealing like $10 from the business.
Yeah, but as a kitchen worker, too, you see the servers asking you for shit, and you're like, well, they must have paid for it, right? So you give it to them.
Oh, man. And then you get a really nice tip. You get like a 35% tip.
I didn't get tip shares.
And then, you just, oh, man, how'd you get 30% tips? That's crazy. Oh, I just give people free shit. Like your boss calls you in. How'd you make $200 tonight? I gave away all your stuff.
So at your restaurant, did you guys not put all tips, so to speak, in a jar and like divide it between the servers at the end of the night?
If you worked on the weekdays, you just directly tipped out the host and the hostesses.
Wow.
On the weekends, you took out like a certain percentage of your tips, and they put it in a jar, and every month they cracked it open and split it up amongst the kitchen staff.
Wow. See, kitchen staff did not get tips at my restaurant unless we were working a catering event. That's it.
I hated cleaning glass. If one of your shutdown jobs at the end of your shift was clean glass, I would always throw a nice 20 at one of the high school kid servers. They clean the glass for me. Very nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
But your name was on it technically, like it was on the schedule, like Aaron cleaned that glass. What if they did a shit job and you
No, servers did that all the time. Servers, like, some people hated restocking pies, like cutting out the pies and restocking them.
That's the best fucking part.
So we just give $10-$20 to one of the hostesses and go, here, do this. And then you knock off 15-20 minutes early.
If you got some loose broken ends of pies or the crumble topping for the rhubarb pies in the summer, and
you just steal.
Just eat it.
I see.
That was so fucking good.
So this chick, she said that providing sweet treats on the house worked wonders for boosting your income. Wow, really? That's amazing. You mean you discovered this really crazy way of boosting your bottom line as a server called, stealing.
It's not stealing per se.
Guys, I found a great way to make extra money for myself. How'd you do it? I stole from the company. Wow, I never thought of that one. That's brilliant. The approach may raise a few eyebrows, but Thais said she never worried about it being illegal. Right, because who does? That's what I always did when I held up banks. Remember I told you when I was in college I got by holding up banks?
Yeah, I remember. It's part of the reason I was interested.
Right, and I always said that I never worried about getting arrested because I didn't really worry about it being illegal.
Look, the difference between me and her, me eating the desserts in the kitchen when they got screwed up or something like that, I was like, I knew that wasn't kosher.
Yeah, right.
I did it anyways because I was hungry and underpaid.
Everybody who works in a restaurant pilfers.
I considered that my tips.
Right. I feel like the restaurant owners, because you can't be there 24 hours a day, they consider some of the theft baked in, like it's the cost of doing business.
Motherfucker, he did some stuff in there too. He pulled some shit in the kitchen with me and other women, and I'm like, you know what? I did fuck up that popover, and I'm gonna eat it. That's mine now.
Yeah, See No Evil says all bartenders skim. Dude, if I had change from tips and I had like 90 to 95 cents, I'd put it in the till and grab a buck.
See, no, I never did that.
Well,
Mine
you
was
ate
all
the product.
food related.
So you probably
somebody else wasn't eating it.
So you probably stole way more than I did.
No, this is real though. Like it's
I
kind of
did
like,
a nickel or a dime at a time. You were eating the product.
Shut up. It's like in Slam and Salmon.
Yeah.
When they screwed up a meal or a dessert or something, they threw it back to the take backs area or whatever
Yeah.
the fuck, and they all fucking ate it like animals. That's what we did.
Hobo Chili Recipe says April was getting backslide in the walk-in. April was a whore at the restaurant. I've heard April skank walk-in cooler stories, and I'm good for a lifetime. What?
Wow.
April was.
I feel blindsided.
April was you've told these stories on the show.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, you have.
Fucking liar.
About what a walk-in
I
cooler
wanna
skank
see
you were,
proof. I
and
wanna see proof.
the sauna in the back of the restaurant.
We were all in the sauna. That wasn't like me and another boy.
Just whacking each other off all the time.
No, we would all get a drink after the.
You guys didn't all just whack each other
that nobody paid for, and then we'd all.
So you'd steal.
We'd all go back there. No, it was permissible because
You're
the lead
sitting
cooks
here.
said so.
The lead cooks aren't the owners.
The line cooks.
Look,
excuse me.
You did April Eiffel Tower with the dishwashers.
No, I did not.
She would always say, no, senor.
Wow.
So you're shitting on me for taking 5 or 10 cents to round up a tip, and you stole drinks every night?
No, I never had like alcohol. It was like a soda.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to fucking steal booze from a restaurant. Are you crazy?
Bukkake in the walk-in. Make sure to wash the lettuce, says Griddle Gorilla. LOL,
I've never been bukkake'd in a walk-in.
Have you ever been bukkake'd, period?
I don't know. No.
What?
The answer is no.
Excuse me, everyone in the chat right now, you can answer this question, I'm assuming, pretty easily. Have you ever been bukkake'd?
No. The answer is no.
I don't feel like there's ever been a history of anyone without Alzheimer's disease who's answered, have you been bukkake'd with, I don't know.
I bet Joe Biden would say he doesn't know.
Everybody knows if they've been bukkake'd. If your answer is no, or if
Look,
your answer is I don't know, then you haven't been bukkake'd.
I said no.
Okay. Because taking 5 dick loads worth of cum in your face is not something you just, move on from. You extract a lot of lessons from that moment.
Would you know this from personal experience?
Does
or
bukkake exist in the real world, or is it solely a
I don't
creation of
know.
pornography?
I have no idea.
I don't feel like the
ask me.
bukkake is real.
I'm such a prude. I don't have sex.
I couldn't engage in a bukkake for this reason. I would have such low regard for the woman that I couldn't even come on
But
her.
you like that. You fucking hate women.
Yeah, right, but that doesn't mean I fuck all of them. What I'm saying is I would have such low regard for this species that's sitting there with their face waiting for 5 loads to be dropped on her that there would be 4 loads. I'd zip up my pants and walk out in disgust.
I don't think you would, because I think if you were disgusted by that woman because she lowers herself to that degree, you're like, oh yeah, you deserve this, you bitch. That's what I'd see out of you.
I could never look that woman in the eye.
You don't have to. Her eyes are covered.
That's true. They're crusted over. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says April was showing Batwing with her labia like the movie Waiting. She was known as the hospitality harlot.
No, I did nothing of the sort. I was never naked ever in that restaurant.
Never nude.
Except
in the
when I was
restaurant.
changing to
Sure.
go somewhere, I'd go in the back room alone. Okay.
We got people answering the bukkake question. Avril says no. SH says not yet. Ryobi, no. Alex does say, I don't know if I've ever been bukkake'd. LB Dirtbag says no. Griddle Gorilla says April doesn't know if a bunch of guys stood in a circle and glazed her head. How do you not know that one?
Can you leave me alone?
Not really. No, not today. Nope. She was drunk. Shit. I've tried, but no.
I've tried?
Not after the first time. Yeah, but who has played Ookie Kookie?
Yeah.
Says Potato
What
Head.
about the guy over there that's played Soggy Cracker?
I've never played Soggy
I
Cracker.
thought you said you did.
No.
Is that fan fiction? Wow, I bought that one.
Jesus Christ, you spent all this time thinking I played Soggy Cracker?
Yes, I have. And that's not me trying to shit on you. I just thought that was the thing.
Union Jack says you would wear glasses for that. You'd have to wear glasses for a bukkake. It would be irresponsible not to.
Can you
It could damage your vision.
Right. Can you imagine having to go to an optometrist because your eyes are crusted shut?
Theodore Roosevelt says, clip April saying that.
No, it's not worth it, you guys. I've always had my pants on unless it was in the back room, the sauna, or the bathroom.
Granny Loves Anal says, I have shit my pants so hard I had to throw out my entire outfit. Does that count? Yeah, it's just like bukkake. What? No? LB Dirtbag says, April was Miss Tartar Sauce.
I did make a mean tartar sauce. It was delicious.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, you are fully naked while changing. How terrible are you at changing clothes? It's a good point. Why don't you put
Maybe I liked the risk of being caught.
Oh, okay. Laughing Lions, bukkake, worst Gallagher show ever. That'd be fucked up. Gallagher comes out and he's like, you want me to smash some watermelons? Like, yeah, fuck yeah. Too bad. Zip. Just starts whacking it.
Oh.
Covers the front row.
Hey, back to Granny. Have you ever pooped your pants?
I mean, when I was a kid, I pooped my pants.
Okay.
Not as a grown man, though, no. But yeah,
But when you were a young warthog.
I shit my pants on a slide once at a playground.
What?
I did.
Why?
I don't know. I just remember shitting my pants and being put in my... Okay, it's going to sound bad. I'm going to have to explain this after.
What?
But I shit my pants at a park, and then I had to be I went into my uncle's bathtub, and I had to wash. No, the reason was my cousin was babysitting us kids. The parents went somewhere. I shit my pants at a park when I was like 4 or 5. This is actually, now that I think about it, this is one of my earliest memories as a human. Is I was on a slide and I shit my pants, and I had to go tell them first of all, and then I had to go get washed because I shit myself.
Oh, see, now I'm feeling kind of bad for little Aaron, but can you tell us a little more? Like, what kind of slide was it? How did you tell people that you shit your pants? Who did you tell?
It's such a vague. That's how I know I was like 4 or 5 because I must have just been forming memories because I can't remember specific. I just know I shit my pants. Oh my God, does this mean I was molested at some point? Because I can't put it all together.
Out, yeah.
Oh no.
See, that worries me about you.
Oh, but who's gonna fuck a kid who's got shit in his pants?
You ask questions you don't want answers to.
That's a good point.
I'm picturing one of those aluminum looking little slides that's like a straight slide and it's got like a shit streak down.
No. I shit at the top of the slide. I never went down. But it was a metal slide. It was an old school.
Thank Christ. Yeah. So wait, you had to have the shame of walking back down the slide stairs with a bulge in your pooper?
With pants full of shit. Darren Orson says Gallagher fills a watermelon with cum and then smashes it. He hollows out a watermelon and fills it with cum. And he stores up the cum for months so he can fill the entire melon. One of his stagehands picks it up to set it up and it goes slosh, slosh. He's like, what the fuck is this? A weird watermelon. And then Gallagher smashes it and it's just fucking bleach all over the front 2 rows.
Kelly Berger said Aaron mud sharked himself as a kid.
I did. I mud sharked myself on the slide at the playground.
Well, how do you poop yourself? Did you just trust a fart? You didn't.
Look, man, I barely remember this, so I don't know.
But you remember that you pooped. Was it solid?
I think it was.
Oh, so that's got to be
no.
Really
I think. Oh yeah.
Because then you've got a fucking lump in your backside.
Zen Rhino says, Aaron, you only have memories from when you were 5 on. I can remember things that happened when I was 18 months old. Well, you're better than everybody.
I feel like that'd be really hard to have a memory at that age.
That's when he was first molested.
Oh.
SH says that was Aaron's defense mechanism to avoid touching. Yeah, as soon as a priest or anyone would come over, I'd just shit my pants.
Oh, honey, we're going to get you counseling.
Well, they leave you alone after 2 or 3 times.
What if a man tried to touch you as an adult and you just shit your pants?
Yes, you went like this. He went, oh yeah, you look good. And you just went, yeah, touch me now, motherfucker. I win.
Who has to strain that hard? Did it just fall out?
Well, you didn't have one on deck. You gotta create it. Takes a minute to bake.
That's how I always picture the dog, because the dog can be running around You take him out to potty and he suddenly squeezes out a turd.
Yeah,
Like, where'd
wow,
that come from?
You were ready. You were ready.
I don't know.
Okay, boys and girls, we got about 1 hour until we rattle the cans. We are 2:20 away from today's goal. Today and tomorrow, that's all we got left. Today and tomorrow for goals, and it's another successful week of Steel Toe. If you feel like contributing, there's Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, and gifted memberships. Thank you guys very much for your support. If you want to chip in now, let's knock this thing out now. What do you say?
Please.
So do we even care about the chick at the Olive Garden who gives a fuck,
Well,
right?
was that all, or did she get in trouble?
No, there was just this debate that broke out online over whether that's theft or whatever. And I'm like, yes, of course it's theft.
Do you want Olive Garden today?
She stole desserts. No, she stole desserts so she would get a better tip. That's clearly making more money for yourself off the owner's back.
What kind of desserts does Olive Garden have?
Chocolate
I've never seen
shit.
one.
Yeah, like cake.
Really?
I think.
Okay.
Let's go from one food service place to another. A Starbucks manager. Do you remember that Starbucks manager that kicked two black guys out of the store and she got fired for it?
Which one?
She kicked the two black guys out of the store because they just came in there with their laptops, used the bathroom, and just sat there on their laptops.
You're supposed to be a customer if you're doing that.
They said she told them that the bathroom was only for customers and that the tables and everything were only for customers. And if you didn't buy anything, you had to get the fuck out.
Well, they get busy.
Right. So she asked them to leave. It became a whole big thing. They played the race card on it, and the manager got fired. Well, there's a new ending to this story. A jury returned with a $25.6 million verdict in that woman's favor, finding that she was terminated on racially biased grounds.
Wow. God bless.
I mean, Jesus, I got to get a job at a Starbucks and I got to start throwing black people out. I mean,
I agree.
$25.6 million. Jesus.
That's a nice retirement fund.
Oh, man. You know what I would do? I would hire a couple black people. I would say, hey, I'll give you like 10% of whatever the lawsuit or the settlement is. I need you to come in and be really belligerent and be total assholes. I'll kick you out of the restaurant. You complain to my boss and tell them what a piece of shit I am. And then I get fired and we make bank.
You better trust those two black people, because if they go and rat on you that you set that whole thing up, you're going to be handing that money back pretty quick.
The problem is now I can't do that. I can't pull that off because I just left my paper trail.
That's true.
So we're gonna
I
have
didn't leave
to,
mine yet.
We're going to have to keep grinding out those $220 goals to make ends meet, because I just fucked up our Starbucks gig.
Peas.
Sorry about that.
We appreciate it.
Didn't make it. God, I needed this woman to really be a fan of our show. A jury on Monday found in favor of former Starbucks regional director Shannon Phillips, who sued the company for wrongfully firing her, claiming she was terminated for being white.
She's a piece of white cake.
A piece of white cake.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
Phillips, who worked for Starbucks for 13 years and managed a region of stores in the area, was fired after the arrest of two black men at a Philadelphia Starbucks in April 2018. The New Jersey jury returned a verdict of $25.6 million, including $25 million for punitive damages and $600,000 in compensatory damages.
Okay.
The jury ruled unanimously after a 6-day trial, noting that Phillips will also be seeking back and front pay, just like a porn star. Back and front pay. Got to make sure both ends are covered.
I think that's fair.
Starbucks said it is disappointed in the decision and is evaluating its next steps.
No.
This week's verdict is the latest development in an incident that sparked protest and outrage. In 2018, the two men were asked to leave the coffee shop after sitting at a table without ordering anything, which black, white, Latino, Native American, Asian, doesn't matter. If you're sitting in a place and not buying anything, get the fuck out.
Okay. Even fuck all that. I don't think Starbucks as a company gets to be disappointed when that's their rule.
Yeah.
They told her that that's the rule.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to enforce it if they're angry and black.
Or trans. Don't do that to trans people.
Yeah, or trans. The two men were asked to leave the coffee shop. The men, who declined to leave because they were waiting for a business associate, relax, you're dealing drugs, were escorted out of the coffee shop in handcuffs after a store manager called police on them. They later reached settlement agreements with Starbucks and the city of Philadelphia. So they had to pay out both of them. They had to pay
No.
off the manager and they had to pay off the black dudes.
Have you ever sat inside a Starbucks, like actually eaten your food there, had your drink there?
No.
I have. And I have done that many times, especially in college with like my friends on our laptops doing schoolwork. I've seen people get kicked out before or told like, oh no, if somebody will walk in like shopping next door and they'll be like, oh, do you have a bathroom here? And they're like, yeah, but you got to buy something.
Yeah.
Gas stations do it too.
Right.
It's not unheard of, guys. Calm down.
Oh, man. Sometimes if I have to really shit so bad that I have to stop at a gas station, I'm like, yay, it's Gardetto's day. It's just my bowels told me.
Aaron's sprinting back to the bathroom, and he's like, guys, I promise I'll buy something on my way back.
I go into the bathroom like this. Like the gas station doesn't even question me anymore. They go, Gardetto's, Mr. Imholt. I'm like, have them at the front when I get out.
Have them at the ready.
Yes. You know I like Italian cheddar, boys. Let's get moving. Diet Mountain Dew, as if, my friend, have it ready when I come out. I've got a biggin brewing. No. You can finish getting that man his car wash receipt printed. I might be a minute or two. That's how I walk into a gas station bathroom when I really need to take a honky donkey shit.
You better only go to Quick Trips where they have a shower.
Yeah, I got to get the ones, and I do a handstand in there, and I'm like, oh, I'm nice and cleaned out. But sometimes the doo-doo juice dribbles on my face.
You were a straight piggy.
Well, you stand up upside down like that, and you wash out your asshole, and sometimes the water just kind of gets like that, and you're like, oh, I didn't think this through. You can't do a straight handstand. You got to do it at an angle so that you don't get doo-doo on your
You got
face.
pink eye now.
Yeah, you can really fuck
And
yourself
whole
up.
eye.
People think that you can just stand on your hands and wash shit out of your asshole, but they don't really realize the math that goes into it. There's physics involved.
I'm starting to think now, how can men do, without proper restraints, how can men do handstands? Because aren't your balls and ween flapping everywhere, and doesn't that hurt?
Do you think that our balls and dick just hang to the floor all the time, and if we do a handstand, we'll get hit in the face with our own cocks? I mean, thank you. That's very kind of you.
No.
I appreciate that.
You know how your balls hang when you're standing
I
upright?
am familiar with it, yes.
Okay, now if you flip that upside down, I'm picturing now your balls are hanging the wrong way, and doesn't that hurt? You get mad if I ever, move things
Well,
like
you
upward.
jostle. I mean, sometimes you go
God.
upward and you do a pull or it's a little too abrupt. No.
Guys, he's exaggerating right now.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing the handstand. I don't think your balls and dick hurt doing the handstand. Yeah, most guys in the chat are going, what?
Or like if a man does a cartwheel, shit.
Yeah.
What if you just wore athletic shorts and no compression shorts underneath your fucking shits? Just...
You'll be fine. Schnoop Jumbo says they don't weigh 50 pounds. Like, I think we gotta get you a dick and balls for a day just to carry around. Like, take a trans person and just take their discard and carry it around, and you'll see that it's not that much of an adjustment.
What would you do? So like you could get me like the end of like the footy end of like a women's pair of tights, pantyhose, and then put a couple hard-boiled eggs in there so that can be the sack, and you can, I'll tie it around my waist. What do you get for the hang down so I can see what it's really like?
You don't know anything about dick and balls, my friend.
Wiener schnitzel?
Yeah, see, I agree with Wayne Chambers. April, what the fuck are you talking about?
I've heard, Aaron, like if his shit just barely gets moved the wrong way, even if he's the only one in possession of them, that it hurts. You've told me that
If
before.
you take the dick solo and you pull it away from the balls, that pulls. That hurts a little bit.
But as long as you're
the balls and the dick have to move together.
So
they have to move in unison together.
If they're moving in unison, it doesn't hurt.
If you take the dick and you keep the balls down and you pull the dick up, yeah, that creates kind of a stretching effect, and it's uncomfortable.
Okay.
But that's not what happens when you stand on your hands. Your balls and your dick move together.
All right.
It's a unit.
I was just picturing them like moving. You know what? I was picturing the balls separate from the peen. Flopping over, and it just didn't
You think
look
the
good.
balls just magically sit still and the dick moves?
No, the opposite.
Duncan Murdoch says, how does it feel to be married to a retarded person?
We discussed a half hour ago how we have to be retarded here.
220 away from today's goal. If you're taking pity on either of us right now, we do accept pity contributions to this program. 220 away and about 50 minutes away from rattling the cans and seeing if we can knock out our Thursday goal. Professional horny boy says, I don't have that problem, Aaron. Sounds like you got little balls and a little pecker.
Whoa.
Oh, shit.
I would like to point out that everyone's calling me a retard, but this all stemmed from Aaron saying he does handstand poop showers at Quick Trip.
I was just trying to do a theory.
So.
Chevrolet JB with $10 says, I love the looks I get from customers sometimes. Oh, because this show is on and yeah, that probably was not an easy one to explain away. All right, guys, Chevrolet JB is going to start a rally right there with that $10 super chat. 2:15 away from today's goal. Let's keep her going. What do you say? Mark Atkinson is telling me I got this story totally wrong. Dude, we're not done with it yet. We got distracted by the shitting in the thing. In a lawsuit first filed in 2019, Phillips said the company discriminated against her because of her race when she was let go. The 2019 complaint said that following the arrest, Starbucks took steps to punish white employees who had not been involved in the arrests, but who worked in and around the city of Philadelphia in an effort to convince the community that it had properly responded to the incident. Because, yeah, they were hiring person of color managers, like different race employees, and she kind of felt that that was them fucking over whitey, if you will, because it wasn't white people that did this at this store. It was her. She was the one.
Yep.
Phillips, who at the time oversaw areas including Philadelphia, said that Starbucks had ordered her to place a white employee on administrative leave as part of these efforts due to alleged discriminatory conduct, which Phillips said she knew was inaccurate. After Phillips tried to defend the employee, the company let her go. Yeah, there's no room in Starbucks for standing up for whitey.
No, because we're not hiring these minority groups either because they're the best fit,
Right.
It's diversity is our greatest strength.
The reason for termination, according to the complaint, was that the situation is not recoverable. The complaint argued that this was a pretext for race discrimination, adding that Phillips' race was a motivating and or determining factor in Starbucks' discriminatory treatment. Starbucks, which denied the claims at the time, said in a 2021 court filing that after the incident, senior leaders and members of Partner Resources all observed Ms. Phillips demonstrate a complete absence of leadership during the crisis, i.e., they wanted to deny white people jobs and give it to people of color to clean up their image, and she wanted to run things on the up and up.
Right. Yeah, you never get rewarded really for doing the right thing.
No, especially if it's part of like a PR deal.
Oh.
Where
just kowtow and you'll be fine.
Yeah, you know what? Just fall in line and don't ask questions and you'll be okay.
Try to find a way to sleep at night and you'll be all right.
Well, the 2018 incident was a major PR crisis for Starbucks. Then CEO Kevin Johnson apologized, saying what happened was reprehensible. But it wasn't reprehensible.
No, she was following your rule.
Right.
Don't come in here unless you're a customer.
You don't get to sit down at a table at really any restaurant. Forget a Starbucks. You don't get to sit down at a table at any restaurant and just sit there like a bump on a log. You got to buy something or get the fuck out of Dodge. One of the two. Poop shower in the chat. I was looking for stuff on this story.
Poop shower in the chat. Gross.
Mark Atkinson, yeah, you're right. It was the regional manager was the one that sued, not the manager that did it. You are correct.
For standing up for that employee, right?
For standing up for an employee. So it was after the manager kicked those two black people out that they asked this regional manager to start getting rid of white people and bringing in more black people and people of color. And she, you know what? And bravely, she went, no. If I have a reason to, I certainly will. But I don't have a reason to other than you guys want to cover up for your Philadelphia fiasco.
I don't know if y'all have been to a Starbucks before, but they hire pretty diverse groups of people. How many times have we came up to a window where it's a blue-haired or it's a gay or it's a trans person, and they're all very polite. Sure. That's not my point at all, but they hire pretty diversely.
Yeah, I don't think anyone before this incident was ever calling Starbucks racist.
No, and it's not like that employee said, hey, you two, you're black, get out. We don't serve you here. That didn't happen.
Hey, you black people. What are you doing here? Get out of our restaurant. It was, hey, would you people, like not even black, but they were, hey, would you folks maybe think about buying something before you sit down?
Big deal.
And then they go, oh, we're waiting for a business associate. Yeah, I don't give a shit if you're waiting for the Pope. Buy something.
Enjoy a beverage while you wait.
Yeah. So the $26.5 million for the regional manager, I think is great.
It is.
I think it's wonderful that this virtue signaling horse shit cost Starbucks a whole bunch of money.
Yep, I agree.
I liked it. We got to talk about Amy Schumer.
Do we have to?
Oh, yeah. We're going to play some Amy Schumer clips. Don't you think Amy Schumer's really funny?
I think she is just a hoot.
Oh, she is so good. She, hobo chili recipe. I can't read that. But she keeps getting specials. Like, she keeps getting Netflix deals, and she keeps... who's asking for them is what I'm trying to say. I never see things that she's on tour. I never see people going, oh, I'm so excited to go see, Amy Schumer. But yet, she keeps showing up in articles. Netflix keeps giving her specials. She bombs time and time again. And I almost feel bad for Amy Schumer. I'll tell you why. Amy Schumer had not done stand-up long enough to be as famous as she was.
Okay.
She wasn't ready. She wasn't good enough. She wasn't talented enough. But she filled a void they needed. At the time, she was a young, thin, cute white girl who talked about sucking dick and talked about pussy and fucking and all that stuff. And then they went, well, let's push her to the moon. Let's make her a huge deal. And then, I think Amy Schumer is a lovable punishment for show business because show business went, oh, let's get this young, slutty, little blonde white girl and let's push her to the moon. And then as soon as she got famous, she went, why don't I just disavow all the stuff I'd done before, get really fat, and say obnoxious things about politics? And then Netflix and Comedy Central and all these places that put wheelbarrows of money up in her front yard must have went, what? We just signed you to a massive deal. Now you turned into a whale and you're talking about gun control all the time.
Well, that's what the money was for. Like, don't you get a lot of people get comfortable and complacent once they get that money.
So then she made that leather special where like she was, built like a pregnant dog and then shoved herself into a leather one-piece outfit.
Pleather.
And then talked about how her cunt smells and talked about...
Okay.
It's one of the most disgusting. Like the Amy Schumer leather special was so bad that Netflix changed the way they do their ratings metrics. Because that one, they had invested so much money in Amy Schumer and people shit all over. Remember it used to be thumbs up, thumbs down?
Mm-hmm.
Or no, it used to be stars. I'm sorry. It used to be stars.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
She got so few stars for that leather special that they went, oh no, we're going to switch it now to recommend or not recommend.
I challenge anyone in this chat to say it was good. I really do.
It was so fucking bad.
So gross.
You know what I didn't know is that she got like 2 or 3 specials since then.
You don't hear about them.
That she's done. You don't. And it's really, really fucking bad. We have a 30-second clip of Amy Schumer's newest special. Apparently, she's made a thing out of shitting on Hilaria Baldwin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which, I mean, that clearly doesn't reek of fat, unattractive woman ripping on the good-looking lady.
Is Hilaria the one to make fun of here, by the
way? Right. Of the people
on.
who can be made fun of in this...
in that family.
Miss Schumer. I mean, you. The 42-year-old comedian does a lengthy bit about Alec and Hilaria Baldwin in the hour-long special. Should we play the 30-second clip from Amy Schumer's special? You guys can determine, hey, look, maybe Amy Schumer has gotten really funny in her time away, and she's really come into her own as a comic. Because she got famous, to finish my thought, she got famous really fast. And she wasn't ready. She wasn't a good enough comic. She wasn't funny enough.
But
then
somebody told her she was.
Right. Then there was the accusations that she and her writing team were stealing jokes. And if you play the jokes from her TV show and you play people's bit, they are, I mean, especially the Mad TV one in the clothing store, they're beat for beat.
Okay.
A complete ripoff. And so Amy Schumer was so bad that in her special, she had like street jokes in there. Like she didn't have enough material to do a whole special. So she would put street jokes in her comedy special. So she would get accused of theft and stealing and all this. And that took a toll on her. But these companies that paid her all this money were contractually obligated to let her keep doing specials. She had to deliver a certain amount of specials to Netflix.
But
so now she's got a new one. And I don't know who's watching her.
I mean, I haven't heard the clip yet, but I'm going to guess heavier, single.
But
women.
see, I feel like if
know?
you're an ugly woman who doesn't get comedy, you just watch Andrew Schultz. You don't need Amy Schumer. Like, there's a lot of young, they're millennial comedians, but they're trying to appeal to Gen Z. Like, Andrew Schultz, I'm sorry, is a psyop. There's no way he's not just like Amy Schumer. He's a creation of the business because they think he would be cool and marketable to kids. They were leaning that way with Chris D'Elia until all his shit got taken away.
He took it too literally.
Yeah, that Eminem impression shit is so fucking cringe and terrible. It should never be allowed to be published.
It's gross.
Andrew Schultz is the same way. They pushed him to the moon, and you're like, for the life of me, I can't remember a funny thing he's done. And then you remember that Kanye West thing that he did, and that was fucking cringe. That was terrible. Amy Schumer, Chris D'Elia, Andrew Schultz, there's all these people who, and you can tell that they didn't get there by being funny and doing dates and getting good at stand-up because they have an unearned confidence of someone who's been handed their success by the business, and the business has told them, you're really good, you're amazing, you're the next big thing. And they act like it. Whereas like a Bill Burr, a Louis C.K., who worked their way up and didn't get really famous until they were in their 40s, they still act like guys who might lose it at any second.
Right. And they're more seasoned.
I guess in Louis' case, because he knows he could.
Yes.
So here's Amy Schumer, her newest
With the
special.
Stroke, it could all go away.
Yes. This is from her new special. This is Amy Schumer. I think the special is called I Wear a Dinner Tarp for Clothing. Let's check out the clip. This is about Alec and Hilary
Parents
Baldwin.
are not from Spain. No one in her life is from Spain. You're going, what? Did you think I was just doing a really racist Spanish impression for like 15 minutes? You're like, wow. Wow. So I'm not trying to bully a sociopath. I have a point, okay? All evidence points to this woman, since she met her husband, has straight up pretended to be from Spain. And her husband shot someone. Now stay with me.
Remember Alec Baldwin shooting somebody?
Was there a landing to that joke?
That was the end of the clip.
Oh.
That was the punchline.
See, I feel unfulfilled.
You see, guys, Alec Baldwin shot somebody.
What?
That was the joke. And his wife pretended to be Spanish. This is something you see out of comics who have not been doing comedy long enough and don't have any material. They'll say a story. They'll just say the thing. They'll say what it is. And they'll just make a funny face or say a weird thing. They go, and Alec Baldwin shot a guy. Oopsie. And then if you have a retarded enough fan base, they'll go, oh, Amy's just so funny the way she says the things.
And if she is going for an angle as to like, oh, Hilaria and Alec are terrible people, she's still gonna go see Rust when it comes out.
Look, man,
It doesn't mean anything.
I'm hoping that what this is that Netflix, she owed another special to Netflix, and they just had to get this one over with.
Well, she is special.
She's a special lady. Need Trump says the lady that loaded the guns. Oh yeah, we've got that one. I think we've got it in the 8 o'clock hour, but we can mention it now.
I haven't heard it yet.
Alec Baldwin, the person who loaded the gun, they're saying that she was hungover. That's their latest defense. Is the person who was responsible for loading the gun that Alec Baldwin had was hungover. I don't give a shit if you're hungover. You can still load a gun hungover.
I don't care if you're hungover. No live ammunition on a movie set. That's the end all be all of everything.
It just sounds like they're all kind of the defense is, everyone's kind of, now that they're going to finish the movie and film it, they're all kind of rallying around Alec Baldwin and trying to protect him.
Isn't that sick?
Yeah.
Like somebody literally died in the making of that movie.
Yeah.
And you can't call her quits because you've got too much money invested in it.
Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, that's the
You've
only
got a
reason.
life invested in it,
Yeah.
for fuck's sake, I guess.
For sure. All right, guys, we got about 40 minutes until we rattle the cans and try to knock out today's goal. It's 2:15, so we are a ways away. We started today at 275, so we've made very little headway, so we need a rally. We need a run so we can knock out that Thursday goal, and if we do, that means we're only one last goal away from knocking this thing out today. So thank you, boys and girls. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. If you feel like chipping in, it helps to keep the show on the air, and we do appreciate it very, very much. Conor McGregor is finally speaking out after he knocked a mascot unconscious and sent him to the hospital. This was not the most embarrassing thing that happened to the Miami Heat that night, because they also got the living shit beat out of them by the Denver Nuggets and lost the NBA Finals. But
insult to injury.
To add insult to injury, during halftime, Conor McGregor had a scripted thing with the mascot of the Heat where he was supposed to punch the mascot. Now, there are plenty of places on a mascot's costume you can punch where you won't make contact.
Right here.
Well, Conor McGregor decided to punch the mascot in the face with like a full-on hip rotation Conor McGregor punch. And then afterward, like he had a UFC flashback, decided to go hammer fist him afterwards. If you haven't seen the video yet, we played it a couple days ago. Here's a refresher. Okay. So now the first one, it looked like maybe the mascot hit the back of his head on the court. But then that second punch, wham! Like, dude!
And what does Conor think? Does he think the mascot's just playing along?
Yeah.
Like, he's selling it.
Do you think the mascot was fucking with you? Was he talking shit? Like,
I'm going to guess because you, as a sane person, you don't just like think that you're actually beating up a mascot in front of people, right?
and you certainly don't follow up the fake mascot punch with a downward punch against the defenseless mascot.
I'm guessing he thought that the mascot costume would have had some more padding and that he was selling it or something.
May I posit another theory?
Yeah.
He's a big, dumb, street-brawling Irish retard.
I see your point.
Look, a lot of people, they see a guy get $100 million and they think that that instantly makes that person smarter. It makes that person more well-behaved. No. They're still the same person they were before. They just wear a lot nicer clothes and have a lot more people working for them. Notice there's nobody in like Conor's entourage around him here. This is just Conor being Conor, and he gets to be him. If you leave him to his own devices, he will punch your mascot and send him to the hospital.
He seems like the kind of guy, too, that would probably put a little too much oomph in his punch publicly because he doesn't want to look like a bitch.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
If you want a guy who's going to work with you on something like this, you get like, Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather will give him a working punch.
Willie?
Yeah, you give Jake Paul or somebody like that. They'll give you a working punch. You don't give Conor McGregor in there. He punched a 70-year-old guy on a fucking bar stool. The guy's a bit of a loose cannon.
Right, he seems maybe like he'd be too insecure to like make it look like it wasn't legit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Floyd would give him a nice little soft touch, his little pink.
Mike Tyson might.
No, Mike Tyson would give him a nice easy one too.
Yeah.
He's used to it. He's done pro wrestling and stuff like that before. Yeah, he'd pull a little punch for you. He wouldn't run up to him afterwards and go, "Yeah, that's right, motherfucker."
Be funny if he did, though.
Oh, man. Yeah, that one there. Oh, boy.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Because I was working a little bit while you did this story the other day. Was there like medical evidence that he was knocked out, or do you?
He went to the hospital. I mean, you can't fake that. You can't.
What did the
you'd
hospital
be in trouble.
say?
That he got fucking punched in the head really hard.
Was he concussed or anything?
We don't have any word on if he was concussed or anything like that.
Just playing devil's advocate, if you were going to fake being knocked out by a really rich dude, what better time to do it than in a mascot's uniform?
I would agree.
You can't see it.
I would agree. If it was a work, but you can't send a guy to the emergency room on a fake. You'll get in a lot of trouble for that.
I get it.
McGregor made headlines on Friday. McGregor said it was a skit and all is well. I spent a lot of time with him afterward. We talked it out. Everything is great. It was all part of the show. Now, wait a minute. You can't go to the hospital. You can't go to the emergency room.
You could, out of like caution, an abundance of caution, yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that might have not been a legit knockout. Like, he might have been selling it a little bit.
It seemed McGregor got carried away during the fight, sending Bernie to the ground with a single strike that appeared to legitimately land. See, the first one, I didn't think so. The spray didn't exactly work wonders for the mascot, though, as he was forced into the emergency room where they gave him actual pain medication. Yeah, I mean, you can't fake it and get pain medication for a guy and say everything's cool.
You could for hitting your head on the floor.
Yeah, it is unclear whether McGregor will be welcomed back to the Kasaya Center. I can't pronounce it. But Heat coach Eric Spoelstra didn't seem too upset.
That's why I think, yeah, I was a little skeptical of this the first time I heard it, because I don't think Conor McGregor, you can say what you want about him, I don't think he's a complete retard. He's very rich and all that. And in my opinion, if you were a mascot looking for a little handout or a little attention, that's a great time to do it.
So, now, essentially,
yeah, and pain medication
did they
can
work?
be...
I mean, they didn't work the hospital, did they?
I just said you can bring somebody to a hospital out of an abundance of caution.
But can you
That
get,
is all you need.
But can you get pain medication? Well, I guess, yeah, you can
Pain
get pain
medication can be Tylenol or Advil.
Oh,
Are you serious? I mean...
Well, they went a long way then. Boy, I tell you what, if the Miami Heat would have went this far trying to win basketball games, the NBA Finals might not be over.
I'm very much the type of person where I'm like, if you've got your life just made, like you're good, you don't need to be putting yourself in a bad position, like seriously injuring a mascot at a fucking NBA game.
They're all calling me a mark now. All right, I'm a mark. I'm a mark who fell for the bit.
It happens, but I don't think that guy was really hurt.
Well, then I'm kind of annoyed by the Heat that they took him to the emergency room. I hope a guy with a gunshot wound had to be rushed in and they had to go around the mascot.
Fucking mascot.
And those 3 seconds cost that man his life.
That guy the mascot, for all you know, could have had a headache from the heat inside that costume.
Oh, it would
a different type of heat.
Would be pretty hot in there, yeah. The Heat certainly wasn't on the court as the series was over in 5. Am I right?
Ew.
The Timberwolves didn't miss Jimmy Butler at all. We're just really glad we traded him. I mean, he only single-handedly carried a team to the finals. Our franchise is doing great. You know, sometimes we even get the 8th seed in the playoffs.
I don't know. Hear me out. I just really feel like if McGregor had actually injured the guy, there'd be a lot more people pissed off about it.
You're probably right. There might be a lawsuit
including the team
or two.
owner.
Yeah. Half hour away from rattling the cans, and we got to make a move. 2:15 away from today's goal. Again, if you feel like contributing, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. We've only got 2 days left this week, so we can knock this out.
We can do it.
And call Thursday a success. If we knock that goal out, we add 30 minutes onto the end of the show. Make sure you're hitting like. Make sure you're hitting subscribe. Both of those two things are great for our channel. So less than 45 subs away from 10K. Less than 45, in between 40 and 45 subs away from 10,000 subscribers. So let's all hit subscribe. Let's all hit like. If we want to throw in $5-10 to the Steel Toe Show, please do. That would be very, very welcome. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory with a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, knives, optics, and much more. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order at Midland Armory, and you'll get a great discount on whatever it is you purchase. If you're an FFL carrier, they'll deliver your firearms right to your door. If you're not, they'll have it sent to the nearest FFL dealer near you, and you can pick it up there. But use that promo code SteelToe whenever you order anything from Midland Armory, and you'll get a great discount. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care, whether you're in an accident, you go in the ditch, your car won't start, whatever problem you have, nobody's better than All Care Towing. That's All Care, 320-253-5203. Tickets are starting to move again for the Steel Toe Anniversary Show, Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. It's our 9th anniversary show. It's going to be a great one. Gino Bisconti, Keanu C. Thompson, Johnny, myself, April, many others will be there. Come by, check it out. Get your tickets to the comedy show at eventbrite.com. Also, get your tickets to the cornhole tournament in the afternoon at eventbrite.com. And stop by Stoney's tonight. It's bike night at Stoney's. They got great food trucks. Bring the bike, whatever bike it is, Harley, whatever. Bring it to Stoney's tonight. A Schwinn. That would be funny. Just ride up in a bicycle helmet and ring, ring, get a bell.
You've got those streamers on the handle.
Yeah. Get a basket, have a puppy in it.
Get rainbow ones. It's Pride Month.
Yeah.
We can put Gordy in the basket. You want to go?
That'll go great. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's Bar. Go visit them today. Thank you for putting the link, Zen Rhino, to Eventbrite in the chat. There you go. And then also crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Let's throw that link in there. Whole bean and ground steel toe coffee are available. Granny Loves Anal says, do VIPs need to claim their tickets at Eventbrite? No.
Right here.
If you're a VIP, contact April. Let us know if you're going to have 1 or 2 people.
Yep.
And we'll put you on the list.
Just me.
crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That is, there you go. Zen's got it in the chat. crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com to pick up your steel toe coffee. All right. We are still 2:15 away from knocking it out today. Let's make sure we rally and get that hammered out, as we only have 25 minutes until we rattle the cans and do our e-beggar best to try and get there. We usually consider about 150 to be striking distance. We're a ways away. Actually, only $60 in today. So let's see if we can go on a rally, knock this thing out, do 30 minutes of overtime for you. We recovered from missing Tuesday. We got that back yesterday morning. Thank you guys very much. Did a goal-free Wednesday. Now we're just 2 shows away from getting Steel Toe to break even for the week and have a successful week. 01 says, best part of this show is a husband and wife kicking ass and doing a great job as a team. Keep it up. All right. Well, thank you very much. We will keep it up. Thank you guys keep those contributions coming. We'll all win-win on this deal. People are starting to fight back in the New York City subways, and I think it's because they're kind of running out of room to back up.
That's it.
Yeah, there's nothing. If you're in New York, if you're a New Yorker, you've sat around patiently waiting for someone to address this violence on the subway and this violent crime issue. And I think you've now finally gotten to the point where you got a new mayor. Nothing's really changed. You've got a DA who would rather settle a score with Donald Trump than keep criminals in prison. And so you kind of looked around and went, all right, all of our little checklists that we made, that maybe this thing will help us. Maybe this thing. All those boxes are still unchecked. We may have to Bernie Getz, Kersey from Death Wish this thing if we're going to fix it. The strap hanger stabbed to death on a Brooklyn train was an ex-con who'd been harassing a couple on board and punched the woman before her boyfriend knifed him in the chest. Victor Odrago, 36, was harassing other commuters on a northbound J train. Well, guys, we don't call it that.
A J train?
We don't call it a J train. We just call it a regular train.
Wow, that was a little too on the nose.
Approaching Marcy Avenue in Williamsburg Tuesday evening, when he started arguing with Jordan Williams, 20 years old, and his girlfriend. During the clash, Odrago of Bed-Stuy socked the woman in the face. Odrago and Williams tussled on the train and had each other in headlocks at one point before the younger man allegedly pulled a knife and stabbed the other one twice. The wounded man stumbled out of the train onto the platform. Officers responded just after 8 p.m., where the man was pronounced dead. By the way, this was clearly 2 black guys.
Why do we say this?
The reason I say it was 2 black guys is because do you think, even if one of the guys punched the woman in the face like this guy did, you don't think we would be hearing about this on every news platform? You don't think this would be? We have a story about a guy threatening to murder everyone on a train. One guy put him in a chokehold, choked him out, put him into recovery position, and the guy still died. And that's become front page news. Oh my God, biggest thing. Was it a racist attack, this and that, when it clearly wasn't?
Because a white guy did it.
Right. You got 2 guys here, both with interesting names. One of them stabs the other one to death after one of them punched his girlfriend, and we aren't hearing anything about it.
That's true. This is actually my first time hearing it.
Yeah, this is the stabbing guy coming out of the precinct. Yeah, so half right.
So you're half right.
And by the way, this guy should be fine. Not guilty, cut him loose. I don't even want this guy charged with anything. I'm fucking tired of New York City being this armpit, this fucking third world country where people can just jump on the subway train, scare the shit out of people, threaten to kill them, punch women in the face and stuff like that. Maybe if we start shanking a couple of these motherfuckers, they'll get the message.
I kind of agree with you because this last guy that the white guy choked out in the subway and he died, like that guy was almost lauded as like a hero, like a fun guy. Like he just went around doing Michael Jackson impressions.
Yeah.
He wasn't hurting nobody. Like New York wouldn't have processed him.
Forget that he was severely mentally ill and, as his family said, had been self-medicating with synthetic drugs.
Arrested 40 previous times.
I believe it was 47.
That's even worse.
For assaulting and threatening people on the
But
subway.
we were
Guess what? There won't be a 48 now.
But the news was willing to put all of that aside. They completely forgot about it, like amnesia, and put up a nice picture of him and say, a Michael Jackson impersonator was killed on the subway today.
A Michael Jackson impersonator. Yeah. I mean, maybe, and I've said this before, maybe if a few brave citizens stand up and confront this shit, you'll see it start happening less and less, because you can't count on the city of New York, because every time the NYPD arrests one of these crazy fucks, the DA just lets him go.
Yeah. It would be nice to see people like this get a little support.
Yeah, I want this guy released. I want someone to cover all of his legal bills, and I want him lauded as a hero.
Jordan, anything to add?
Yeah, lawyer's like, yeah, we're not talking.
No, what's the other guy look like?
Well, we'll get to that too. Here's the other guy. They have a picture of him in this article as well. Yeah, I'm on this guy's side completely. The guy goes on the subway, punches his girlfriend, wrestles with him, and this guy stabs him. Yeah, fine. The other guy was Victor Odrago. I don't think that's a very white name.
No, and the last name's not spelled like an Irish name before any of you get start thinking, Odrago.
It's Ouedraogo. So it's,
something weird.
Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership to CK Benzona. Thank you, Fauci's Pangolin.
Thank you.
Still, we get about a nice $250 out of that one. Still $215 away from today's goal. Let Fauci's Pangolin be the start of a rally for you guys, as we've got 20 minutes away from rattling the cans and firing up the music. Let's get a fighting chance. Thank you very much to Kraken Slappin' for the $10 on PayPal.
Thank you.
205 away. We can do this, guys. Everybody all together. Let's not have one person break the bank here. I think everybody with 510 will knock this thing out in no time. There's all the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are we take about 95% of that. YouTube takes 30%, but hey, we build it all into the cake. 205 away from today's goal and 20 minutes away from rattling the cans. Let's go on a pre-e-begging rally, if you will.
The good show continues.
And then we'll add another 30 minutes onto the end of the program. I just thought about Mersh's channel being, yanked from YouTube, and that bummed me out a little bit. I liked listening to Nightwave if I had to do late night prep, I would always listen to Nightwave.
Does feel like a letdown.
Now you got to go on Rumble to hear Nightwave, but still very, very doable. Yeah, I think when it comes to that New York City stuff, you're unfortunately, and it sucks, and this is too bad, you're not going to be able to count on the government.
Nope.
To settle this shit. You're just going to have to, unfortunately, do it on your own.
And unfortunately, violence does damn near seem like the only way to counteract the current violence going on.
Yeah, if a guy's willing to punch people and stab people and threaten people on the subway, there's no non-violent means of convincing that guy that that's a bad idea.
No, and you can't get mad at the guy who took out the threat for having a knife on him, because I wouldn't be caught dead anywhere in New York City right now without some sort of protection.
Yeah, can't carry a gun. So
can't carry a gun. I would have something on me.
If you can't carry a gun, you got to have something.
It's not with intent to hurt people unless they're hurting me too.
Avril says the cops don't give a fuck in New York City. I mean, that could be it, but also I think the bigger problem is if the NYPD does their job and arrests people, the DA just turns them loose. So I can see why the NYPD wouldn't give a shit.
There's some of that. I've witnessed the cops not giving a shit before with my own struggles with a homeless person in New York City, but I do understand that they don't have any support either.
What do you think? Oh, by the way, thank you very much to Cole. He says a very funny show today and throws in $5. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
If you think it's a funny show, we get a couple people following Cole. We'll be there in no time. And even 200 away from today's goal. Thank you, boys and girls. Little mini rally starting here. Maybe we'll have it. What do you think about Ryan Seacrest taking Pat Sajak's place as the host of Wheel of Fortune?
I guess. I've never been like a Seacrest mark by any means, but I guess he fits.
That is kind of just who they pick for everything, though, isn't it?
Yeah. I actually just kind of forgot, like, what's he been doing?
Yeah. Let's face it. We're either getting Seacrest or...
Sykes?
No, the America's Got Talent guy. The guy with 15 kids. Cannon.
Oh, Nick Cannon.
I think we're either getting Seacrest, Cannon, or Brady.
I would like Steve Harvey, but he's got his hands
He's got
full.
Family Feud. He's already fucking up that.
He's busy.
Steve Harvey's great as the host of a show because he fucks
love
up
him.
everything and gets everything wrong.
Yeah.
And it's just hilarious. People are saying Michael Strahan. Yeah, he's busy. He's a little bigger than game shows at this point. He's another one like the comedian I was talking about, Andrew Schultz, where like all Michael Strahan was a football player, and then he did some pregame stuff for Fox.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden the media is like, hey, do you want to interview the president? Or no, who was the other guy interviewing Obama? Nate Burleson.
Weird.
Like now they're making these football players like massive, legit mainstream media people. And you're like, guys, you know they're not qualified.
Dude, they put Gaptooth Strahan in a Magic Mike movie to strip.
That's not his first name, by the way.
Oh.
It's Michael.
Did I black out again? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you called him Gaptooth. It's
Oh, no,
it's
I didn't
pronounced
mean
Mike.
that. It's Michael.
Pronounced Michael.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, as far as who's going to host Wheel of Fortune next, Ryan Seacrest is one of those names they throw at me, and I go, I guess, it's fine with me. Yeah, right. It doesn't make me go, holy shit, yeah, that would be great. But it makes me go, you know what it is? It's like, it's not a flashy name, but he'll do a good job.
What about the guy from, is it King of Queens? I don't think so.
Kevin James?
Kevin James.
He's still doing movies and
Is
shit,
he?
though. Like, he's legit a movie star still. So
I didn't know that.
I don't think not as big as he used to be, but yeah, he's still doing stuff.
Okay.
So you got to get someone who's either a professional host or you've got to get someone whose career is kind of like Steve Harvey wasn't overbooking comedy tours when they gave him Family Feud. Plus, Family Feud is crazy good money.
I've got it.
Okay.
Roseanne Barr.
I would love it. I would love it. That would be great. It would be insane. It would
I know.
You couldn't air it. She wouldn't be able to keep on topic.
No.
She wouldn't be able to guide the show.
She's actually looking pretty weathered too, isn't she now?
May I throw it? Yeah, I mean, she's older. I'll throw a name at you, and it's way too big of a movie star right now, but I think he would do a great job, and he could do it till he's like 80. John Cena.
John Cena would be great.
He
I
would
think
do a
he's
good job.
personable too.
But he's like, it's like if you can't get The Rock, you ask John
Rock.
Cena. Yeah, but if you can't, like those guys are two of the biggest movie stars on earth.
Damn it.
All right, fine, the Hulkster.
He's got a karaoke bar to run. And
That's
we've got
true.
a goal to knock out, you guys.
Is that why we can't do it?
I'm feeling stressed. Like when we get close to not meeting a goal, obviously Johnny does this too. Like on my
You
days,
get worked
I'm like,
up?
is it my fault?
You feel like it's your fault
Of
if
course,
we're not.
and I know Johnny does the same thing.
If we're
it's
not hitting.
normal.
Thank you very much to Danger Bear Wolf Turtle for becoming a Steel Toe Bro. That's 5 off.
Thank
and
you.
Balls Deep, you couple that with the other gifted membership. That's another 5 off. So here we go. 190 all of a sudden. Are we beginning a rally? Ohio Snoopy getting a membership from Balls Deep. Thank you, boys. Appreciate your support very much. We can't do this show without that kind of monetary support. I appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships, and gifted memberships. Let's go on that rally in the next 15 minutes. 190 away from hitting it. Citizen M says, Cena's gotten too big, but I would have said Mark Harley. Hella Mark Harley. Oh, Hobo Chili Recipes got it.
Where is he? Oh.
Owen Benjamin. Yes.
What?
Guys, you only think it's spelled that way of I before E because they told you that in your Jew schools.
He would have too much of like a mental breakdown each episode to do that.
Guys, you know that who gives a shit what the puzzle says? The earth is actually flat and you're being lied to. Now I want an Owen Benjamin Wheel of Fortune.
I guess.
I want an Owen Benjamin game show of any kind.
Are they keeping Vanna? She's really getting up there too. Is Vanna White still going to stay there?
I think so, yeah.
Really?
They're talking about her maybe taking over and doing the show.
Well, then who does the walking part?
Bob Barker, I believe. They're going to bring him back.
Wow. Wow.
Coltrane with $2 says Pat Sajak's daughter Maggie. I'll start watching. Oh, really?
Okay.
Maggie. Sajak. She's a singer?
Well, tits, she is hot. Okay. I wish. Wow.
Well, maybe she can be the new letter girl if Vanna White takes over hosting duties.
If I could just look that cute in a jumpsuit someday. Let me see.
She kind of looks like you a little bit.
No.
April.
That's not me.
You look
She's very cute.
You look a little bit like Pat Sajak's daughter, Maggie. Is anyone else? She's just a more big-eyed
You all say that shit. Like, you guys say the porn star and all that. I never see it.
Kyler Quinn does look like you.
That got brought up on Simpcast because somebody put a super chat in there about it, and we all looked her up and we were like, no.
Really?
No.
Oh. I mean, I fuck you. And I watched that Kyler Quinn fucking, and I go, that looks like when I fuck April. Especially when it was the black guy. I was like, that looks like when I have sex with April.
I didn't know that was you.
Well, I wear a mask. It's a holdover from COVID. Yeah, Maggie Sajak looks like you a little bit. She's got bigger buggy eyes.
She's a cutie.
She looks fine. What do they think? Almond eyes. Well, that's Aaron will spank off to that later.
Right.
She has a round face and her forehead is a little smaller than April's. Oh, I feel like that was a positive and a negative you threw in there.
I felt the slap in the face.
Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, let's meet the goal so we can watch the pastor shave their members. Oh, yeah, we can do the pastor who saves his parishioners' pubes.
Thank you, Red Fox Mad.
For overtime. There you go, Red Fox Mad. 185 away from hammering it out, and we've got 10 minutes before we rattle the cans and try to come up with the rest of it. So if you're feeling generous, there you go.
Hobo says she looks well trafficked. Wow, we did all learn from Eliza. That we can indeed be trafficked if somebody uses our picture online.
That traffic dollar is a very mighty dollar. I like MN Cocaine's idea of Doug Stanhope just getting shit-faced and hosting Wheel of Fortune.
Louis C.K. Please.
Just gets really excited. Wears boner pants. All right, everybody, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and help us knock out that goal today, and we will get there. 10 minutes away from rattling the cans. I've got a bunch of stories left. This one might just make you mad, the masks one. We might save that for overtime.
Okay.
There was another grilling of the Health and Human Services Secretary on mask mandates.
Mm.
They asked him, let's just play this for you.
Okay.
They just asked him point blank, did forcing 2-year-olds to wear masks save anybody's life?
What was the cost? Again, what was the cost on this?
Just like everything else COVID related, stuff like this I have trouble with because I'm like, his answer doesn't matter. There's nothing we can do. We can't go back and fix it. I'm just going to get mad. So why don't we just go, oh, thank Christ that's over, those corrupt, lying fuckers, and let's just move on.
Do you remember having to try to put a mask on our 2-year-old at that time?
It was impossible. We didn't do it.
It's fucking terrible.
We didn't mask the 2-year-old.
It's heartbreaking you got almost 2-year-old at the time, and then
4-year-old,
a 4-year-old, and a
6-year-old, yeah.
And just gotta be like, okay, kids, let's go in the store, but you gotta put your masks on first.
Yeah, it was depressing as shit.
Fuck, I hate that.
You already can't hear them because they're so much lower than you are, and then you got the masks on. You really gotta lean down there. Yeah, it sucked ass, but again, these rat bastards that they're interviewing, I mean, what if they admit it? What are you gonna do to them? Unless you're gonna throw them in jail? I mean, what's the point? It's like getting an answer from an ex about if they were fucking someone else while you were together. It's like, do you really want to know? This is just going to hurt you.
Right.
Just live with whatever answer you have in your head. Just live with that one for the rest of your life.
You've made up your mind already.
Besides, you know what? We know what this guy's answer is if he's being honest. No, it didn't save a single fucking life, and we bottle fucked this whole thing.
Well, that's what the science says now, doesn't it?
Let's just not let's not ask I don't want the answers to the questions I already know the answer to.
Go back to blaming the pangolins. It was easier that way.
Mr. Secretary, did forcing 2-year-olds to wear masks save lives?
Do what now?
Did forcing 2-year-olds?
I would have said if I were the senator or representative, I would have went, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Yeah, nice.
Did what now? Exactly. Thank you.
That's exactly the answer too, because you don't want to be associated with that now.
You know what's a great song? Bo Burnham, I Don't Want to Know. It's a perfect song to describe my feeling on most of this
You guys want to hear an entire great album? Go listen to Inside by Bo Burnham.
Yes.
Everything hits.
To
Everything.
wear masks save lives.
Making sure people wore masks when it was appropriate was essential to make sure that we were able to get out of this pandemic.
Sure, but that wasn't my question. Could you answer the question that I asked?
Which is?
Did forcing 2-year-olds to wear masks save lives?
And who did the forcing?
Well, your...
Oh, fuck you. See, now I'm just going to get mad. You did. You threatened businesses with their licenses, with fines, with all kinds of shit. Yeah, you guys didn't overtly sit there with an iron fist and go, you all have to wear masks. But you sure did make sure that other people did your bidding for you. You evil fuck.
This is sick. Yeah, that's real easy of you. You can just wash your hands of everything because it wasn't directly you.
Who was forcing? You would have shut down the Costco in town if they wouldn't have been enforcing mask mandates. The bars here where we live tried to open, and the attorney general sued them and won.
They can't afford to reopen.
Yeah.
Your department, or the Head Start, which is under your department, had a mask mandate until late last year for 2-year-olds and above, even outdoors. So can you point to any public health benefit of that policy?
Right. We never forced anyone to do anything because we don't have the jurisdiction or authority to do that. But we.
Okay, check it out.
Do you see what I mean about not wanting to hear the answer?
Oh, they're fucking saying, look, we can mandate anything, but we can't put it on there for them.
That's what a mandate is.
Go fuck yourself, man.
A mandate is forcing.
You weren't allowed in stores.
There's an
sometimes.
option and a mandate. If my job, if I have a job and it tells me, hey, you have an option to come to this meeting, or you are mandated to come to this meeting, that's called forcing.
That's like saying, like, ooh, we can mandate the horse to drink water, but, I can't make it go down its throat. Like,
We did was provide guidance on what would be
Mr.
the
Secretary, did Head
policy.
Start have a mask mandate?
yeah.
We provide a mask mandate, a requirement for jurisdictions that wish to receive money to provide particular services.
So Head Start.
Oh, so we'll take away all your money if you don't go by. That's what I mean. You're like, oh, well, who did we force to do it? Anyone who depends on your money, they were forced to do it. And since the government is so fucking big and bloated, that's pretty much everything at this point.
These are the best fucking spin doctors in all of history.
Oh, they're just pieces
spin
of
doctors.
shit.
Did have a mask mandate for kids, yes?
We had a mask mandate for for agencies that wish to get federal dollars.
So that's a yes.
by
So can you
services.
point to any benefit,
It's not a yes to
any
your
public
question.
health benefit from that policy, whether it was recommended or enforced or forced, of requiring young children to wear masks?
Did families benefit from the policy of using all protection, all precautions to avoid?
No, I'm not asking you to
contracting COVID?
rephrase my
Yes.
question as some abstract question that you'd ask.
I like that. He's like, no, motherfucker, I'm not asking you to answer a question I didn't ask. I'm asking you to answer the fucking question I asked.
Other answer. I'm asking that you, as the person who's the Secretary of Health and Human Services, right now, can you point to any evidence that there was a public health benefit to forcing young children to wear masks?
Well, the fact that today we are not losing lives the way we lost them when we first got into this pandemic.
And you think that's
is a
because we
clear
forced
sign.
2-year-olds?
That has no, you cannot draw a straight line from one to the other, you disingenuous prick. You see why I don't want these questions even being asked? Because I knew what this slimy bag of shit was going to do.
This truly is a case where there will be no justice, and you're almost better off just forgetting and moving on.
Just accepting the
And it's
answer in
just-
your head and just moving
We're
on.
fucking doomed to repeat ourselves someday.
Yeah.
But fuck
To wear
it.
masks?
That's your interpretation. What I'm saying to you is that using good policies that give us the precautions to keep our families from contracting COVID are helping save.
Let me tell you what happened. A new disease came in. Our systems weren't used to it. We got exposed to it enough. We developed enough immunity where it didn't become as much of a problem anymore. Fuck your masks. Fuck your treatment. Fuck all the shit you think helped. It didn't. Nature happened. Science happened. A new disease came by. We got exposed to it. We got really, really sick at first. And then, like with any disease, as it kept reforming and kept mutating, it got weaker and weaker and weaker until now, barely anybody gets it or suffers from
Nobody
it.
talks about it.
And these motherfuckers are trying to really spin it that, oh yeah, it was because we made kindergartners mask up and sit at home.
I want to quote you from an article from NPR in January of 2022. It says, the United States is an outlier in recommending masks from the age of 2 years old. The World Health Organization does not recommend masks for children under age 5, while the European equivalent of the CDC doesn't recommend them for children under age 12. In retrospect, was it a mistake for the United States to defy the international norm on child masking?
The U.S. has been working closely with our international partners, and we have done more than any other country to try
But that's
to help
not what I asked you. I asked you, was it a
partner
mistake
countries.
to defy the international norm on the issue of child masking?
We continue to use all the best practices when it comes to making sure people take the precautions.
Is
they
there a
need
reason
to
you're
be
not
safe.
answering my question, Mr. Secretary?
I'm answering the question the best I can because you keep phrasing questions that are already geared to get a particular answer.
Right, the truth, you dumb
Because
fuck.
there's only one answer.
Yeah, because your answer sucks.
How about now you list all the downfalls of having children ages like 2 to 5, 6, 7 that are trying to learn how to speak? You know?
This
list
is
all the downfalls of that.
This is why people tap out from politics. Could you
Wow.
imagine watching this shit on TV?
No, my head would explode.
I'd hit myself with a hammer.
There'd be a
I
lot
had to watch
of
this.
for as many people that have drinking problems now,
Yeah.
there'd be a lot more of it.
I like that Kylie guy, though.
I do
He's
too.
a slimy little bitch. I like him.
I mean, yeah, it's be slimy in the right way, I guess.
Justin Yindra with $9.99 says the world's greatest radio host, the Opster. Damn it. I thought it was going to be me.
Thank you.
Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says Kid Rock as Jeopardy host and Wheel of Fortune host. I see some potential there. I'd like to see O.J. Simpson spin the wheel for a living, says Freaky Deaky. Thanks, guys. We're 165 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for that. The late generosity there. Let's refresh PayPal to make sure we're all caught up. Thank you, Ryan the Garbage Man, for 5. He says, Aaron, say this, quote, I shaved the dog and glued the hair to my nutsack to make myself feel like a real man. There you go.
I think that was supposed to be a quote from the campaign, but that was a goat. No, it is the dog. You remember that at the dinner table?
He paid me to say it. That's what happens.
I shaved the dog.
Oh.
And I put the hair on my nutsack to feel like a real man.
Wood Chippy says COVID broke Howard Stern. Howard was already cracked and breaking before COVID, but COVID definitely pushed him over the edge. All right, guys, it's time to fire up the music. We are 160 behind our goal today. We are just around striking distance. So if everybody loads up and we all chip in a little bit, we're going to knock this thing out and the show won't end in 5 minutes. Rather, we'll add 30 seconds to the end of the program.
30 minutes.
What did I say?
Seconds.
No, we'll add 30 minutes to the end of the program. And since you guys made up for Tuesday evening's goal, we did the overtime last night and just had no goal.
Do you have teasers?
For last night. Yeah, I've got the priest guy who saved the pubes of his parishioners and then prayed over it and shit, bathed them. I've got an Amazon home security system locking a guy out of his house because it thinks he said something racist. Lady Gaga's being called a sellout. Malaysia wants Interpol to arrest Jocelyn Chia for her Malaysia joke.
Fuck that.
We got a lot of good stories.
That joke
coming up for
was
overtime.
about as offensive as Chrissy's chicken joke.
Wasn't even a great joke.
That's what I'm saying. It seemed like another throwaway. Like, haha, get it? Some jokes don't land.
Right. M. Stone says, I give monthly to about 5 or 6 creators now. Come on. Yeah, there you go. Everybody jump in and we'll knock this thing out. Ready for the music? Where's my whistle? Let's knock this out. 160 away, boys and girls. We can do this together. Everybody throw in a little bit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Let's do it. The music is fired up. Let the drama begin. Nicholas Davidson starting us off right away. That's a good sign.
Thank you.
With $4.99. Thank you, buddy.
I like a new name.
155. It's always good to see new names jumping in, whether it's Super Chats, whether it's PayPal, whatever the source may be. Thank you very much to Nathan for $10
nice.
over on PayPal. Guys, we are, as Chad Zumach would say, we're doing it. We're doing it. Let's make this goal gone existed. 145 away. We're already dropping by about $20 in the first 30 seconds. We keep that up.
Pretty cool.
We'll be good to go. Red Fox Mad gifting a membership to CJ. Thank you very much. Again, the links are all in the chat. Kyler gifting a membership. Those two are going to knock it down 5.
Thank you. Keep this beat going.
140 away from hitting it. The rally has started, and it's looking good. Everybody jump in on this rally, and we'll have this thing knocked out in no time. We'll do overtime today, and we'll only be 1 day away from having another successful week of Steel Toe. Chevrolet JB says, no goal, fire April. Oh, she's already feeling that way. That wouldn't be good. I got a better idea. Let's hammer out the rest of that 140, and let's call this a successful day. Marcus Chandler getting his membership from Kyler. Thank you very much, buddy. There you see the links. 95% of what you contribute to Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo goes to the program. 70% of it goes to YouTube. Everybody chip in. Nicholas Gurr says, Opster took all mine. Oh, no. Somebody make up for that one. That's too bad, but he got his money's worth out of the Opster.
Aaron and I were wanting to see Nicholas Gurr get Kevin Brennan.
Yes, that would
up.
be good.
That'd be fun.
Mark with 420, Jennifer with 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
135 away from hammering it out. 130 away as Raymond B with $5. I like this. We're doing it $5 at a time. We are doing it. Keep it going, everybody.
Thank you.
We have 2 minutes left to go. We are at the 2-minute warning and 130 away from today's goal. Everybody keep going. Let's get her moving. If you feel like going big, go big. If you feel like doing it $5, $10 at a time, let's do it that way. But we are running out of time for today. Are we going to do 30 minutes of overtime? 5 memberships from Ruger. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
Oh, my. And there's 20 from Lip Ripper, 10 from Spicy Mustard. We are 100 even. 100 away.
Thanks, guys.
From knocking it out. Oh, I'm sorry, Iana Jaw. 30% goes to YouTube, not 70. Spicy Mustard with $10 says, finally got my bank account back. Here's for April making me laugh with her sniper lines.
Aww.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Jennifer, Tridio, RP Jesus, Okie Dokie Artichoke, and Nicholas Gurr all getting memberships. Guys, only a clean hundo away from hammering it out this morning.
We got it.
You can do this. We are 1 minute away from the end of the show. 1 minute away.
Stroking out.
And $100 away from our goal. Union Jack gifting a membership.
Woo.
Let's see if we can keep doing it, guys. Only 100 away. And we're running out of time. We've got about 40 seconds left to go.
Scared.
We all jump in. We all do this a few bucks at a time. 100 is easy to handle.
I guess we're trying to get me fired today.
We are trying to get April fired. Now, if we get inside of 50, we do the 30. We do the overtime for you, and just assume we're knocking out the other 50. Thank you to Camo Girl for $4.99. 95 away.
Thank you.
From hammering it out. How much time do we have?
Not
10
enough.
seconds.
No,
10 seconds to go. What? Are we going to be able to do this in 10 seconds? $95 away from today's goal.
It's a lot to make up tomorrow.
And time. We're going to have to roll this over to tomorrow if we don't make it. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership to Blake Baines. That's going to bring us down to 90. I got to refresh everything to see if we made it. If we get 45 down, then we can go ahead and bring this thing to 30 minutes of overtime. If not, it looks like the show is wrapping up here. There's Coltrane with $5. He says, fucking pores, let's get it. 85 away. Can you guys promise we'll knock this thing out today? I'm doing it. Let's see if you guys come through. Zen Rhino says, do it on credit. Hope the viewers come through. Look, we need each other. You guys need 30 minutes more of content. We need to make sure our program stays on the air. We're only $85 away. If I thought 85 was an insurmountable amount of money, I would call it right now and I would go, shit, we fucked it up. We failed today. Try again tomorrow. But you know what? 85, we can do it.
I was getting a little worried. I was unemployed.
We can do 85, guys. Let's do it. Keep going. Keep contributing. Is it going to be a little bit of a beggy overtime? Yeah, it's going to be an e-beggar overtime. But we're going to push us over the edge of that 80. $10 Canadian from Steve's Guitar says, fun coupon for my steel toe pals. Aaron and April rules. Thank you, buddy. 80 away.
Thank you.
80 away from nailing it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Check it all out. Oops, sorry, I dropped that. And we're gonna do overtime here. I think it's fair, and I think our audience is gonna come through.
Laughing Lion says, sorry, I'm saving money for a scrotum tuck.
Well, I mean, these things
What's more
are
important?
these things are important. Devin with $10 over on Venmo. Thank you very much, buddy. 70 away.
Thank
Fuck you, dude, with $20 says, sorry, I was in a meeting. That is all right.
You got to go to those meetings so you can donate to Steel Toe.
That's going to put us $5 from Trucker 18 Wheeler says, F it, every time I donate, a little of it gets knocked out. Killer Beehive.
Thank you.
With $2. Well, that, you know what that means. We just got to 50.
Okay.
Great work. Matthew Jenkins, $10 says, for the best e-beggars. Nobody better e-beggar than us. There you go. You guys kept it going. You're on to 45 away. Great work. And everybody doing it $5-10 at a time.
I like that.
I love that. $5 from Optic Nerve says, had scorching jock itch and ordered a can of Lotrimin off Amazon. And they sent me a case of 6 cans. So I got that going for me. All right. Well, 40 away. Well, look, man, if you guys are going to keep rallying, I'm going to keep going. 40 away.
Do you have jock itch?
I don't have jock itch.
So you're saying you don't need a canister of Lotrimin?
I don't need a canister of Lotrimin, but I thank you very much for letting me know. Raymond with $2 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, so you guys are only 40 away. Well, you're 35 away. Sorry, I was dropping a deuce. Dub with $5.
Oh.
This is cute. We're doing this all like $5 at a time as like a team effort.
Another from Hobo, fire April.
I love this shit.
I think that if I am no good for this show, you should fire me.
I think 35.
I think you should fire me.
I think 35 away is very, very doable, and these guys are kicking ass. I got to go back to that link that Red Fox Mad sent us. Here we go. This is the church guy. This is the guy bathing his members. So what does this have to do with the pubes?
Well,
do I want to know?
And are we talking about a church member or a dick?
Right. Is he washing
members,
Is he washing the church members' cocks? Or are the members of the church being washed?
The dicks of
by
the
the
church.
priest. Delco Lou with $10 over on Venmo. Well, guess what? That puts us 25 away.
Thank you.
From today. Thank
you
guys.
We sure get there as
Very
one
much.
team.
Boy, we get there one way or the other, don't we?
It's like pulling teeth sometimes, but you guys do it.
25 away from knocking it out. You guys are the absolute best, and you're doing it as a team. I love this. This is like the Mighty Ducks.
Oh.
It's like everybody skating in one direction.
That's just sweet and wholesome.
Wrestling Fat Faku says, we did it. Only donate PayPal for more to you guys, but the Fat Faku does support you. Thank you, Fat Faku. We appreciate that. Yes, April?
Did I ever make it known that I made contact with Wrestling Otaku?
Yes, you did. You did. You bragged
Did I
about
tell
that
everyone?
already. Yes.
Like, that guy, him and I messaged back and forth on Instagram, and he said, he likes what we do, and he wants to come on the show sometime.
Well, let's get him on the fucking show.
Babe, I told you this. I wished him a happy birthday.
But he said it wasn't until he...
I sent him a DM, and I said that we at Steel Toe really love what he does, and we hope that his hiatus from YouTube isn't that long. And he's like, no, I do this annually. It's fine.
$5 from Deadfool. Thank you, buddy. 20 away. FTW Nil says, more like the Mighty Fox. Oh, boy.
Whoa.
He's got a point. Hobo Chili Recipe says, nobody cares. # fire April. Yeah. Did you make sure you called Wrestling Otaku Master? He likes that.
Wow. You know what? Out of respect for you, I didn't. But now that I know I have permission to call other men Master.
Phage lives with $19.99. We take our 15 out of that. And now it's only 5 away. There you go, guys. Thank you very much. Only $5 away from knocking out today's goal. And it looks like that's going to get done. All right. Let's go to this, this priest, pastor, bathing people guy. Thank you, SH, for gifting a membership to My Monk. We appreciate that.
Wow.
Well, you guys really fucking nickeled and dimed this thing to death. Great work, everybody. I'm impressed.
I found my haters in the chat, too. They're trying to replace me with
did.
40, Dylan Mulvaney.
And, they're going over your head. They're chatting right to me. They're going, Aaron, listen to me. Don't listen
Right.
to this broad.
They're talking like I'm not right here.
Exactly.
Dylan is the new hottest blonde. Did you see?
I did. I saw there's a blonde Dylan Mulvaney now.
Hotter than me, right? I think.
It haunts my dreams.
Sexually.
Everything Dylan Mulvaney does seems to somehow be more disgusting than the last thing Dylan Mulvaney did.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's fucking obscene, to be honest with you. All right, let's do this pastor story. $5 away. I think we're going to knock it. Actually, I think we're like $2.50 away because somebody gifted us up. But anyway, Make sure you're hitting thumbs up. Make sure you're hitting subscribe. We're only 40 or so away from 10,000. Yes, we are about 40 subs away from 10K. All right, let's see what Red Fox Mad sent us. And is it going to make me mad? Is he going to speak English?
No. He's from Ghana.
Popular Ghanaian pastor Blink's pastor actually bathes his members. So he's washing this lady. Okay, wait a minute. I've already found the hook. April, show me how many male parishioners you see in this shot right now.
Male parishioners? None.
I don't see, yeah.
It's just the two up there.
I don't really think that this guy is washing these people to keep them clean for the Lord.
No.
I feel like somebody, and by the way,
he's shopping.
He seems to be spending an awful lot of time on this person's front torso.
See, I didn't know if that was a female or
I think that's a female.
Okay. Can I get subtitles?
Yeah, Red Fox Mad, next time you do this, no offense, buddy, thank you for sending us content. It's got to be in English because this shit drives me fucking nuts.
Run it through Google Translate.
But when it comes to
I'm gonna skip ahead, guys. I don't.
Hallelujah.
I'm starting to think this might be our fault.
They have a Haribo towel. That's killing me.
Look, I'm starting to think this might be America and the West's fault because we brought Christianity to these people and then we left and kind of let them run with it. And
plot twist, they actually follow the Bible.
Yeah, either they're doing it right or they're doing it wrong. There's no middle ground here. I don't know, but I can't help but feel a little bit culturally responsible for what's going on here.
Just admire the towel, though.
True.
It's a good towel.
Yeah, like look at this.
That's a chick.
He's washing
That's a
bitches.
chick.
I'm telling you, this pastor is just using this as an excuse to fondle some titties and wash some pussy and asshole.
He's shopping for his next wife.
Exactly. He's going to end up marrying one of these bitches he bathes.
Oh, he washed me once and saved me, and therefore I love him. She'll fall for it.
Is it racist?
Stop there. First of all.
Is it racist if I ask if all African men are built like Francis Ngannou? Is that a racist thing to ask? I'm asking you.
If you were asking me in private, I'd absolutely say no.
Because this a thick motherfucker.
He looks fit.
Yeah.
And I happen to think Francis is very attractive.
Even this woman has a little Ngannou build to her.
Okay.
They're a brick house. You see, back in the slave days, they used to take the big...
Jimmy the Greek fans.
Yes. Okay, hey, who's next? Is it going to be a man or a woman that he washes? Who's coming next?
It's a woman. And
you think so?
This guy looks like he's about to lotion her.
Everybody gets some benefits.
Well,
there's another one.
Bigger lady.
Oh, no, look at this guy. Look, go back a little bit. This guy's like basically beaten off over here. He's like shaking over this bathing. Yeah, look, watch this guy. He's staring at her tits and like muttering something to himself.
Are we laughing? I can't do this. I can't watch this.
You don't like this? Yeah, I got to admit, Red Fox Mad, this one's a little fucked up for me.
This has crossed like a line into like seriously fucked up. Like those women are gonna realize someday when he's on the news for doing this shit that they've been had.
I don't get it. I don't get why that was.
Oh, he can absolutely, if you're a religious person, he can spin that as, I'm washing you of your sins as God would, as Jesus would.
Do you know how much, if I sold you, do you know how much I could sell you for in Africa? I mean, think about, you're blonde, you're white, you'd stand out, you'd stick out like a sore thumb there. Did you see those ladies? They're all built like Lawrence Taylor. And like, if I bring you over there, I'm like, 6 million.
Can somebody please clip that so I can have it played over and over again?
I'm just saying.
Do you know how much
if
I
I
could
ever
sell
get
you
in a
for?
pinch, I could probably sell you and become a wealthy man. I could probably buy my own goat herd, and that would give me a steady income. Sandy Squatch.
Can you please sell me to somebody who won't hurt me at least? That's all
Yes,
I'm asking.
I can make that deal for you. Sell you to that pastor.
Now there's going to be people bidding.
Sandy Squatch with $5 says, I'm extremely poor who just put over $1,500 into my car, then hit a deer. Oh, fuck.
Well, hopefully your luck turns around.
Thank you guys for knocking out our goal today. Very sweet of you. We appreciate it. We respect it. One day left.
They're putting my prices in the fucking chat now.
Uh-oh. In honor of Juneteenth, Kyle just threw us $5. Thank you very much, buddy.
All right.
So you guys are $5 into tomorrow. Thank you.
Isn't Juneteenth 3 days away? Isn't it the 18th?
June 19th, I thought.
Oh, I thought it was the 18th.
It was June 10th.
God, we can't even get our holidays straight.
Kane J says, I'll give you $5. Okay, but yeah, see, here in America, you wouldn't fetch a good price because you're everywhere.
So, that's hurtful because I don't want to be just a nobody.
Scared of being a nobody. 6 million Ghanaian dollars is $1.47. Okay, I'd have to fetch a higher price for you then.
No, somebody said
Ghana.
April is worth at least 8 cows or 20 pigs.
You know what, though? If you get 8 cows, you were on a farm. You're in business with 8 cows, aren't you?
I know.
Are you in business with 8 cows? Like, could I make some decent
Tiny.
money if I had 8 cows?
You butcher them and sell them.
Yeah, but that's a one-time.
It's a good get. You can get another wife and sell her too.
I need milking cows is what I need. Rojogan, yeah, in Africa, they would say, how much for the little girl?
Okay.
Well, yeah, because the rest of them are built like outside linebackers. So you show up and they would be like, how much for the teenager?
See, and even I'm like athletically built for an American now because we're all tubby here.
But did you have anything on those broads?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
Nope.
1K per inch of forehead is fair, says Wood Chippy. I could just buy my own cows. Theodore Roosevelt says, breed the cows. See, they're already making plans for my financial life after I sell you for the cows.
You know what? I'm starting to think that my life as a slave over in Africa might be better because at least somebody might care enough to buy me there.
You know, April, a lot of people thought that throughout history. It did not pan out. Spoiler alert. Jericho says, I'm surprised Juneteenth is actually on a teen. I thought it would have been more appropriate if it was on the 12th or 21st. Red Fox Mad with 1999 says, my bad. It is interesting how people follow blindly without thinking logically. I get that part. The only part that was fucking me up, and we did get a few jokes out of it. It worked out.
No, I don't think that what you brought to us wasn't interesting.
The no English was kind of fucky.
Well, it's also fucked up. He's just straight up washing women and claiming it's for God.
That guy really is just washing bitches for God. And they're going up there and they're like, yes, this is a good thing for me.
So I'm finding out that I'm really just worth like a bag of Fritos. Like somebody will trade a bag of chips for me.
Fuck are you talking about?
You told me I'm not worth anything here.
I got no, I mean like there's a lot of blonde, young, beautiful women in America. There aren't a lot of blonde, young, beautiful women in Ghana. You're far more valuable in Ghana.
Why don't you just lease me out?
Stevie J with a good point says, I'll buy the wife, but don't try to upsell me on an undercoat and extended warranty. Yeah, can't push. Once you close, take your
You're
yes.
going to put that true coat on me?
Oh, you got to take my wife with that true coat. Get a bull and you're in business, Aaron. Yeah, I can't just take cows. I got to get some bulls.
Then you can jack him off and sell his semen.
I can, or you know what? I'm more of an old school guy. I'll let him fuck. Why can't you just let him fuck? Why are we selling bull semen?
You can put the heifers and the bull in danger sometimes. Same with horses. Occasionally,
the big
when
bull cock rips their pussy.
Occasionally, when two animals are together to be bred, there can be violence. That's fact.
Ian Ajah says, April, I'm saying you'd get at least 20 cattle in ZA. Is that New Zealand or Zaire? I don't know where the fuck that is. Zimbabwe? ZA. South Africa. Sorry. Wow. Zen Rhino made a clip. Let's see what it is. I like a clip. Do you know how much I could sell you for in Africa? I mean, think about you're blonde, you're white, you'd stand out, you'd stick out like a sore thumb there. Did you see those ladies?
Look at me.
They're all built like Lawrence Taylor. And like if I bring you over there, I'm like 6 million.
Can somebody please clip that so I can have it played over and over again? I'm just dumbfounded.
I'm just saying.
Do you know how much
if I
could
ever
sell
get
you
in a
for?
pinch, I could probably sell you and become a. Do you know? There you go. You know, sometimes I listen to clips people send me of me, and I have to make an admission. People will sometimes send me a clip of me, and I will go, "Fuck, he's funny."
I got one in the chat. Killer Beehive says he'd pay a lot for me.
Okay, there you go.
I got one taker.
There you go.
Everyone else is like, she ain't worth shit.
See, Red Fox Mad, don't apologize. Look at the conversation that came out of you sending that clip in.
Just don't put me in Somalia, please.
Oh, now we're being picky.
Yes.
Now we're being picky.
I cannot go there. I won't make it.
Raz of Chaz with becoming a member for his 13th month. He says, why is Juneteenth 3/5 through June? Oh, my God, it is. Really is 3/5 of the way through June. Those dirty, dirty bastards.
Actually, Aaron is considering my sale to Africa reparations.
Yeah.
Right? We're giving back.
Exactly. I'm trying to help.
She's a gentle lover.
April, tell Aaron how to artificially inseminate a cow. Isn't it something with a plastic bag over your hand?
It's more fun when he does it.
Isn't it a plastic bag over your hand and you got to like shove the jizz inside the thing and until the handle breaks off and you got to hire a doctor to pull it out again.
Well, and you hit him with the chain after. I don't know.
It's fucked up. I'd trade April for one bull in a heartbeat, says Trucker 18-wheeler. See, your value's going up the more shame you have. Indus Buzz Bizdizdis Buzz is letting you know hand language is a tupid.
Were you not doing it too?
He says it's a tupid. Indus Buzz Bizdizdis Buzz says this show is stupid. I thought it was a tupid. Figure it out. Figure it out. Triple N says the West Africans are built like Ngannou. The East Africans are built like anorexics. That's true. The West Africans are the big burly motherfuckers. That's because West Africans took all the East Africans as slaves and sold them to us.
I was going to
Wait, hold on. Before you go on, I'm totally making that up.
I was going to assume it was the opposite because you'd want somebody physically fit.
Yeah, but the big guys can usually bully the little guys. So.
Have you watched Django?
Yeah, but I don't watch that as a documentary. It's just
Fine.
The blood spatter's too unrealistic.
It's loosely based.
So the story, Amazon shut down a man's smart home after a delivery truck driver misheard and wrongly accused him of making a racist remark through his smart doorbell. Now, let's say he did. I love how they're saying, oh, it was a mistake. We thought we heard him say a racial slur. Even if a guy does say a racial slur, you don't lock his house on him.
Don't you ever accidentally stub your toe on the front porch steps and yell the N-word?
Never. No, not accidentally.
No.
April is worth at least a 30-pack of PBR and a joint. That's very nice, Roots Calhoun.
Wow.
Why hasn't Roots Calhoun been given a sub? He's kind of hot and cold with steel toe. I like that. I like the kind of angst that he has.
At least Roots thinks I'm worth something.
That's ironic, isn't it? So what I don't understand is this is that Brave New World shit that makes me want to fight against AI and ban it and get rid of it and everything else. Not only can Amazon, are they admitting that they can lock your smart home on you, basically lock you out of your house, but they're also saying they're totally fine with doing it. Oh boy, look, my mic arm came loose.
Oh, that's about to be tragic.
Oh shit.
Oh, you guys, I wish I had a camera to show you this.
You almost just witnessed a horrific moment.
That would have fucking fallen off the table and hit you square in the face.
Oh my God.
It was hanging on by a thread. It's just like a little twisty vice that you screw onto the table.
I'm glad I caught that. That was gonna
I'm
be
not.
Fucking.
You hit your face in it You hit your face in that little boom arm several times a show, and I'm always waiting. You screw that on there. Oh, he fucking breaks it.
Ow. Owie.
We need a camera over here. It's like a crane and just slapped him in the face.
There we go. That should be good. Oh no, that's turning. Oh man, what did I do?
You've got it too tight where the pressure is now moving it.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh boy. Guys.
You're going to get a taste of Aaron's handiness.
Yeah, we're going to have, I'll have to do some work after the show.
What
we're good.
did you do?
I'll leave it right here. I fucked something up.
It wasn't like that before.
It was not like that a little bit ago.
Gordy came by and fucking
I'm right now.
shoot on it.
What I'm doing is I'm just making sure I don't touch anything because that is that's holding on by a thread. So this Amazon thing. They said, oh, a delivery driver came to the door. This is how easy it is for them to lock your house if you go full on smart house. Delivery driver came to the door and he goes, oh, yes, after I make delivery, he called me dirty C word. And then I have no idea if he's Asian, by the way. That was just me being racist. And
they're mostly not Asian.
And then Amazon responded with, oh, well, then clearly we'll lock him out of his house and make sure he can't get into his domicile. Like it's fucking Demolition Man. And then Amazon goes, oh, you didn't say a racial slur. We're sorry for locking your house. Not we're sorry for locking your house in general.
Yeah, could we just not allow an outsider to lock me out of my house? That'd be cool.
Yeah. So what if you did say a racial slur? You don't get locked out of your house for that. You get locked out of your house for getting caught cheating. Not for using a racial slur.
Not by Amazon, you don't.
No, not by Amazon. Unless they're like crazy moral crusaders for some reason. So they're asking if that was my frozen Asian impression. Brandon Jackson, a Baltimore, Maryland resident, claimed that Amazon locked him out of his smart devices on May 25th. He explained that many of the devices in his home, including his lights, are connected to his Amazon Echo, which he was unable to access for a week. Not a day, not a couple hours, a week.
Why are we so bitchy at Amazon?
In an article posted, because they locked him out of all his shit.
That is so bitchy, though. That's like, wow. What racial thing do you think he said? The N-word?
I don't know, but like his name is Brandon Jackson from Baltimore. That sounds like it might be a black guy.
It kind of does, yeah.
In an article posted on Medium, Jackson, well then, yeah, it would be the N-word, wouldn't it? But he was saying it friendly. He explained that the misunderstanding left me with a house full of unresponsive devices, a silent Alexa, and a lot of questions.
And now he's suicidal because that was the only one keeping him company.
When Jackson reached out to Amazon to find out why he was locked out, he was told in an accusatory tone that a delivery driver had reported hearing a racist remark while dropping off a package at his home. But so fucking what? I mean, not nice, not a good thing. And if you want to go naughty, you shouldn't do that. That's fine. But you don't lock him out of all his shit.
No, I don't even. No, we're not having an Alexa fucking yell at me for my language I've used today.
He explained that the accusations did not make sense and seemed highly unlikely since most delivery drivers in my area share the same race as me and my family. So are we going black or white?
We're going black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jackson noted that no one was home when the alleged comment was made. He reviewed security footage and found that his Eufy doorbell had given the driver the automated response,
Eufy?
"Excuse me, can I help you?" Additionally, he noticed that the driver was walking away and wearing headphones at the time and may have misheard the doorbell's automatic reply. Unless this guy's lying and his response was, "Yo, what you doing?"
Again, that might have been friendly.
Yeah.
Amazon does not get to lock me out for saying the N-word.
Jackson sent the video evidence to Amazon, which took several days to review. During that time, he remained locked out of his smart devices while the company conducted an internal investigation. 6 days later, he regained access to his account. Why did they say house at the beginning of this?
I don't know.
Shut down a man's smart home. Oh, so they didn't lock his house, but they locked
like his smart devices.
He couldn't turn on his lights. He couldn't turn anything.
Yeah.
Basically, his house was locked down. So he wasn't locked out, but he couldn't turn on his lights. He couldn't do a lot of different shit.
Do you know people with Amazon Alexas, the Echoes?
Yeah.
I do too. I've known them for years. I have always been staunchly against them. I don't want them for my home. Not for me.
Someone says you should sue the fuck out of them.
It's too much that our smart TVs have cameras on them, and I worry that people watch that shit too.
But people are saying, oh, you should sue the fuck out of them. I guarantee you can't, because I promise you that whatever you clicked yes on and clicked accept on had that as part of it.
It's in the fine print. You didn't know.
So you definitely have agreed to it. Hobo Chili Recipe says Uncle Ted was right. Yeah, this is kind of part of what Kaczynski was warning about. Was technology and becoming too dependent on it. And the more you try to make technology your slave, the more you'll become enslaved to it.
But did we have to bomb?
No, we didn't have to send bombs in the mail. If Ted Kaczynski would have just written some paperwork and shown us and everything else, that would have been okay. But instead, he decided to make bombs for people.
What if that like shut off your fucking fridge and shit? Because they make smart fridges now that have that fucking screen and shit you can write on it, and it'll send shit to your phone like when you're running out of something.
Yeah, I don't want any of that shit. I know. Maybe this is us getting old. I don't know.
I do feel old.
But like, I can keep my own grocery list. I can look in my... You don't need a smart fridge. I can look in my fucking fridge and see what I need.
You have a wife who keeps a grocery list, okay?
That too.
Give me one of those old-ass, retro-looking fucking cherry red fridges, and I'll keep track of it.
April will keep track of everything that's in the house. You definitely agreed to it.
Yeah.
You definitely signed off on a thing that allows them to do that. It's too bad. And I get it. We all do it for convenience. We just hit accept because we had too much shit to do in a day. But I got to go with Hobo Chili on this one. Uncle Ted was right.
What are you shopping for on Temu, by the way? Because
Nothing. These are just Daily Mail ads.
These are pretty weird. I've never been on that site.
You can't have the pop-ups or you can't have the ad blocker on Daily Mail.
The butt things are weird.
To you. Lady Gaga is being slammed. Lucky Lady Gaga. For posting an ad campaign for a migraine drug as she teams up with pharmaceutical giant Pfizer, calling her an embarrassing sellout. Now, I have to chastise Lady Gaga fans with this one.
Yeah.
Stop idolizing these people. They all sold out. During the pandemic, they all pimped Pfizer. They all pimped Fauci. They all talked about how great he was.
Yes.
Now you see her pimping some migraine. I love that Lady Gaga's fans are so fucking stupid that she pimps an anti-migraine medication, and that's where they draw the line. They go, you're a sellout for Pfizer. Oh, but when she was pitching the vaccine and masking and all that other stuff that limited people, you were fine with that. That was okay. But a drug, ironically, the drug she's endorsing here is probably the safest drug she's endorsed since the pandemic began.
Right. I would go on record saying that Tom Selleck is hucking something worse for you than a migraine drug.
So really, when it comes to like Lady Gaga's fans, I hate to steal Adonis Paul and say that this is a hate story.
You're stealing him?
I'm stealing Adonis Paul's hate thing. This is a hate deal where, yeah, I hate Lady Gaga for being a gross, embarrassing shill for all of this shit, and she always will and always has been. This isn't new. But at the same time, I hate her fans because they're like, an anti-migraine drug. You're shilling for the drug companies. You're a sellout. First of all, stop idolizing this woman and thinking she's your fucking dad, all right? She's an entertainer. Stop it. Second of all, she's been shilling and hucking for the fucking drug companies since the beginning of her career. You don't think she's pitched the effectiveness of antidepressants?
Oh, sure.
You don't think she's talked about being on, I almost said antiretrovirals. That's for AIDS. Well, she has a big gay following.
Hormone therapies for transitioning.
Hormone therapies for... You don't think she's been sucking Pfizer's dick since she was 19 years old?
And how about there's another side of this, too, that nobody ever thinks about, is a lot of people that will give a celebrity shit for, like, getting sold out on something is because they didn't get that option. They're not getting that money. But you don't have the option to get the money from Pfizer to fucking sell a drug.
And again... It's your fault for worshiping these people because I promise you they will always do nothing but let you down.
I have likes and dislikes. I would never worship a celebrity.
Oh boy, we are out of time for today, and I am nervous about my mic stand here. I am a little distracted, but I thought we gave him a hell of an overtime, and you guys gave us a hell of a fucking rally there at the end to knock out our goal today. We really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm sure there were a lot of people who hate steel toe who had their knives sharpened. They were ready today. Like, they missed it. And then everybody, $5-10 at a time. Fucking great, guys. I don't think we had anybody over 20 today, which is a great way to knock the goal out and keep this show going. So thank you guys very much. And I don't mind sweating it out for you. So thank you very much for an awesome show. April, thank you for an awesome show.
Thank you.
I'm feeling 93% on The Voice. I think we'll be at 100 by tomorrow.
He's going to go golfing today and scream at his balls.
Am I, though? We got to work that out. Everybody hit like before you leave, and everybody subscribe.
Tell your friends.
Roots Calhoun says, y'all are the only show I can play on the job anymore. It's now your job to ruin that. I can't believe you can play us on the job, but cool.
That's pretty cool, though.
All right. Thank you, Roots. We will talk to you all again tomorrow morning. Watch all of our shit until then. Make it a whole steel toe day for yourself. Go on Compound and watch our shit there, too. April, thanks one more time.
Thank you, I think.
Bye, everybody. I'll try not to